Hello and welcome to the Horror Hangout, a podcast where film fans watch the best and worst horror movies of all time and talk about them. You never guess what, we're back at FrightFest yet again.
I've lost count, mate. How many times is it? Put you on the spot.
This is our third time officially in person, but also maybe year 5 in total, FrightFest.
How time flies when you're having fun. It's lovely to be back in Leicester Square once again. When we first arrived, everybody, just over yonder, the premiere of Thursday Murder Club was on. Could have seen Richard Osman if I'd kept my eyes peeled.
I reckon if you if you raised yourself by like an inch onto the balls of your feet, you would have seen him because there was just a fence.
Yeah.
You could have done it, but you didn't.
Now I understand the lyrics of that song. I wish I was a little bit taller.
I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. You are a baller. I think you are a baller.
Feels like it when you're here in London.
It's carnage. Should we do a 360? Ready?
Ready. Have a little look around.
Have a little look around. It's kicking off. It's beautiful. But we've got lovely microphones. Microphones.
Much more girthier mics than we've had on previous years,
Much
Ben.
girthier mics. We're officially on brand. We're looking good. But here at opening night, we've seen 2 films so far. We've had the pleasure of enjoying the opening film, which was The Home with Mr. Pete Davidson.
What did he reckon of it?
What did Pete Davidson reckon of it?
He wasn't here, really, everybody.
He wasn't here.
We watched it together, but Pete Davidson was in the film, and
he's got things on. He's dating like the hottest women in the world. He's dating Kim Kardashian. He's dating Ariana Grande. He's dating Kate Beckinsale. I think that's free. I don't know why I know so much about his dating history. More about his dating history.
All right.
Than him as a film.
What do you think of his film?
All right, Heat Magazine. Bloody hell. It was pretty good, I thought.
Yeah,
you?
I really liked it. We don't do spoilers when we are on FrightFest because these films are not necessarily always out for general release. I really enjoyed The Home. I'm going to say there was a roller coaster. There was a bit of it where I maybe thought it was going one way, and I thought maybe I'm not into this. Maybe that's bullshit. But a gloriously insane third act. I quite like
incredibly insane third act. I also realised that's the longest I've spent like properly looking at Pete Davidson's face.
Depends on the way you know him.
I'm not saying he's not handsome, but it's a weird face. Sat like an interesting face. Every time he made different facial expressions. Now, you know, it's quite a straightforward performance from him. He's not going proper over the top. He does scream and shout maybe once or twice. He screams and shouts. He lets it all out.
Yeah, and like for a second there, Ben, when you were describing it, I thought you were going to take a line from that doctor that goes, apropos of nothing. Think of lovely eyes, Pete Davidson.
He has got the lovely eyes.
Big,
massive eyes and really like sunken, dark eyeballs.
The Home. I reckon I can see where they chose it as an opening movie. A really strong start. Very good genre work. We got some blood and gore. We got some mystery. We got some horrible nightmares.
Horrible nightmares. Poor old Pete Davidson's having the worst nightmares. It's like he chugged a whole bottle of night nurse and gone straight to bed.
If you've listened to our episode on Together, it's almost as bad as my nightmares I described.
Yeah, your nightmares that you described were pretty horrific.
Davidson nightmares.
I kept thinking though that certain things kept happening. I kept going, right, is this bit a dream? No, it's not. It's reality. It was weird, but it definitely blurred the lines. And I'm kind of glad it didn't go in the direction I was expecting. I'm kind of like there are Get Out vibes, I think, despite the fact it's a lot of old white people. I guess, yeah. I still get Get Out vibes. yeah. Oh, wait. Okay. So maybe that analogy is better than I thought it was. But still, I got some Get Out vibes, and I don't know, it wasn't what I was expecting. It sounds a bit cut and dry, doesn't it, in terms of what it was going to be included.
A little flavour of generational culture war. There's a little bit of climate change messaging.
Yeah.
I'm on board for both of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really strong opener, I thought.
A good opening film, yes. And then we watched film number 2, which is called COG.
It's just pronounced COGNAITIVE. Finally, the first answer we needed, even though it is stylized with a big sort of boldened AI in the middle because it is an AI movie.
It's just pronounced COGNAITIVE, but it's got AI in the middle. COGNAITIVE. Who was that then?
Dunno.
I'll tell you what, people getting in the background of our lovely podcast, how dare they? Do they not know who we are? Do they not
have to credit all of them on IMDb? I'm going to be at it for ages.
See, they look at these pink microphones and they think we're not official. Look how official we look, though. If you're not watching not to say we've never looked official, but I think year 1, tiny microphones.
Honestly, mate, if I didn't know what you and the person I'm about to reference look like, I'd see you out here being fresh, and I think, that's Peter Sissons.
That's bloody Peter Sissons, it is. That's
easy
for you to say. Peter assistants.
So
Did they have
CognAItive,
pink microphones?
sometimes we've seen the other one, big budgets. CognAItive, that we've heard from the director and writer at the beginning. It was a film that was written during the times of the strikes, during the large concerns about AI in Hollywood, and those messages are loud and clear amongst that one, right?
Loud and clear, yeah, exactly. And it's a weird one because is it a film that's like anti-AI or is it a film that's like pro-AI? It kind of sits somewhere in the middle. I feel like obviously it says a lot about the problems of AI, but at the same time, what do you think?
I would go with it being very heavily anti.
Oh, anti-AI. Maybe I completely.
Maybe I'm projecting my own feelings.
Maybe the film in general was anti-AI, but some of the messaging in it was kind of like pro-AI in a way. I don't know. It was a weird one. I feel like obviously it's a weird time because AI is going to be so prevalent in horror going forwards because it's something that is a genuine fear for a lot of people. Being replaced, the great replacement theory. I know that's very different, but for some reason I can understand why now we're thinking about AI.
Well, you know whose job, just putting it out there, you know whose jobs are probably really susceptible to being replaced by AI? CEOs, the bigwigs, mate.
Yeah, get those CEOs replaced. And in this film, I think it sort of, despite the fact it's a tech startup, there is a CEO who's kind of portrayed as a bit of a hapless villain and loser. I think there's some good performances from people. Everybody kind of looked like someone else, though. There was someone who was like Jason Schwartzman. Is that his name? Numi Rapace was almost the lead. And that's just me going, you look like this person. And so not really great in terms of film criticism, but at the same time, yeah, it's nice. It feels.
I think some
feels
creative
familiar.
kills, which we will not spoil here. Cute little robot in a little bit. I liked him.
Yeah, cute little robot. What would you say? He's a cross between Wally and the little Mafregan that she gets put in.
Yeah.
I keep turning this way, and we got such good light, and I'll turn this way. Look, we're lit. We're lit up. But yeah, we're looking forward to catching up with some filmmakers, catching up with some friends, some guests of the show as well. We'll ask people what their favorite films are. It's just Thursday, so there's only like 3 films today. But after that, we're full films all day, locked in.
Down. You got one more in you tonight, Ben?
One more in. One more. We got one more coming up at 11 p.m. We're gonna watch. We've got lovely reclining seats now as well. We didn't have that last time, so we've gone up in the world in more than one way, right?
Yeah, but in many ways, down in the cinema. We're downstairs this time.
We've gone down in the cinema, but we've gone up in the world of lovely seats.
She's going to see if we can find a few people, say hello to, or maybe get a little sousson, little snack to get through the end of the day.
Let's do it. Let's have a wine gum. Okay. See you soon.
We don't waste any time over here. We've cornered outside the Leicester Square Theatre Tommy Savas, the director.
That's right.
Of
CognAItive
that we just watched.
Yes. What'd you think?
I liked it. I liked it a lot. I like it a lot. I like AI and my entertainment.
Okay,
I like the
yeah.
messages you had for it.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I love it.
So, Tommy, what was it like seeing it with that audience there?
I mean, the FrightFest audience is like a dream audience. If you have any sort of horror or thriller movie, it was incredible. They laughed at all the jokes and they screamed at all the screams. So it was incredible. Yeah.
I don't want to do any spoilers while we're here because people will get to see it in their own good time.
Yes.
But you really went for it with some lovely practical kills out on that screen. How much fun was it coming up with ways to off your cast?
I mean, one way it was hard because we were, with this movie, we wanted to figure out how AI could actually kill people within some sort of realm of reality and also in an office building. So I was like, what can we kill people with? So coming up with them was challenging, but also so fucking fun. Yeah, I loved it. It was maybe the funnest part about the development process was coming up with these kills.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And I must say, kudos to your set design. Having seen the inside of a Google office, they nailed it.
Dude, thank you, right? That was a bitch too, because that was an empty office building in downtown LA. Yeah, and we only had 3 days of prep to build that office out. They did a great job.
So you talked a little bit when we're in the Q&A inside about where you feel our relationship is technology and entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have a serious note. Where do you feel we're going as filmmakers and film enjoyers?
I think that, like James Cameron said, I said in there, I do think AI is an amazing tool for independent filmmakers to an extent. When I think we start compromising the creative part of filmmaking, the collaborative part, the writing, the directing, and those kind of things, we start taking away jobs, then we're going to be hurting filmmaking. And we're going to be getting things that have no soul and things that just feel like, Marvel on fucking steroids, just over and over and over again. So, I do think there's going to be a subgenre of films that come out that are AI films, and I think that there will always be films made by humans. And I think that will become a genre of its own.
And so, on that note, if you would like to enjoy a film about AI, but made by humans...
That's right. With zero AI. I didn't fucking use shit in this movie. Zero AI.
Official.
How weird would that be if I used AI in this movie? God. Yeah.
If you want none of that, certified AI free,
yes,
but about AI,
yes,
check out CognAItive when it comes out. And obviously, where's the best place people can follow you to keep up with release?
On Instagram at Tommy Savas.
You've heard it here first, everyone. We've got another movie to go and watch. You better get back inside.
Let's do it.
Hello, good morning. It's the morning of day 2 at FrightFest. Are we feeling fresh?
Fresh and clean, Ben. Yeah, doing all right.
Fresh and clean. I'm feeling fresh. I'm feeling pretty clean, to be fair.
I tell you what, I mean, I'll write a review properly, but this is a nice Airbnb.
It's a lovely Airbnb. It's beautiful. Yeah, it feels like I'm living the high life. Not to say I'm living the low life, usually, most days, but today I feel like extra special.
Yeah, it's been lovely. And what a sanctuary of calm. Prepare ourselves after a busy first night.
A very busy first night. So when we signed off yesterday, we had seen the first 2 films. We did go in for film number 3, which was Night of Violence, which ended Thursday night. Sorry, nearly said Saturday as well. Going crazy. Thursday night. But also we did see some of the films that screened at the Discovery screens. We saw them prior to the festival, so we're going to talk about them briefly as well. But shall we talk first about Night of Violence, I guess?
Yeah, let's wrap up Night of Violence first.
I've just noticed your sock is out, which is lovely. What colour would you say that is?
I would go for that being a lovely... It's definitely a citrus colour.
A citrus colour, yeah. For anyone on the video, I might crop out the foot. Who knows? I might leave it in.
You get the views, mate. Get them up.
We'll get the views right up with that, with Andy's foot content. But yeah, we'll talk about Night of Violence, which is kind of like The Purge, I guess, in an office block, like the Belko experiment. Maybe, yeah. The Purge in an office block. The tagline is, "Not all angels are heaven sent." The director and a few of the stars were there. I don't know. So let's just talk. Let's review this. It definitely wasn't what I was expecting. I was kind of expecting it to go a little bit harder. Where a lot of the violence was kind of just, it was called Night of Violence, but a lot of the violence was kind of just like in one section. There was a bit more sporadically later. A lot of CGI blood, a lot of CGI explosions and sparks and smoke.
Take you out of it a little bit.
It took me out of it a little bit, yeah. And I think, obviously, yeah, this is director's first feature, but I feel like it was kind of like funny, but maybe unintentionally. And the intentional bits that were supposed to be funny weren't funny. Does that make sense? Someone's trousers fell down.
Someone's trousers did fall down. Twice.
Yeah, and I think I leaned into you and said, get the Three Stooges humor in there early.
Yeah, get them in early. What I will say about Night of Violence, I think from my perspective, Ben, and it is probably worth a rewatch for me. I was fighting for my life, very tired after a long journey yesterday. So I had to really lock in and sit forward because it was getting late and my body was telling me, Andy, you didn't sleep very much. You were very tired. But we did all right. We made it.
Those recliners aren't helping, are they?
No, they're too comfortable. I need hard school chairs. But what I will say, so the director's first feature, a one that is constrained by budget. I really did appreciate the tone of this, and you'll have heard me talk last year about maybe some of the overarching themes of the FrightFest selection in 2024 being, isn't life horrible? There's quite a lot of misery in the world right now. Certainly from day one, what I'm seeing, the themes emerging are corporations and elites are fairly terrible, and a reckoning is coming to those people, and that's what we see in Night of Violence, and that's a message that I think it plays well to the crowd. It's definitely reflective of society currently.
It's more about big pharma, isn't it, this one?
Yeah.
Rather than, so obviously
CognAItive.
Just say CognAItive, man. Is about AI, and obviously this one is about big pharma. So Yeah.
I liked the complexity of those bits of the story where they're looking at, hey, these people are doing bad things, but actually they're doing it in retaliation for what has been done to them at a mass and a corporate level. So those parts of the story I appreciated. I think I would have liked a little bit more nuance, and I'll credit her for it properly. When we were talking to a friend of the show, Emma Cownley, on the way out, she was saying how she would have maybe liked to see, and I won't spoil it here, maybe a little bit more intrigue, a little bit more of factional changes, maybe people changing sides throughout the narrative.
Yeah.
Might have given her a little something more to hold
I
on
think-
to there, and I agree with that.
I think maybe we needed something more with the characters who were sort of like doing the killing as well, because they're they're faceless, they're masked. We don't really get their story apart from like somebody reading some things on a website and zooming in on some pictures of them.
So maybe some dialogue with them amongst themselves.
Maybe some dialogue, because they were very like sort of like emotionless. And I think Emma Cownley, she said that one of her seatmates called it Die Hard, and I did feel like that in a way. Like, I'm not comparing it to Die Hard. It was just like these people turn up in like an office building and start killing people, And I mean, like, I get it, but even in Die Hard, the actual bad guys, legitimate bad guys, evil people, we find out so much about them and their relationships with each other and like the history of those characters, and that makes it scarier in a way when you're rooting for old John McClane to survive and to kill them. With this, it was kind of like, well, who am I rooting for here? Am I rooting for the people who are trying to kill these people, or the people who work for a big pharma corporation who aren't necessarily like they kept a character alive who was an absolute dick for ages.
That was true. That was
Right.
one of the most. But most of the characters did have were morally good. I think that's where there is some interest there as well. But these people, the people who are doing the bad thing in this movie, doing the murders, the people who have been maybe morally wronged at a societal level, and the people, the heroes, with the exception of the one character you mentioned, they are people who maybe do have a moral compass and maybe aren't on board with what's happening at the corporate level, but do still work for them. So do you still root for them? I think there's some interesting things to see there. I will give it another shot when I'm less absolutely hanging tired. But I do think maybe the little bit more complexity in the story might have given me a little bit more to grip onto there.
There was also a moment that we've laughed at and quoted a few times. There's a moment where one of the antagonists comes through a wall, like starts smashing through some drywall.
Like Pa Baker.
Yeah. And it's obvious that character's coming through the wall, but for some reason, one of the main characters decides to keep shouting, "He's coming through the goddamn wall!" Like Randy Savage. And that made me laugh. Like, there were so many moments. There were lots of moments of dialogue which made me laugh, and I think there were lots of laughs in the theater that maybe like the director probably didn't intend for those to be laughs. Whereas people's pants falling down, someone farts at one point. This is a film with.
I mean, everyone does.
This is yeah. But this is a film with potty humor in it, and I just feel like that takes me out as well, like tonally with the film. But yeah, there we go.
Night of Violence.
So there were some films showing at the Discovery screens that we did see prior. So let's just talk about a few of them. There's a film called The Only Ones.
The Only Ones. Do you have the details? Do you want me to pull that up?
Pull up the details for The Only Ones, because I didn't actually get a chance to see this one, but
I was able to watch this on a screener.
Who are the Only Ones?
Well,
what's their crack?
They are a group of friends. Apparently this title's been
There's really loads of
The
them.
Only Ones. Here we go. So directed by Jordan Miller. When you have friends like these, who needs enemies? So this is a horror comedy. It is starring.
Oh, it's a horror
Tatiana
comedy.
Ford as Sarah, Emily Clarkson as Valerie, Zach Ruckin as Zach, and Paul Cotton as Nikki. A group of friends go away on a trip. It's also feeding into the regular fear that you see in lots of these movies. Ben, you were talking to one of the directors about it recently, Mercedes, talking about double booking an Airbnb.
Oh yeah, that is.
So we get a double booking at an Airbnb to throw in.
Are you serious?
Yeah, to throw in some
3 double bookings at an Airbnb in cinema in the last 4 years.
We throw in, some unknown characters that are in there as well. But the premise of this horror comedy, in a similar vein to Tucker and Dale versus Evil, it is misunderstandings between people, which escalates to sometimes accidental violence, sometimes deliberate violence caused by paranoia when maybe there isn't a terrible stalker or slasher. You're the only ones involved in this. You're perpetuating it yourselves.
I see. I guess a bit like bodies as well.
Yeah,
Like
similar. Yeah,
things happening, and no spoilers for bodies, but it's one of those.
Yeah. So yeah, lots of misunderstandings, some over the top and gory kills, some bits where I genuinely put my hand to my mouth in shock because like, oh no, what have you done here? So yeah, like
Can I see that again? The shock.
You can't do that.
You can only do it once.
You got to do it.
That's true.
You can't, not
You're not an actor.
Oh,
You're not a seal.
Clap my fins together, throw me a fish, bloody hell. Yeah, so yeah, definitely on the horror comedy balance, we're leaning on the side of comedy.
Yeah.
This one. I enjoyed it, an enjoyable watch.
Nice. And then a film called The Arbiter. Was that, what kind of film was that? Was that more
Arbiter is, you remember, I'll pull up the details of The Arbiter as well. I would say a crime drama thriller comedy. Absolutely a comedy.
All the bloody genres in there.
This one is, you remember we saw the director, I think the tagline of this is, do you remember the zero budget horror film Colin?
Yes.
Same director.
Yes. Oh, same director. Okay, interesting. Zero budget horror film. Was that a feature as well, Colin?
It was, I believe.
Yeah.
You have to apologise when I get this up. What it turns out, Ben, is that when there's no milk, so I haven't had tea.
Yeah, he's struggling. He was a sleepy boy last night during a night of violence. I don't blame him for that because there were a few moments where I had to lock in. To be fair, the sleepiest I got was, I think, when I first sat in the reclining seats and we were watching The Home, and it was when Pete Davidson was asleep all the time. He was having horrible dreams, but he was asleep all the time, and I kept going, "That looks lovely."
I wish I was him.
I wish I was asleep.
The Arbiter, I've got it. Mark Price is the director, and it was the £50 zombie movie that made international headlines.
That's right.
This is his follow-up.
It's like they've gone, it's a zero budget movie, and they've gone, actually spent 50 quid. Everybody had a Greg.
Craig Russell was in Protein last year. That's where you might recognize it from.
Okay, I think we saw. Yeah.
A similarly action-packed role. I really enjoyed The Arbiter. I think The Arbiter it's got to be maybe top half of the films that were screened today for me. It's genuinely funny. I knew it was going to be in on the humor. The humor really got me with some of the bits. The one bit I will lean into because it will give you the tone of the film perfectly is an opening scene. A policeman called Gary is asking his superior,
Big Gaz,
about the gangs, the lots of themed gangs, the Warriors style, that are running the streets. There's the technological gang, there's the martial arts gang, there's the rollerblade gang.
Yeah. Which gang would you be in of all of those? Rollerblade gang.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Careful though.
Learn a new skill.
Don't slip over and break your arse.
Don't do that. Right. But they're going through them. They're talking about these theme gangs. We get a lovely opening bit where they do a little video intro, like a Suicide Squad movie, of like who the gangs are and their powers. Policeman turns to a superior and goes, "Oh, like Double Dragon?" And he goes, "It's nothing like fucking Double Dragon, Gary." And from that moment, I knew it was.
You were locked in after that. Yeah.
Really like gritty, like the certain era of like British filmmaking, like gritty violence. Funny, like throwaway lines. No one is, despite facing life and death situations, has a serious bone in their body. Gratuitously violent. There are ice cream vans and bombs and all sorts of stuff going on. I had a lot of fun with The Arbiter.
Sounds good. I was just imagining all that. I don't want zoning out. Okay, and then the final film of the day on the Discovery screens was Bambi, The Reckoning. Of course, if you follow the feed and you followed our build up to the event, you'll see that Andy interviewed Samira Mighty.
I did. She's very nice.
On a bonus episode recently. It's a great episode. I watched it. I enjoyed it. I'd say you do the same. Samira Mighty seems lovely. How do you feel about this?
I'm gonna turn that back to you, Van Ness, because I know that, like a big old horse, old Seabiscuit over here, a real naysayer.
Am I doing a lot of naysaying and you're doing a lot of positive?
No. It's fine.
It's nice.
I'm usually very negative.
It's nice to have the duality. Yeah. I say. And despite the fact we had the duality, we never fall out.
No,
we always go, what's your point?
Respect your opinion.
These films. So I've said it many times on the podcast before. Like I feel like I'm just like I used to watch them and then watch and appreciate them for what they are and maybe review them. Like I've got to a point now where I stopped watching them. Like I haven't seen Peter Pan's Neverland Nightmare. I haven't seen there's a Popeye one. Oh, actually, has nothing to do with this particular universe, is it? But the Disney ones. Of all of them, Bambi, you're a bit like, okay, it's slightly different because rather than just someone in a deer mask, which is what I was probably worried about, it's a CGI angry, scary deer. And I guess like it, there were some similarities to me for like Death of a Unicorn this year, of this big CGI monster who was like gonna be. I enjoyed it more than any of the previous, like Winnie the Pooh or that's the only ones I've seen, I think. I enjoyed it much more than that because I feel like it felt like I had an actual story at its heart. There are a few parts that lost me, a few characters were introduced that lost me.
Like Kid always on his bloody phone.
Kid always on his bloody phone. But I think overall, you know, it's fine. I'm definitely still at the point where I think these films don't need to exist, and unless I was watching it for FrightFest, I probably wouldn't have checked it out. But you know, if you enjoy these films, this is probably going to be one of the better ones.
I think I'd be with you on that one, Ben. Like I think Bambi the Reckoning is probably, for me, the strongest entry in this things going into the public domain horror space that I've seen so far. I think we get some fun moments, and also I just love a creature feature. There's a big monster. I think having on board the fact that there was this large creature that they're able to do. Actually, for the
some rabbits as well.
We expected some thumpers.
Yeah, we did.
Do get a little treat there. I think it's made with its tongue in its cheek. It doesn't take itself too seriously, which is what takes me out of some of these movies where it's like, you take this dead seriously, right?
This is a serious film about an evil Bambi.
This is it. It knows that it's quite a funny movie because of the role that you get of the hunter characters. You have some clear baddies that you're able to say, even though this is a monstrous creature, I hope he gets you. We have some good moments. I found myself enjoying this more than I expected to. It's a film of its budget and it's a film of its time. Don't go in and expect you're going to see you mentioned Death of a Unicorn. Paul Rudd and the level of effects you get on that are very expensive. Yes, comparatively, is not expensive, and I think largely achieves the same kind of thing, the same kind of feeling from you watching this film.
There was a fella milling about at FrightFest yesterday dressed as Bambi, wasn't he?
He was
just a lovely Christmas reindeer costume.
I bet he was able to rent that at a discount this time of year.
I saw him with his head off at one point, his mascot head, not his actual head. And it did take me out of it a bit. You know, when you see a football mascot and you just see it under there, it's just some fella called Clive.
Yeah.
It always takes me out of it. I saw it.
For a second, you thought it was Bambi. You grabbed my arm as you walked past. And said, careful.
But I'm not scared of
I'm not scared of Bambi's. I'm not scared of Lenny Bambi. I find him cute, not scary.
I'll tell you what. I'm sorry to go back to naysaying. The animated intros in these films now, I feel like I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it like a storybook. Oh, it's a fairy tale storybook, a children's story, and then suddenly, bang, there's evil. I don't know. I'm feeling like I need something a bit different now.
Need a little UX shift in that. See it a little differently.
Pooniverse. What's next in the Pooniverse? Do we know? Has Pinocchio happened? That's happened, isn't it? Pinocchio Unstrung.
Is he? Is he about already? Is there a Neverland follow-up? There's some Tinkerbell action. There's definitely a crossover that's inevitable, like a mashing together of these things.
Yeah, I can't begin to imagine what they're gonna do with a Pooniverse endgame situation. I can't imagine, Andy, nor do I care.
It's fun to imagine sometimes.
It's fun to imagine sometimes. I use my imagination for all things. Okay, so that's the films from day one, Thursday. We're in all day today, Friday. Pretty much.
Lots more to enjoy. Before we do that, though, Ben.
Yes.
A little on-camera presentation of a gift. It's not a surprise. You know what I'm giving to you, but
it's not a surprise. Can I act surprise?
You can, if you like.
Okay.
We haven't actually even been in the same place since this post arrived. And
it's true.
And for, don't want to be the next victim of one of these things. We're talking about corporations and people not acting sustainably. So I've waited until I've seen you. And our mates from Dark Forest, so Stuertz, Spark, Lindsay Crane, they've sent us one copy each. I didn't bring mine with me because why would I bring it to the
No, you
cinema?
don't want to do that.
I brought yours.
Oh,
A
wow.
copy of How
Look
to
at
Kill
that.
Monsters.
Amazing. How to Kill Monsters. Blu-ray as well.
Limited edition number there. Look at there, Ben. Number 798
Oh,
is yours.
wow. Absolutely. I'm super excited by this. Thank you so much, Stuart. Thank you so much, Lindsay.
And now, obviously, I believe it's now available for pre-order. You can order it generally on their website.
Yep.
So yeah, if you want a copy of this, if you're looking at this video or just hearing us talk about it and thinking,
God damn.
They're like those lads on TikTok, always getting sent presents and stuff.
It doesn't happen very often, does it?
Yeah,
it doesn't
most of the time I
happen.
don't give my address out or ask, but
yeah, most of the time. Oh, I've ordered this.
Yeah,
Someone sent it to me.
On this occasion, someone did send us a very kind thing, and it's a film that before I knew them and had met them and thought they were very nice, I already liked this film.
Yeah.
And it's very nice to have a copy of it. And you now, viewer / listener, can have your own copy available.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Yeah, so we'll be in and amongst the main screen today, watching all of the films. I'm pretty much locked in for the main screen. Things like Serbian documentary, Toxic Avenger,
Appofeniacs.
Flush, Appofeniacs, which I keep calling Animaniacs. That's starting very soon.
Got half an hour, mate. We better get on the road.
We better get on the road.
Hit the bricks.
Better hit the bricks. Better walk as the crow flies. Keep saying that. That's my new favorite saying.
This way.
This way. Yeah. So we'll be grabbing the hold of people, getting some interviews, chatting to some people. So yeah, tune in for the next part. See you soon.
See you out there. Hello again from FrightFest Day 2. We've just got out of seeing What She Doesn't Know, one of our second films today, and I'm here with writer Sarah Howard. Sarah, hello.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hello.
How was that, seeing it with an audience?
Oh yeah, it was awesome. I actually was weirdly surprised at the moments where people were laughing. I knew there was some dialogue in there that was, it kind of it was meant to be comedic, but there was some other moments outside of it where people seemed to they got a kick out of it, and that was a moment where I felt like job well done, kind of, because I could tell that people were enjoying it and they were in it. That was fun.
If there's one thing you can't predict, it's a UK horror-based audience, or what they're going to find them.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, so I know when you were putting the film together and we heard you speaking just in there in a moment, you have a great love for your 90s and 2000s slashers, but I really felt you delivered a nice twist on it there. We shan't spoil it here, with some supernatural elements as well.
Yeah.
How did that kind of come to you, if you want to share with the people listening?
It was kind of hard for me and my co-writer Terry. We were really trying to juggle and find the balance of, what are the ghost rules with this one, and what should we allow to be ghost rules, and what should we kick out of ghost logic world. So really what your question was is that what was kind of the inspiration behind the supernatural elements. I think by the end of it, the girl's dead, the guy's dead, so we might as well have a little bit of fun with it, and we've already come this far, so we might as well take it to the finish line and really leap into the supernatural aspect of it.
And what I really love about the supernatural elements is it's so nice to see a new ghost just really embracing their ghost abilities early on.
Yeah, that was exactly what me and Terry were trying to lean into as well. Again, they're already here. Might as well, might as well go all in. Go big.
And I'm really annoyed at this person that's done a murder on me, so I'm gonna really go.
Yeah, she was pretty agitated about that.
It does really great on you, doesn't it? Being murdered. So if we weren't lucky enough to be in London already, where can people hope to find this in the coming weeks and months?
So Raven Banner is the one that's going to be doing our international distribution, and it's going to find its way somewhere on some platform. I personally don't have a ton of those details yet because it's kind of fresh still.
Well, that's okay. We are committed. Now we've heard us speak about it live, we will take responsibility for sharing that with folks. As it turns out, Raven Banner, certainly for UK audiences, they do a good job at getting things out there and getting it nice and visible. So I'm sure people will get the chance to see it soon.
Mm-hmm.
For you as a writer, what genre do you mostly work in? Horror genre, or where are you going next?
I do. I kind of bounce in between horror and romantic comedy.
Very nice.
Yeah. There's another one that we just recently wrapped, and we're almost at the finish line with it. It's a rom-com that's it's going to be done very soon. It's called 40 Dates and 40 Nights,
nice.
And And then after that one, I'm bouncing back into horror with Terry again, my co-writer. And I guess I'm just going to keep on doing this weird flip-flop between 1 year I write people getting murdered and the next year I write people falling in love.
It's nice to keep those options open and to flex different muscles as a writer as well.
Yeah. You can't stick with one genre, you'll get bored.
Exactly. Well, unorthodox for an interview, but if I can offer you a recommendation while you're here, given your interests, go and see Five. While you're here. Five, while you're here. I think it's today, tomorrow.
Okay, I'll have
find
to
out. But yeah, check it out if you get a chance.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much for spending a few minutes with us, Sarah. Enjoy the rest of the festival.
Thank you.
Enjoy Watch This and Know, everybody. Hello there.
Hello there. It's I can see our reflection in the background. That's nice. You can get 360 degrees of the bonces.
The back of my hair's all right.
We're
about lunchtime-ish on day 2.
Yep.
Here at FrightFest. You having a lovely time, Ben?
I'm having a lovely time. You having a lovely time?
You're holding up mentally, physically?
I'm holding up mentally and physically. Thanks for asking on both counts. Every time I get a glance of us with these pink microphones, I'm absolutely loving it. This is the best I've ever.
You're feeling like this is the strongest branding appearance you ever had.
This is the strongest branded appearance I've ever had. Yes, I've never really been a person for being on brand, so I'm impressed. So 2 movies we need to talk about today, main screen. Number 1 is called
Appofeniacs,
which is easy for you to say, easy for some people to say.
But I don't know the definition, Ben, because I learned it in the opening shot of the film. It gives you the benefit of saying what apophenia is.
Please tell me what the...
So it is seeing patterns where perhaps they may not appear. It is paranoia, just jumping to conclusions.
Apophenia. Okay. So this film is like, I guess, again, thriller with some horror adjacent themes, I guess. Some AI. Now, the reason I'm going to mention the fear of AI is that the way this is different to perhaps something like last night's film, CognAItive. I can't bloody say it. Just say cognitive, Ben.
Yeah, it's cognitive, but the bolding has really thrown you for a loop, hasn't it?
It's thrown me for an absolute loop. But where that is kind of like talking about, AI is bad, it's going to get you. AI is only used as a plot device in this particular movie.
It's kind of a tool which is used by a character to set off some intended events, but there may be some unintended ripples that come from that.
Unintended ripples, exactly. And you know what? It's good. It's it's not in chronological order. The narrative's kind of a little bit all over the place. You've kind of got like one story. It's not like an anthology where it's all different stories separately. I guess we could say, do we want to say Pulp Fiction? I feel like we mentioned Pulp Fiction when talking about weapons. So now I'm like, let's mention Pulp Fiction again, talking about Appofeniacs. But there is that crossover. Characters appearing later after perhaps they've already met their demise. Some interesting characters. And I feel like this was probably the most well-written film of the festival so far because actually funny, genuinely had some really like cutting lines. The dialogue felt natural but playful.
Yeah, I really, really enjoyed the non-linear narrative. I get it. It invites Tarantino comparisons. And I think the director, who I need to say, like, debut feature, they mentioned a lot of history with the visual language of film, a well-versed director of like music videos, but first narrative feature for something to be as strong as it was, incredibly impressed.
Yeah, and you know, like some familiar faces in it as well. Sean Gunn pops up.
Yeah,
not crouched down playing the motion capture for a raccoon.
Covered in dots.
Covered in bloody dots.
Actually just got to be himself for once. Good on you, Sean.
Yeah, and like, you know, the AI as a plot device is kind of used by somebody to manipulate and twist the narrative into their own direction. In, I guess, things that maybe we're not quite there yet in terms of, well, I guess we are, like in terms of like deep fakes and voices being altered and messages being altered.
There's nothing I saw in this film that I didn't think they can't do that. I feel like it happens.
I feel like I'm still at the point where I'm not falling for stuff like that, but I'm one generation away probably from getting absolutely taken for a ride by some AI videos.
I'll know when it's coming, Benny. You'll have posted on your Facebook. I do not give permission.
I do not give. Copy and paste this into your Facebook.
As soon as we got that, then you're trickable by those things.
Incredibly trickable. But yeah, it was enjoyable. And then following that was a movie called What She Doesn't Know. That's right, isn't it?
What She Doesn't Know.
You looked at me then as if I didn't know what the film was called, but
what Ben doesn't know is that the incorrect title of the film. He does know the correct one. He just said it.
You got to speak to the writer just now, which was nice, wasn't it?
Yeah, Sarah Howard had a
Seems
lovely chat
lovely.
with her, the co-writer of the film. I enjoyed this one. So on paper, I would say going into it, you're expecting possibly a slasher. And you do get a slasher to a degree.
Yeah,
but
it's
there's
almost
some-
got a slasher opening scene, and that sets the scene for the rest of the film and all these characters, doesn't it?
but some supernatural flavoring, some supernatural spice.
Yeah,
Not even spice, actually.
Seasoning.
Another
A slight-
ingredient.
a
like,
slight sprinkling seasoning.
yeah, it's in there with the supernatural element, and I think it gives this a nice different flavor to what we're seeing from the slasher genre traditionally.
Yes,
We've got a lot of focus on relationship in a single, fairly glorious location, but a single location, all in this single house. So you're not, going between the whole neighborhood. We're not going down the it's prom night, get ready route. We're going somewhere
prom
a little
night.
different. And I think we open this
Everything
one.
is all right. Sorry, can't help
Great.
but do that.
He's a
every time.
songsman, everyone. He's a song and danceman, like Hugh Jackman, his idol. Yeah, like I think you could be led to believe that this is going to be a prom night type of slasher, but in fact we opened with the people being at the Too Pretty for Prom party.
Yeah,
And maybe that's this film's statement in saying like we're coming away from the prom night, we're going to do something entirely different. And I was interested in the direction it went.
yeah. In terms of familiar face, it's got and forgive me for not having the name to hand, but the lead from a movie called Last Straw, which I think was the closing movie at FrightFest Glasgow last year, maybe the
It
year
was.
after. It
You
was,
are
wasn't it? Yeah.
correct.
So I recognised her, and
I'll get the name if I can.
Yeah,
You can avoid me glancing down at my phone, Ben, like I'm very rude and I'm not interested in what you're saying.
it's fine. I'm used to it, to be honest, mate. I'm used to your attitude. But yeah, it went in some interesting directions. I think like there was definitely for me a little bit of a lull in the second act where I was a bit like, where's this going to go? Is it going to go somewhere interesting? And when it did, and there was a particular reveal, which of course I won't spoil, I was shocked. I didn't see it coming. And again, I said before, maybe that says more about me being a bloody idiot, but I didn't see it coming, and it was a nice sort of change of pace, and yeah, and the final act was good as well.
Jessica Belkin was the name you were looking for.
Do you know what I am going to say though? I'm going to say this, right? Okay, this is I'm going back to Appofeniacs now. Establishing now, I know the non-linear narrative of this, and I'm going to say it felt a little bit like it with What She Doesn't Know as well, even though it kind of made sense for this. Interesting characters that get killed off too fast. There was an interesting character in Appofeniacs, and
I knew
feel
that
like,
had been playing on your mind.
yeah, you knew it, didn't you?
He's been obsessed, everybody.
You've been bloody obsessed.
Second she appeared on screen.
Well, it's just disappointing, isn't it? Because I feel like out of the group of people, she is the most interesting character in Appofeniacs. You're going to find the name of this person for me as well, ain't you?
Now you put
She's the
pressure
most-
on me to be able to spell Appofeniacs, Ben. Come on.
Spell Appofeniacs right now. Don't make a bloody mistake, you idiot. Spelling bee all over again.
I did it, everybody. Thank you to
You got
Safe
it.
Search. APPOFENIACS.
Yeah, and that's easy for you to say. Here we go. Someone rollerblading backwards right past us. Absolutely.
London's mad, isn't
London's mad. You don't get out on the streets of Perth and
You don't. It's too early.
It's just too bloody illy.
It'd be going much faster. He'd go so fast. He'd go back in time.
He'd be
Mate.
going much faster. It would be going not fast at all, uphill. You can't ice skate uphill, can you?
As Blade once told
As
you.
Blade once told you. But yeah, killing off characters probably too soon when I feel like they've got so much more to give into the narrative. And it is disappointing in films like that because you go, oh, who's left? Did you not feel like that a couple of times? I felt like that with Appofeniacs. I felt like what
That was
doesn't
because
know.
Phoenix, though, because of the non-linear state of it. Someone could quite easily come back. So
I
Ben,
feel like disappointingly in what she
you're
doesn't know,
absolutely
they bring in a character who we haven't spent any time with for the finale, and that is disappointing because the stakes, despite the fact that there are some other things at play, the stakes are relatively low when you're spending time with a character that you have no idea about. Essentially,
your favorite character, Ben, who you are lamenting the lack of more screen time for, was Simran Jahani, who
Simran Jahani. Yeah,
I'm willing to say is your girlfriend and that you love.
I mean, don't put words in my mouth.
Just
Please don't. Just did. Okay, so what we're gonna do now? We're gonna try and get some more interviews. Try and catch up with some people. But
Don't jinx it, mate. You might have a big one coming up.
don't jinx it.
I won't say the name, but he's excited.
And next, we're taking a brief break from the main screen, and a Serbian documentary will be coming up at I think around about 6 o'clock. So we'll be locking in for that one. And you know, if you like a Serbian film, if you don't like a Serbian film, is probably going to be a decent insight
Get ready
into
to learn some more about it.
behind the scenes of a film, which was very, very controversial. Wasn't it banned from FrightFest or something happened like that?
It's in the FrightFest documentary, the controversy around the Serbian film and the ripples that continues to have all these years later.
Ripples said ripples again. Said that earlier.
No, it's Appofeniacs
I love a
now.
good ripple.
I've also
Galaxy
been equally
ripple.
distracted by that incredibly off their face person that just went off behind camera.
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. What are they off their face on? Drink, drugs, or horror films? Which one?
It could be all three. They're walking like Jack Sparrow.
As the crow flies. I've done it again. I've done it again 3 times.
Right, I think we've gone delirious already, and it's only day 2. Should we go and see if we can get another interview? Maybe.
Yes.
If we're very good. A little bit of grub.
Oh, let's do it. Let's treat ourselves.
See you in a little bit, everybody.
In a bit. Let's clink these together.
Cheers.
Hello, I'm here with the director and the star of Appofeniacs. It's Chris Marshmallow and Aaron Holliday. We've seen the film, and we were asking you some questions off camera a second ago when we shouldn't have done that because I'm definitely not lying. Truth only here. So talking about Appofeniacs, we really enjoyed it. How was it watching it with the audience just then? Was it good fun?
Oh yeah, I mean it was surreal because this was our world premiere, and so first time watching it with an audience and in such an amazing theater, it was very cool.
And it's your debut feature as well, isn't it?
And it's debut feature. Yeah, debut feature. Yes. So yeah. Yeah, debut feature. Oh my god, I still can't say it. Debut feature. Yes.
It's okay.
Very exciting.
We're gonna be okay.
Very exciting.
How was the process of working together on this film? Was it a good time?
Oh, Aaron's fucking awesome. Yes, it was a very good time. I fought to have him. We met, and I had to do some convincing to make sure he trusted me on my first film, and fortunately he did. And he was brilliant. Every day after set with him, like and just being on set with him, I definitely know that I definitely had moments of like, yeah, this guy's fucking.
All right, guys.
Oh, dude. Oh, guys.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
What a beautiful moment.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm glad that we've captured that.
Aww.
We talked about the non-linear nature of the film. How was that in terms of directing? How was it in terms of your performance as well? Because obviously you're there for establishing your character.
Yeah.
You go away for a while and then come back. I was glad you came back, of course.
Well, I was really isolated. He kept me in a box, like in a cage in the basement the whole time.
Okay.
Contractual.
Yeah, contractual. No, I actually put it in the contract that that's like what I
is that in every contract?
what I need.
of yours?
Oh yeah. No, so I, not just saying I read the script a couple times prior, but then when actually shooting it, very hyper focused on just the scenes that I'm doing at that point. So watching the movie fully formed, I was just as shocked as like most of the audience, because it's you can imagine it, but with a horror film in a script, it's so much about editing and the special effects or the practical gore or whatever that is being written. But I mean, woo!
Oh,
we got another fan, another star. So seeing it, that was crazy because I was so isolated from the rest of the cast. It was a cool experience to see all the bloodshed.
Yeah, it was a great performance. Very manipulative character you play. Does that come quite naturally? Would you say?
That's no, definitely not.
Side-eye?
Nothing like my character. No, but actually, it was kind of cathartic to be able cathartic.
Yeah, cathartic. Yeah.
It's kind of cathartic.
man.
Thank you. I'm exhausted. To be able to do that and to get, I don't know, just be an asshole, just be an absolute dickhead. That it was, a little bit of therapy. I think that was I've told him this, but that was one of the big selling points for the film is he wrote a really fun, cool, horrible character, and that was very, very tempting to play. So
Yeah, a really fun
glad
script.
you enjoyed this horrible man.
Yeah, I did. So obviously we talked about the non-linear narrative and those comparisons. We had some questions after the screen and those comparisons to, like, I guess, Pulp Fiction in a way. That kind of comes alongside non-linear narratives anyway.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But you said before that was kind of like the way you kind of write and the way you kind of craft these films anyway, right?
Yeah, I just kind of I tend to gravitate towards writing that way. I guess I enjoy writing multiple short stories and then bringing them together. It's easier for me to write that way, so that's what I gravitate towards. And I guess I love those kind of films. Like I love like Magnolia. Like Magnolia is fucking great. And Boogie Nights, while it's not like super non-linear-ish, the just ensemble stories, I really enjoy those. So
and you do such a good job at piecing together all those minute details that really matter, but and you're not spoon feeding the audience. They're just done in a really clear way, and I think that's really hard to do, but it's so satisfying when it happens. Like when those little things pop up and you understand why, and you're trusting the audience to understand why. It's like, oh yeah.
Or when a character pops up and you're like, okay, so that's where that character was at this particular time. They're on their way to hit. It's super fun.
Yeah, just fun.
I love it.
It's fun. So it's not like, I'm a 90s kid. So I grew up on, like, I was kind of introduced to cinema through like Pulp Fiction and Goodfellas, Boogie Nights, Clerks, Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness. So like those films are just ingrained in me. So it is going to bleed through. And I guess like just from those early days, like I just kind of loved the ensemble and the multiple storylines, and I have a couple other scripts I'm working on, and they're similar in that realm of things.
Another thing I appreciate, and I thought this was really good, was that the inclusion of AI as a plot device rather than just AI bad. It was kind of it was like a plot device to move these characters on, help us understand more about your character and the lengths your character's willing to go to get what they want, essentially. I enjoyed that because obviously in 2025, we're all creatives are kind of talking about AI. They all have something to say. I feel like that's the first instance of something where I'm going, okay, this makes sense. This feels like a plot device rather than anything else.
Oh, that's right on, man. That's really cool to hear. Because yes, that was very intentional, and that's absolutely the response that I want. Because it's the catalyst, but I wanted to tell a story that shows like that we are going to cause problems. Like this is a tool. This is simply something that another human is going to use to create chaos. That the AI and the technology is not the bad guy of the film. Humans are, and even our antagonist is not the villain. Like we have an antagonist, but the fallout comes from everyone else responding to the deep fakes. And so that was just really important for me to focus on the human element. And also, I'm just not a fan of like films that spend so much time with characters on the phone and social media and all that. Like, I wanted to give you just a little bit.
Yeah, you really just did the bare minimum of what you needed. With the phone.
Super bare minimum. That's all I wanted to do because I just wanted to spend time with the characters.
Yeah.
Great, there we go. So, Appofeniacs, when can wider audiences be able to see the film?
That's a great fucking question, man.
Do you want to buy it? You want to buy it?
Yeah, anyone
want to buy it?
We do have a North American premiere at Fantastic Fest, so that's next month. So that's very exciting. We are pumped for that, and then from there, we don't know. So we'll see. Like, maybe some other festivals, maybe a distributor buys it sooner than later, and. I would love it. I would love a theatrical run, but however people can see it, I hope it gets released so you all can watch.
Lots and lots of smoky cigarettes you had to go through as well. What was that like? How many takes of that? Were you just like stood off screen slightly going, smoke more, I mean, in your mouth.
Like I was in the car with you.
Yeah, no, it got crazy. It got crazy. Well, because they're fake. They're like herbs and
they're fake.
Like it's like tea almost.
Well, okay.
Yeah. It's like
there's still a bunch of smoke and smell coming from. They're fake in the sense that they're not putting.
It's not tobacco.
Yeah, they're not putting.
It's like flowers and tea leaves almost.
That sounds lovely.
No, that's marijuana.
What's the thing that's in cigarettes? What's the
tobacco? Nicotine.
Nicotine.
Yeah. Oh, so it's not got the.
Nicotine fucking him up in that sense.
Yeah.
everything else
Still
about
smoke coming out, and
everything else about it.
we
was
did
real.
shoot it in the car with the windows.
Yeah, and I was sitting in the
closed
back
and-
seat with the windows
Yeah,
closed.
no, and a lot of takes,
so much smoke.
But for me, they taste horrible. The
do they?
fake ones.
do they?
I mean, I like a real one here and there, but the fake ones taste really bad. And but I'm like I need it to look like I'm actually smoking a cigarette. So I was inhaling that shit like I had been smoking for since before the war.
Yeah, and I didn't want him vaping because like I'm not a huge fan of vaping.
We've had this discussion.
It just doesn't look cool.
We have had the same discussion recently where we said that like smoking still exists in cinema
Yeah.
because it looks cool.
Yeah.
That's the reason.
And there's something about, I don't know how other people feel, but for me, when I'm acting, if I can get a cigarette in my hand,
right?
I'm gonna go off. Like it just makes
it
you
gives- it
come
gives you
along.
that-
Like,
yeah,
"Duh."
for sure. It gives you
So
motivation.
that was a
Yeah.
really good tool to, be the biggest asshole that I could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you had nothing to do with your hands, you probably couldn't lean into the asshole as much as possible. Pardon the
Just be
pun.
way too nice and normal.
Yeah, and visually, and you get the smoke, and it creates like a really cool atmosphere. And there's no denying that like James Dean back in the fucking day, like he made smoking look cool on camera. Like I don't
you
smoke.
heard it here.
I don't smoke. I've never
it's your
smoked. I'm
fault,
not a
James
fan of it,
Dean.
but like I can recognize that it looks fucking cool. It does. It does. It's bad. Kids don't smoke, but just get into movies.
Yeah,
if
don't
you
smoke,
want.
don't
You gotta
smoke,
do it.
don't
Make it look
smoke.
cool.
It's movie. You smoke
Don't
some
smoke.
lovely cheap cigarette.
Just watch people smoking fake cigarettes in movies.
Yeah. Because it added so much more to your character. If you weren't smoking, like I do feel that like not even on a looking cool level, but the smoke and the atmosphere it created, and also like with your agitation and frustration, like having that, it definitely adds to that. Where like I didn't want him being all vape. Like no, it doesn't create the same type of energy that that cigarette does. So.
I feel like we spent more time
Agreed.
talking about the fake cigarettes than anything else. But still,
That's the longest answer. Also, I feel like we've slowly been creeping away from the camera.
yeah, what does that mean? What does that mean? We're just like
started like 2 or 3 feet.
maybe we should go over to the other side of the park and get him to film. Yeah, let's end it. Okay, let's go over here. Let's end it right over here. You got to stand much further away. Well, thank you very much, Chris. Thank you, Aaron. It's been it's been an absolute pleasure. And congratulations again on the film. And thank you for taking the time to chat to us.
Thank
right on.
you.
Thanks, man. Really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Hi, Mom and Dad.
Oh yeah. Gotta say hi to my mom and dad. Give a little shout out to the pops and moms.
To the pops and moms. Yeah, thank you. We love you, Landa.
Hello again, everybody. I am joined right now by D.W. Medoff, the director of Your Host, a film we've enjoyed this FrightFest year already. D.W., nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Andy.
And
Thank you so much.
congratulations on the movie.
Thank you.
It's a lot of fun.
I love
It's
hearing that.
yeah. And where did you begin with this story? Are you a big quiz show host fan growing up?
It's funny enough. I used to get sick and would have to stay at my grandmother's house, and we would watch Price is Right all day. And I wouldn't say that necessarily affected this movie, but yeah, I love quiz shows.
And we've talked about Your Host. So Jackie Earl Hurley playing the titular host.
Yeah.
Was he the first person that sprung to mind when you came up with the character? When you looked at the character?
It's funny you said that. I just looked over and he looked me in the eye as you asked that question. Yes, he was just an incredible dream to work with. I mean, the guy is super talented, super collaborative. He has so much experience acting, writing, directing, that working with him made me so much better at my craft. It was a masterclass. Every day working with him was a masterclass.
And then, speaking of the work you did together then, so you put the rest of your cast through it. The characters, they all seem fine. They all seem to be smiling, and they're still, I saw them greeting you outside. They still seem very fond of you. But you put the characters through a lot on screen.
Yeah, I did.
What fun was, how long were you brainstorming all those terrible tortures you had in store for them?
My whole life. No, I mean, we had like a couple weeks of prep while we were getting ready to shoot. I had a week of prep with them. And funny enough, in our week of prep, we were all joking around, having a great time. And I said to them, just so you know, once we get into shooting, I'm going to change personalities and I'm going to be much meaner. About a day into that, I lost that. I love having fun. I love being sarcastic. And we got together so well. All four of us plus Jackie. So I call them the four, and then we have Jackie. But the five of us all got together and bonded so well so quickly that I didn't have to pretend to be a bad guy to get them where they needed. I was able to kind of just be with them, and we were all in that headspace together. There was a lot of difficulties, but we did it together.
And this is what I love hearing about filmmaking. Like you have challenges, you come up against things, but you creatively and with the people you have behind you find a way around them. And at the time we're talking here, the movie hasn't screened here at FrightFest just yet. We're a couple of hours out.
I'm excited.
What are you hoping the takeaway from the audience is going to be?
I just hope people have a lot of fun. It's a dark movie. There's a serious undertone to it, but at the end of the day, this was a movie that I wanted to do because it seemed like fun.
Mm-hmm.
And despite it being heavy and hard and mean and dealing with some actual stuff, it is fun. And, my first two movies were real slow burns, and getting to edit this one was fun. Being part of the music mixing was fun. It was just high energy the whole time. And I love that.
And it's amazing. You talk about like the darker themes. There is a great talk about, the production of entertainment and the personalities and sometimes the power dynamics and the abuses of those power dynamics that can occur there as well.
Yes.
And I think you navigate that very well with the story and with Jackie's character in particular, who is, no surprises, she's presented as he's tormenting these characters, right? But
sure, yeah.
You still have some sympathy for him as you go through the film, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know exactly how to answer that, how far, because everyone's going to see this and feel a little differently.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say that nothing in life is black and white.
Mm-hmm.
There are many shades of gray for everything, many shades of color to everything. Between black and white is the entire gamut of colors. So a hero is never a good guy, and a bad guy is never always a villain. I maybe messed that up a little. Let me try that again. A good guy is not always perfect,
mm-hmm.
and a bad guy is not always evil. There is balance to these things, and whether I do that in this movie or my next movie or movies to come, there's something about a bad character and a good character both wanting the same thing, and perspective of the audience and perspective of them. Perspective
Awesome.
matters.
Well, I think it comes across very well. That's my vote, but we'll see what everyone else says about it. I suspect they're going to have a great time watching it. DW, thank you for spending a couple of minutes with us.
Thanks, Andy. Cheers.
Cheers.
It's Joelle and Jamie, the stars of Your Host. Hello, welcome to the Horror Hangout, and congratulations on the film. It's a super, super fun film, isn't it?
Really light, really, really fun. Really, you hope that you don't get done by the hosts.
Yeah. That was good.
We got it.
Next movie, that will be the theme tune.
Yeah, so it's like a villain.
Your Host 2.0.
The closing track. Oh my god, I'm getting flustered now. This isn't going the way I expected it to. We've just had this way. It's a super fun film. Well, how was it filming it? Did you guys have fun making the film? I know it's a bit gruesome, but you must have had fun as well, right?
It was fantastic. We really, I feel like you really trauma bond when it's like close past. All of you, thank you. All of you, all the time in the same place, dying together. No spoilers. That doesn't spoil anything, I promise.
It's a horror film. I think it's to be expected.
Yeah, really, really trauma bonds.
Yeah.
And in a way, that's beautiful.
Agreed.
If you guys went up against Jackie or Haley in this twisted quiz show, do you think you'd survive?
I think there were a couple of times on set where I captured him lacking a bit, and I was like, I could take him out right now.
I think out of anybody, James would have done it.
He would have done it.
He would have done it. The rest of us, we would have.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, it's a great film. It's a great experience. Awesome to have seen it. It's such good fun. We enjoyed it and enjoyed the premiere.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Hello there. We've just seen the Toxic Avenger, haven't we?
We have a long time coming.
A long time coming, yeah. So 2023, I think, was when this film premiered. and distribution rights or whatever has stopped it from reaching big audiences. But yeah, so we've managed to see it at FrightFest, the UK premiere. Well, not the UK premiere, the
English
London
premiere.
English premiere. Don't get confused.
Scotland last week, everyone. Come on.
Yeah, so this is out next week in the UK.
General release in the UK next Friday.
29th of August, I believe.
I think if we're gonna call it then, if you find yourself with a cinema trip on the cards next week, go and see the Toxic Avenger.
Go and see the Toxic Avenger because this is a good time. It's very fun. It's very over the top. Lots of Easter eggs for fans of the original, fans of trauma films in general. So it's really, really funny. It's a cast of colourful characters: Elijah Wood, Kevin Bacon, obviously Peter Dinklage. I've forgotten some other names, but there's loads of famous faces in it. It's very over the top. Lots of incredible gore. Lots of toxic moments.
Lots
That
of
was it.
glowing green ooze.
Lots of glowing green ooze. When we say toxic moments, we don't mean moments of toxic masculinity or anything like that, do we? We mean
quite the opposite.
Quite the opposite.
A caring and loving man.
Caring, loving man, and it's despite the fact it's about a man who has incurable disease, who goes through a transformation, a toxic transformation, becoming a symbol of vengeance. Sounds like I'm just talking about Batman, but becoming a symbol of vengeance for not Tromaville, but a place very similar
called St. Roma's Village.
Roma's Village, yeah.
And like the faded signs, and I loved it the same as you had like New Chemistry High School as well. Very good.
What were the nuts people called? The Killer Nuts?
Killer Nuts.
The Killer Nuts. So a band of crazy cats, all with various different skill sets. There's like a parkour man, a flipping guy, like a mad drummer, a demonic keyboard player, like a juggalo front man in this band, and a big chicken head. No spoilers, but yeah, it was everything I expected and more.
It was the type of madness that I expect from a trauma movie.
Yeah,
I love a little Lloyd Kaufman.
It was the unrated Lloyd Kaufman cameo. It was an unrated version we got to see. I don't know if that's the theatrical cut that we're going to get to see. But yeah, it was a good time and it was very heartfelt and, a real feel good film, despite the fact people are getting their heads ripped off left, right, and center, right, and left.
If you're in for a Toxic Avenger movie, this is what you sign up for, I think, and not disappointed.
I'm not disappointed, not even slightly. It was a good time. It was a good time for all involved. So we're gonna. What are we gonna do next?
Join us now, where we're looking around in case one of the people who played the Toxic Avenger themselves, Luisa Guerreiro, is around. We heard her speak wonderfully at the Q&A. I think she may have just had some photos and then gone off, so we might not catch her. But
yeah, we're gonna
we'll
try
on the record. I think it was great to hear her speak about the experience.
Yeah, very, very energetic, very enthusiastic about the role. So
and a good performance, like delivered in so much prosthetic as well.
Yeah, it really was. And then we've got the late night film, the final film, which is called Flush. Is it Flush or Flushed? Flush. Yeah. I've been bloody flush. I'm flush with the Benjamins.
It's going to be on Ireland, Joe Ben. It's really French, isn't it?
Is it? Is it French? It's going to be Andy's top film of the year, no matter what happens in it. French, he's immediately involved. He loves it. He keeps telling you. He thinks you're French. You're not French, right?
No.
But you can do some French, can't you? Oui. Un petit. Yeah. Also, there is a gratuitous moment of Toxic Avenger dong, and that's not a spoiler because that has been all over the social media.
That's got those puritanical folks losing their mind.
But not only is there's not only a Toxic Avenger dong, but there is also hot, steaming, toxic piss as well.
All over.
Okay, right. We'll catch up with you soon.
Catch you in a bit, everybody.
In a bit.
We said we'd hope to do it, and we have achieved it. So, fresh out of the Toxic Avenger, I'm now joined by the star herself, Luisa. That was incredible.
Thank you very much. It was a lot of fun to film.
It looked like you had a lot of fun, and obviously we've just started talking about but you say you've done lots of combat work in your past. How do you train for a role like the Toxic Avenger?
I mean, I don't know unless you know it's in your future and it's your destiny. I don't know how you prepare for it. I was lucky when they were looking for someone. I think the brief came out. They wanted someone who was an actor first and foremost, because I think you want to get the nuance and the heart of what's happening. You don't want it to be over-expressive, but you needed someone who could also adapt their performance like dial up the volume and down through prosthetics. So they wanted someone who's a good actor with prosthetics experience and combat. And I read it and went, my life has come to this moment. When everyone else was studying jazz and I picked up a sword, now it has happened.
This is a bit of me. You're right.
I was like, oh my goodness, please let me get a seat. And then did a self-tape, sent it through. You never think anything of it. You just do it and then you get about. And 2 days later, I had a message to my agent who'd basically said, yeah, they'd love to have a chat with you. The director just wants to have a chat to see how you might fulfill this role, to see if we're all on the same page. It's not a selection. It's just to see how they filter down their applicants, shall we say. And I was like, yeah, who's the director? And it was like, oh, it's a guy called Macon Blair. And I was like, hold the phone. I've seen some of his work. So I got very excited. They said another cast member will be on the call. I was doing a student film at the time. I was dressed in a towel because apparently it's a woman who falls in love with a goldfish.
As you do.
It
could happen.
I was like, standard, big time. And I was like, oh, it's Macon. Hi, how are you? And Peter Dinklage. It was fabulous. And it was one of those moments where I was like, oh, wow, okay, so I'll be doubling Peter, and my job then is just to be Peter. Like, I don't need anyone to, it was a non-ego performance.
And how do you deal with that level of collaboration on a role, but two of you sort of bringing the same character to life?
It's a symbiotic relationship. Like, he's going to make the choices as the actor, and then when I'm in the suit, I am the movement artist, but I'm also the actor using my experience to fill in all the gaps of improvisation. Because when you're with other actors, if you just regurgitate everything you've rehearsed in terms of mannerisms and stick to that, if they give you something different in the scene when they're filming, it's not going to ring true. Because it's basically like having a parallel universe running alongside another parallel. It doesn't work. So, or the person who's like, I will just remember my lines, and when there's a silence, I will say it. So you just have to be in the moment. And so I had to know Peter being Winston so well that I felt I could improvise as him and it would seem seamless. That was the task. That was the challenge.
And well, we know trauma certainly from our past growing up, whether you watch the movies, whether I know you say you watched the cartoon show in preparation for this as well.
I watched the original as well. So I did that once I was in it to find the vibe. Yeah, it was selective. Not something I'd show my mum.
They have a wild world over in trauma. Have they got under your skin? Are you going to be back for more of their rebooted world if they get the chance to?
Oh, I'm not even going to think about it. The minute they say, "Would you like to do it?" I'm like, "Yes." There is no argument in my brain about that.
I mean, if they follow the pattern of the original, you get to go to Japan next time.
Oh, amazing! I know that would be excellent.
Beat up a load of lads over there, get some travel out of it.
Bring it on! Bring it on!
What a wonderful time. Well, that was incredible. You've certainly deserved a rest for the evening, so I hope someone's already got you a drink in. Thank you for finding a few minutes for us.
No, absolutely.
Everyone can see The Toxic Avenger at cinemas next week in the UK, next Friday.
29th, yes.
What else are you doing, everyone? The nights are drawing in now. Come on. Get yourself down cinema.
Yep, and just remember, Toxie is the hero we need now.
Exactly, more than
ever. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now just take out your bins. Also take out your bins.
Yeah. Do your recycling, everyone. Come on.
Hello there. I'm here with Emma Cownley.
Hey.
Hey there.
Hello.
This was a lovely little nook. I feel like we were in this nook last year together.
We were a few times actually. We were in here as 3.
We were in the Heroes 3 in Nook together.
We were. Emma, Ben, and Andy.
Oh yeah.
In the Nook.
We did work that out to the tune of. Well, I didn't. I wasn't involved, but to the tune of Tots TV, right?
Yeah, we did. And
remember how it goes?
Yeah, I'm a tot. Je suis le tot. Emma, Ben, and Andy.
Emma, Ben, and Andy. That's exactly right.
And it was.
And you're the French one.
It was over drinks that happened.
It was over. You haven't been drinking, have you?
A
while ago.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
What happened was I went into a Serbian documentary alone. Emma Cownley and Andy wandered off to get, I guess, food.
Yeah,
came that drunk.
Had a nice spot of Korean barbecue.
Yeah, that's lovely.
And some soju. And also some beer. And then we came back to watch The Toxic Avenger. And if you're going to watch a film drunk, let it be that one.
Yeah, I feel like if you looked at the whole program and picked out one film to watch,
a party film,
slightly slightly, what would you say? Not quite drunk,
Yeah,
but buzzed.
Yeah.
Yeah, slightly.
It should be that one.
Yeah, loosey goosey.
I laughed until I cried. Yeah.
What bit? I don't know why I said it like that. Like I had no lips. What bit made you laugh until you cried?
Well, I don't know if I can say, because what if it ruins it?
Yeah, that's true. It is quite a big moment.
Yeah.
It wasn't Toxic Dong that made you laugh, because that wasn't like a funny bit. That,
There was a rock out with your cock out moment, which I really appreciated.
There was a rock out with your cock out moment,
Yeah.
considering it followed 2 breast reveals. Well,
Yeah.
4 breast reveals in total, but 2 sets.
Yeah. 2 sets, 4 boobs in total.
But then evened out with a penis.
A dick copter.
Oh yeah. A dick copter. We've all done it, and it's the first
Well, I've
thing.
not,
You've not, but it's the first thing you would do if you
If
found
I
yourself
had
in that
one,
situation.
I actually would.
Yeah, everyone says that, and I say yes, exactly. It's fun.
I believe you asked me here to talk about transcending dimensions.
Yeah. Okay, so we got a couple of films to very quickly cover before we go into the last film of Friday. One of which is Transcending Dimensions, which you saw. Me and Andy didn't get a chance to see. So I guess, just give us a little brief review of that.
I mean, I couldn't necessarily tell you what the plot is because I am not certain that I know, but I watched that whole thing and enjoyed it without really understanding what was going on. And I think that speaks volumes for the quality of the storytelling. The sound is so masterfully deployed. And it's not just music. The music is such unexpected choices and so characterful for the moments that it's used in, but also sounds like breathing and kind of rain and conch, blowing in a conch. The sound, to see it in the cinema, I think if you don't have a good sound system,
With the old Dolby.
you're doing yourself a doubly. You're doing yourself a disservice to watch it
You're doing
without
yourself a Dolby
good sound.
disservice.
Also, the visuals. It is a stunning film. If I had to summarize it, I'd say it's fucking stunning. Absolutely stunning. Mind-bending. Beautiful.
What kind of genre would you class as? Because I've only seen the trailer, so and even I, a man of limited intelligence, was probably a bit like, what's going on here?
I would say that it is of an ilk of Everything Everywhere All at Once, because it is funny. It's like darkly funny.
Okay.
And interesting and engaging. Even when you don't really understand what's going on, you're just enjoying what you're watching. There's a lot of really clever sound stages where it's clearly like mirrored, and they're like a fun house. You can't see the camera, but the characters are like, it's like a kaleidoscope. Oh, it's so cool. I really, really, really enjoyed it. The script was clever and funny, and I just loved it.
I did really want to see it. I think it just happened to fall at a point when we decided to just take a bit of a break, which happens, doesn't it? But I'm sure I'll catch up with it and be able to check it out. At some
And
point.
if you figure out what the fuck went on, please do let me know.
Andy Conduit-Turner just sidles over. Now I'm in an Andy Conduit-Turner and a candy sandwich. Now it's finally the 3 together.
We're an Oreo and you're the creamy filling.
I am the creamy filling. I am a creamy filling. Now you're just leering.
You plug it in, aren't you, with these things?
All right. What are you drinking?
Nice glass of water.
A nice glass of water. Guess what? Eureka booze. Eureka booze. I find the betting slips again.
Wait, if he stinks of it, then that means I do.
You don't actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
We're drinking strawberry flavour, so...
Drinking strawberry flavored soju. We had a lovely lunch while you were watching a Serbian documentary.
And that's what I was doing. While you guys were having a lovely lunch, I was watching a Serbian documentary. What happened there? Oh! And also the ceiling from Jurassic Park, the Velociraptors come down. You remember?
Is any of this going to be usable footage?
All of it. All of it.
Doesn't matter. It's all going in.
So I guess while you guys were doing that, I was watching a Serbian documentary.
That didn't sound like a fun day to me, so I was like,
No.
opt out.
I'm definitely not of the class of people who go, Serbian documentary is bloody misunderstood. It's actually a great piece of cinema.
Sounds like I'm right, love.
I'm a bit like, I know it's bad, but I don't really remember it all that well because I saw it when it came out once, and then I'm kind of like the documentary kind of frames it as this is a really in-depth film about the history of Serbia and and all of the sort of situations that the people have been going through in the last couple of decades and everything like that. Representing that life fucks you as soon as you're born, life fucks you when you're alive, and then life fucks you when you're dead, in very literal terms. Now I understand that and I get that, but do I think that this film is definitely saying those things? Do I think?
He does.
I don't know if I entirely do. Like, seeing the behind the scenes stuff makes you realize how many great practical effects went into it. That stuff I maybe didn't know.
Okay.
And also like what kind of like a nice environment the set was, because you'd think super dark subject matter. Maybe the set's going to be, because people are naked all the time, people are covered in fake blood. There are rubber babies knocking about.
I mean, until the rubber babies, it kind of sounds like a good time.
Until the rubber babies, that's it.
And I was like, that's
yeah. I judge you if you didn't think that, but so it is a good documentary. I love it. Andy knows I love a documentary.
He loves a documentary. If you take my word for it,
take his word for it.
Did you ever catch the documentary from the Glasgow FrightFest, the folk horror documentary, Last Ritual Sacrifice?
Yes. We saw that Last Sacrifice, the Wicker Man one. Yeah, that was good.
Loved that documentary. That's a documentary I can get behind.
Hell yes. This one, I mean, controversial films. I don't like controversial films for controversy's sake.
Yeah.
Do I necessarily? I can kind of see both sides of the coin with this one. If someone says that's disgusting, that's horrible, why would you watch that? You're wrong. I'd say correct. And if you also said this is actually a really in-depth look at this, that, and the other, I'd also go, yeah, probably. Does that sound like I'm sitting on the fence? Yes, I've got splinters in my ass.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah. Have you ever actually seen a Serbian film?
No. It's not my. It doesn't sound. I mean, I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? On this earth.
I'm here for a long time, not a good time. I want it to be as painful as possible. Have you seen the Serbian documentary? Film?
I've seen neither. I'm afraid. I'm not morally or physically against it. It's just content is infinite. Time is not.
I would say
you're here for a good time, not a long time. There you go.
It's not. I don't think it's the worst film I've ever seen. I mean, subject matter.
It's not a compliment, is it?
But I also I find it kind of confusing when people go, "That's one of my favorite films," because I say, "What are you trying to prove?"
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It can't be, surely. What's the time?
C'est dommage.
Oh, that means we're wrapping up.
Oh shit.
So we're gonna go and watch. We're gonna watch something called Flush, which isn't about poker. It's about toilets.
Toilets, my favorite kind of horror.
Hello, cinema, mon amis.
He's off his face, this guy. he's absolutely smushed. Anyway, it's been a pleasure. Thank you, Emma Cownley. A pleasure as always.
No.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome. It is now day 3, Saturday.
Yeah,
FrightFest. How you feeling, Ben?
I'm feeling okay.
Mentally, physically prepared for another day horror movies?
I feel like I am prepared. I'm feeling pretty sleepy today. It's just because it took me a long time to get off the sleep.
You haven't been out on the sauce.
We haven't been out on the sauce.
Just staying up late, chatting like Stephen Bloody Fry.
Those jewels swinging, not because of drugs, because of talking,
because of chatting on.
Because of chatting on.
But we're still ready. We're about to go in for day 3. But before we did that, we thought it would be remiss not to get together. We'll do a Discovery Screen Roundup later, but a little chat about the last film that we saw last night, which was
Flush. A film called Flush, which is pretty much a single location thriller, I guess you would say. Taut 70 minutes.
Yeah.
As somebody said at 11:15, this film's 70 minutes, so you'll be out before midnight. And I turned to Andy and said, well, he can't tell the time.
But he was right. He was right about one thing.
Go on.
It was 70 minutes.
It was 70 minutes. Well, yeah, I'm not going to argue with that.
70 minutes. He doesn't know. Maybe he thinks you're going to run home exceptionally fast.
Maybe he played the film in 1.5 speed. No.
Maybe that's it.
Who would do that?
Absolute psychos, Ben.
Psychopaths.
Flush, though, I really liked it. I thought it was, you know me, Ben. I love a French horror movie. I think French cinema has been kicking out some absolutely belting horrors in the last few years. Have a certain je ne sais quoi about
it. It's got a certain that French thing. You're right, it does. Man with his head stuck in a toilet pretty much for the whole film. Not a traditional toilet, was it?
It's like a squatter.
Like a squatter toilet, yeah. So makes more sense to get your head stuck in. Gets his foot stuck in it initially, which you think would be...
Yeah. And then falls afoul of a drug dealer who, in a violent altercation, jams his head in there.
Yeah. I thought maybe he was bloody dead after that. When he
does give him a pasting.
He gives him a pasting. But also, a nice, interesting twist on this is that there's a rat, but not only a rat, it's like a drug sniffer rat.
It's taunting him.
It's taunting him. It's involved in. I mean, I guess it's like the thing that kicks it all off. This particular film, isn't it? The rat rat being involved.
Because our hero, let's be clear, is not an entirely good guy. He's someone who's trying to get his life back together.
Yeah.
But then he finds an opportunity when he all of a sudden comes across by accident a drug dealer's stash. He just think, "Oh, I'll steal that."
This is a series of terrible decisions because there are so many decisions where he could literally just go, "Oh, I'll just walk away from this particular." I know he tries to walk away, but he just makes it worse for himself at every turn. It's a bit of a comedy of errors. We compared it to, if Mr. Bean was French, and what did you call him?
Monsieur Legume.
I enjoyed that.
I think legume is vegetable.
Okay.
Legumes are beans.
Mr. Vegetable. He's bloody Mr. Bean. If Mr. Bean had a drug habit and was French, this could be how it pans out, getting your head stuck in the toilet. Because how does you get yourself into these situations? And yeah, it's pretty much just like probably like 4 or 5 characters. And he's like a family man, but he's got an estranged family, so he's also like he's got himself into this situation, but he's desperately trying to get out of it. With any way you can see fit, and similar to like single location thrillers where you're just, this would be bloody boring staying here, wouldn't it, with this person for this whole time? It's not.
And then the last couple of FrightFests, we've had people stuck up on a high tower. We've had people stuck under the sea.
You're right.
Now stuck in the toilet,
stuck in bog.
I think this might be the worst one. Give me up the tower and the sea any day.
Absolutely, and I hate heights as well. But I think, I'm thinking about it. The tower was ever so high. It wasn't
fall off and die, wouldn't it?
I'd just fall off and die. Yeah,
roll off.
It'd be ever so windy up there. I just fall off and die. But
also, I guess it's more fearful because big tower like that, I'm just gonna never go up it.
Yeah,
horrible,
I'll never
dangerous cave dive. No, thank you. Safe dive for me.
True.
Falling in the toilet.
Yeah,
can happen to anyone.
Yeah, you're visiting places like that on the daily, aren't you?
Yeah,
maybe not frequenting toilets quite like that.
Yeah, not in a drug dealer's nightclub.
Not in a drug dealer's nightclub, no.
To be fair, 42 years old, been any nightclub. But
Andy's got his head stuck in the toilet again. Classic Andy.
Yeah, always. I really, really liked this film. It was, for such a tightly located film, it was funny, like really funny in parts. It was
gross out.
It was disgusting.
Shocking. I mean, like, I'm not much of a visceral. I don't have too many visceral reactions to films, but I do enjoy some of your visceral reactions. Hand over the mouth, gasp. I enjoy that. Like I'm a bit more of a.
He was tired.
A tut and a what is that? A reverse nod. An eye roll. A reverse nod. Bloody hell, Mr. Bean. But yeah, it was a good film. I think everybody had fun. Everybody enjoyed it. It got a good reaction.
And I think to escalate, bearing in mind where it came in the program, to come after a Toxic Avenger movie, and I think still garner a strong reaction. They weren't too tired out from all they'd already seen.
No, definitely not. I think if it was a longer film, you could perhaps see why people would be tired out. But when someone says it's the last film of the night, it's a tight 70 minutes, you can almost hear the relief. Oh, lovely.
People can't it up. I'll be in by midnight.
I'll be in by midnight if I run fast.
So there we go.
Yeah.
So that's Flush. A high recommend. Will it feature on my top picks and we do the wrap up? Maybe, Ben.
I think
maybe.
It's got to be up there. So we've got there were some films that we saw from Discovery screens yesterday prior to the festival. We're going to do a little bit of a wrap up of that later on.
We've got a wee break, haven't we?
We've got a wee break, so we're going to do a little wrap up of that. But first thing this morning, I'm going in for the first film on the main screen, which is The Red Mask.
The Red Mask.
And you, so we're splitting up.
Splitting the party.
Yeah.
Yeah. Red Mask for you. Short film showcase for me.
Beautiful. How wonderful. Looking forward to it. We'll catch up very soon.
It's the time. 9:59. Let's hit the bricks.
Oh, tasty. All the best. Hit those bloody bricks.
Hello, back from the front. Yes, again. How you doing, Ben?
Yeah, I'm doing good. A little bit sleepy. I had a long wink in. No, not a long wink. A long blink.
Long blink. And then last one.
A long wink. A long. Yeah, I mean, I would always say I'm dead against even nodding off in a cinema, but unfortunately, I did very briefly for that last one. Let's talk about.
You've taken your body to the max, though. To be honest, you've been on the long walk.
I feel like I've been on the long walk. Yeah, so that's one thing. We just saw the first 20 minutes of The Long Walk, the movie based on Stephen King's book. Who did they say it was directed by? But directed by the person who directed The Hunger Games and Constantine, I think. So, yeah. But yeah, we saw the first 20 minutes of it. Really good. And it almost made me kind of want to watch just the rest of the film. It didn't make me want to watch the film we had to watch after had to watch after that.
But you've chosen voluntarily, signing up for The Long Walk.
Yeah, but the 20 minutes of The Long Walk, very tense. I love the introduction of every character. It makes you kind of like understand them or care about them or not care about them initially, so that when it gets to a point where obviously they're going to end up dead, some of them possibly, spoiler alert, all but one, it's going to be difficult, isn't it? So
you can tell the tiredness, and I feel like I looked quite relatively fresh-faced when we arrived, but Emperor Palpatine by the end of the week.
You look like your face has been photocopied over and over again. I'm going to turn this way just because people are walking. Poor resolution. I'm slightly closer. Get a bit close.
Head's off the top.
Oh yeah, your head's off the top. So we're going to talk about some of the films we watched in the main screen today. It's day 3 on the Saturday. We opened with a film called The Red Mask, which is like a sort of meta slasher, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of like Wes Craven looking down on them from up above, saying, "There's your meta work." It's about a young female writer who has just picked up the keys to the kingdom of a beloved horror franchise to write the new entry, and it's about her writing process and a scary event happens with a real life slasher turning about a house while she's trying to write this finale.
Yeah,
as she's with her and a partner trying to role play out how they might want the finale to go. Really interesting.
I thought this film was at its best when it was meta, and it really leaned into the meta stuff. I like that. So I like talking about slashers. I enjoyed that. There was possibly like maybe the first half an hour or so where I was feeling a little bit unsure about where it was going to go. The stuff that was like online about sort of like toxic fandom and things like that, to me, that felt like it made sense. It locked in and it worked. It got a bit generic. It got a bit, it had a bit of a sag in the middle. I've mentioned that a couple of times about films here. There was a bit of a sag in the middle where I was a bit like, I don't know where this is going and what it's doing. I feel like a few films I've seen at the festival so far feel a little bit like they don't know what the end direction is going to be, and then it just sometimes when an ending feels a bit tacked on. Definitely felt a bit like that with this. I feel like the final act of this particular film felt a bit tacked on. It felt almost like, and now we've got a final girl, and now we've got like a Home Alone type scenario where traps are being set, etc., etc. It felt a bit tacked on. So for me, there was definitely some good stuff in there. But this film was at its best when it was meta. I don't even feel like The Red Mask is that great a design. I feel like if you're going to make, in terms of your franchise and the film and the lore of the film, you're literally saying this is the biggest horror franchise in the world in this particular instance. Make it look a bit better. It looked a bit naff.
I'm going the other way, Ben. I
look good the other bloody way, wouldn't you?
You guys got to zig, Ben. Gone and bloody zagged. I think because it's meant to be the most iconic horror franchise in the world of the film, then you're allowed that simplicity. You're allowed.
I don't even know it looks simple though. I feel like it wasn't even a case of it being simple. It just didn't look particularly menacing. I don't know. I feel like when you're establishing this as a fictional major franchise, a major killer, it needs to be believable. And for me, the believable bits were toxic fandom, were the way people act online, were the way
people... Give you a wankier answer then.
Give me a wankier answer.
What if the red mask is that the mask of anonymity that you have when you're slagging stuff off online? They're your red maskers.
I mean, it probably was that. Those are the bloody red maskers. Yeah, exactly.
I'll also give a quick shout out to independent comic from a couple of years back. Vincent's Red Mask from Mars. He's a heroic character.
Vincent Red Mask from Mars. Should we get David in to talk about Marshmallow?
Go on, let's get him.
Yeah, because David wanted to talk about Marshmallow with us.
Come and join us.
And
talk Marshmallow, David.
Want to talk about Marshmallow with us? That was you don't remember which one it was, unfortunately.
Stuck in, David.
Get in the middle. Get in the middle.
Hi. So I thought Marshmallow. Sorry, I thought Marshmallow was a bit slow to get going. I thought the killer costume was very generic. It just looked like a typical doctor's surgical costume. But I thought it did have some fun twists and at the end, which were unexpected, which I guess makes up for the slowness of the first act. And I thought the kid actors were great. I also watched COGNAItive, which I thought was a very fun and creative take on how an AI uprising might go down. I don't think cogn'AItive was as profound as it thinks it was, but it still had some fun kills and a fun take on AI. My favorite film of the festival so far has been The Toxic Avenger. It's been awesome. It was hilarious. It had great performances. It had Elijah Wood playing against type as a sinister villain. Great performances from Peter Dinklage. And it had so much gore. It was so much fun to watch. It was so fun. And it had a giant fake cock from The Toxic Avenger. I mean, you know, it had gore, it had mayhem, it had insanity. It was just a great film. Such a fun superhero action horror film, and I thought that's been the real highlight of this festival so far.
You mentioned the Toxic Avenger cock. I've heard you mention it more than once in person, and I like your commitment to the bit. Did you watch Self Help just then?
I did watch Self Help. I thought the performances were great. I thought I was a bit unsure what direction it was going in. You know, again, a bit slow to get going, but I thought it did offer a fun take on the dangers of being taken in by very charismatic individuals who don't tell you everything and who expect you to trust them blindly. And so I thought that was quite a creative and fun film.
Yeah, for me, did you see Founders Day a couple of years ago? I think you said you didn't see that. It's a slasher.
Yeah, no, then no.
I'll talk about it with you in a minute, Andy, but I feel like that was such a creative film and such a creative slasher. I feel like Self Help was really lacking that creative edge. It felt like very generic. I didn't know what direction it was going to go in. I also feel like I don't really know what any characters were meant to gain from the film until maybe the very end. And again, I mentioned tacked on endings. It felt a bit like that as well.
I loved the old school animation sequence
at the end.
That looked like a sequence from Disney in the 1930s. Oh, yeah, I think we just spoiled
the old royalty-free cartoons.
I think we just made a spoiler, but
I don't think that's a major spoiler. Some royalty-free cartoons appearing in the film. I think that's absolutely fine. But yeah, what are you looking forward to the rest of the day, David?
I'm looking forward to Crushed.
That's next.
That's going to be great, yeah.
And then Jimmy and Stiggs and Hold the Fort in the main screen?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're going to be great.
Brilliant. Maybe we can catch up with you and get your thoughts on some of those films a little bit later.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Great.
Thanks, David.
Okay, thanks.
Take it easy.
Thanks so much.
Cheers, David. Right, we'll slide back in here, Ben.
Slide back in. I didn't mean to push you out. He was
okay. There's only a certain amount of frame here. You'd have a camera a mile really wide.
He was close, and I think he was gasping to tell us his hot takes. And we did invite people, if they see the pink microphones, to come and deliver their hot takes directly into the mic.
People are welcome. We're gonna do a bit now. We're gonna miss Crushed. Sadly, we'll get David's notes later, but we're gonna use that time to catch up with.
Use that time to catch up. I guess let us talk now about Marshmallow.
Do Marshmallow first, please.
Marshmallow, I think, was an interesting take on a like a camp, not camp as in slightly effeminate. I mean camp as in a school camp.
Yep.
Fill in the blanks here, and I'm struggling.
A campsite, a sleepaway camp, if you will.
Yeah, but with younger kids. So rather than being like teenagers, it's pretty kids.
Eat shit and die, Bill.
Eat shit and die, Bill. But these kids were really well written. Like I feel like the kids were, and despite the fact you've got like a kind of generic Stephen King homicidal bully involved, which I feel like is a bit mad. This homicidal bully is genuinely committing acts
an insane
bully committing acts of like attempted murder. But I felt like the kids were written really well. Like there was a real rapport between the characters that I felt was nice.
A real like Goonies-ish mismatched gang about it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sweetness to this film.
A lot of sweetness, and I felt like
really wicked. I don't want to call them child actors like it's a slight from the old days. Just really good young actors in this film, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
I was
impressed.
I say this is a positive, Ben. A little bit of the R.L. Steins about it.
Definitely a little bit of the R.L. Steins about it. But, you know me, never pleased. Well, what I'm going to say is I feel like central mystery... Did you just squat down? When did you do that?
Finish shorts, I'll fit in. Don't you also squat down?
The central mystery maybe... Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a couple of films where I feel like the central mystery isn't quite as fleshed out as it should be, and it's almost like it's a bit wishy-washy. It's a bit like, this is the central mystery. Don't ask any details, because we ain't got them. I feel like it's a bit like that. And again, I'll say, there was an interesting bit with some, and I wouldn't spoil it, an interesting bit with the nature of these kids being revealed, and an ending, which was probably hinting towards a potential sequel. But I feel like that's a more interesting story.
Strap in for Marshmallows, the S is a dollar sign.
Yeah, I'd watch that. Marshmallows, and obviously the marshmallows are related to the camp situation.
Marshmallows, it's time for s'more.
Oh, he's got it. Yes. He's a multi-million dollar. He's got multi-million-dollar ideas. So, yeah, bit of a tacked on ending. Oh my god, I just want to rewind just a tiny bit. The Red Mask double booked Airbnbs, Andy.
They're at it again, aren't they?
They're at it a bloody again. Is that 4? I think that might be 4
this year. Four this year, the double up booked
and then
Airbnb.
Barbarian as well. Double booked Airbnbs are really being captured in modern cinema.
Some people are hearing.
They become the new what? Double booked Airbnbs.
The long dark-haired Asian girl coming to haunt you.
Good. Yeah, I like it. Good analogy. It's pretty crazy. There's a puppet over there dressed as the tall man from Phantasm. So you need to go and get a photo of that.
Go and shout boy at him in a minute, right?
Go and shout boy at him. Okay, after Marshmallow, we just watched a film called Self-Help, which is the Blunkfist brothers, isn't it? Blunkfist brothers.
Yeah.
One of them directs. They both write.
Both right. One directs. One is also in the film.
One is also in the film.
That Venn diagram, people, draw it for yourselves.
Yeah. Draw it for yourselves. Get a pen and paper out. We watched that we saw Founders Day a couple of years ago here, and we were very, very positive about that being like a great twisty-turny slasher, really well-written slasher. I said better than the new Scream. I'll stick by that because I still don't think the new Scream was all that, or either of the new Screams, 5 Cream or 6 Cream. But what I'll also say is, I think we missed the Dead Northern guys. We'll highlight the fact that Andy's got a Dead Northern shirt on, and so have I. I did spill Ribena. You can't see while it's all because it's hidden beneath a jacket. But thank you to the Dead Northern guys for gifting us these t-shirts. Very, very kind of you to do so. We're looking at ever so sharp, representing a festival that isn't this one.
So it's another good festival. We're all friends.
It's another good festival. We're all
it's not on the same day. No time for competition.
Exactly. So Self-Help, I feel like, considering he's got it wrong. Actually, we are on TikTok. We are on TikTok.
Not to slag off someone, but wind your neck in there.
Wind your neck. Do you know you reminded me of?
Read a fucking newspaper, mate. Go to school.
Do you know you reminded me of? So it's homicidal bully. He's gonna punch your face to custard. Also, that guy got his face punched in. He was fine. If that happened to me, if you punch me like that or I punch you like that, dead. You know what I mean?
At least you're done for the day. You're not going for a chocolate that night.
No, you wouldn't be asking for s'more. No. But Self-Help, I feel like Founders Day was a really well-written, great slasher. I feel like Self-Help was the opposite. I felt like it was meandering. I felt like I had nothing to say. I felt like the characters, I didn't understand what their goals were or why. It was just I said to you, it felt very inconsequential. Like, if this film, I know it's a silly thing to say, but if this film happens, so what? And if it doesn't happen, who cares? Now you're going to say something positive to balance it, aren't you?
Right, the art of Zen, Ben. What I'm going to say on Self-Help is, I like the exploration of the dynamics. I like the cult exploration as they've described it in the beginning, like an anti-cult film. Because it's telling us cults are bad. It's following that FrightFest theme that we've seen this year of be wary of the establishment, the elites, the people who look to take advantage of those they can take advantage of. Like you, Ben, I didn't necessarily agree with all the twists and choices. There was one of them that I rumbled quite early, and I was like, of course.
Yeah.
I won't spoil here, but there were still some bits that I enjoyed in this. I liked the recurring theme of the masks that come up there. I like the opening, the cold open I really enjoyed as well. Like the pizza place.
Cold open in the pizza. Oh yeah, cold open in the pizza place. I'd happily have taken the whole film in setting that.
Yeah.
In that.
And the guy who played a minor role, a guy in a clown mask, I thought he was excellent.
Douchebag.
I think would have liked to see him, like maybe the themes of that recurring, maybe some, whether illusionary or not, him returning again. I think some of the silliest choices were made on behalf of the baddies in that case. They kind of enabled their own undoing, hoisted by their own petard.
Exactly.
But I think there's still, I think you're maybe a little bit peepy. I think watch that on a less tired day, Ben. I think you might grab onto a little bit more of that.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, cults, I know it's like an anti-cult cult film, but by saying it's an anti-cult cult film and including a cult, then in fact makes it a cult film. So do I entirely agree? Do I feel like it was called an anti-cult cult film to try and avoid the finger pointing of it being a cult film? I'm saying cult film a lot, over and over again.
Saying that cults are bad. That's why it's an anti-cult film.
But I'm negative on this one. You're positive. Toxic positivity, just like Deal or No Deal, Andy.
Toxic positivity. This is genuine chaos.
Constructive positivity.
No, and it has gifted me a new favorite catchphrase. I mean, two things. Yeah, I'll say about this, Ben. One, we'll leave it cryptic. Point one, only the real ones know.
Only the real ones know.
Say no more. Number two,
say no more, say no less.
And we'll say this as we sign off, and then go and find ourselves a new location. Maybe some of the folks to chat about our Discovery films with. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. And it's not even my birthday. And as you say happy birthday to me, which is nice and makes me feel good, I turn around and Emma Cownley is there. Hey!
All right.
This is like, we're doing this in a wanna.
We're doing this in a bloody wanna.
All in one shot, Emma. This is like adolescence all over again.
Oh my god. Oh, thank you.
What do you want to tell us about?
Well, I mean, not a lot really. I've just been having a little bit of a nap because
A little snooze?
I was in the screening of 5.
You got to 5?
I got to 5, really excited, loved it. Fucking took an extended blink, didn't I? Right at that fucking end. Woke up. I'm not going to say what happens at the end, but I mean, you guys have seen it, and I was like,
I've not seen it.
What's happened? What's bloody happened? Like, right near the end.
So you enjoyed it
I robbed
until the long
myself
break.
of a conclusion to that story. So you have to fill me in later. But yeah, short film showcase this morning. Winners across the board, 10s across the board, I'd say.
I was really, really pleased with that short film
love it.
showcase.
I keep thinking about You're So Beautiful.
Yeah.
I really liked it. And not a lot went on, but I really liked the vibe of it.
Little things like, the vibe, the atmosphere, the chemistry. Those two looking at each other.
I wanted them together, and I wanted to be with their third.
Yeah.
I was like,
Wouldn't we all?
I don't mind.
And I tell you what, ever such fast runners, both of them.
Yeah, they were. Very talented, yeah.
And I can see what she's saying. When she took that picture of him, he did look funny. He did look beautiful.
He looked great.
And
He
like
looked
Dick Tracy.
Yeah. It did look like Dick Tracy. When I saw them in the lobby afterwards, I was kind of, and then I tried to catch their eye, and I was like, don't
Intimidatingly sexy
Don't
people.
do it.
You got to be careful.
Hot, beautiful, great hair,
Yep.
stunning. So, tell me about, tap me in, what's going on?
Well, we've just got out of self-help, which we just finished talking about. But before we move on from from short film showcase, the sound design on Needle Teeth. A young man takes a file to his teeth at one point.
Everyone's got their thing, haven't they, in horror that they just can't endure. For me, teeth. Any sort of like tooth adjacent thing, no thank you. And the sound and I was actually cringed up in my seat. I had my fingers in my ears, my eyes were shut, and I was just writhing around. And I was like, no. I could still hear it. It lives with me now.
I also was greatly entertained by the man I wave at. That was fun.
Oh my god, I saw that guy afterwards, and I nearly said,
Give him a little wave.
"Hello, Dave," and then I was like, "Don't do that. Don't be a prick."
You should have.
He's just doing his fucking job.
Yeah. But at
Don't
this
make
point,
that a thing.
at this point, like you'd have been in on the ground floor when they first screened it. You'd be like, "Yes, people have engaged with it." Now, when you're the 50th person that does it,
Yeah. Okay, I guess if you're the first person, you're like,
they'll be like, "Oh, I'll never get sick of this."
Yeah. I have
He'd
to be.
clap
I
his
have to
hands
be
with glee.
polite because we're in a professional setting. Yeah. Bless him, because that could become a thing, couldn't it?
Oh,
What's next?
What's next for you? Are you back into Crush?
No, I'm gonna try and get tickets to the Haunted Forest.
Of course.
Failing that, I will go and see that Jack the Ripper's house situation because I'm in the mood to see something now. I feel ready, and then for the rest of the evening, I'm in the main screen.
Same.
For the other two, so I'm excited. I think it's going to be a good evening. I feel confident.
Right. I think in that case, Ben, shall we go and record some of those people? You've got your list of people you need to hunt down, and then I might just maybe take on a little bit of caffeine.
Sounds delightful. Say bye.
Imbibe.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening to me.
It's always a pleasure. Bye for now, everyone. You going?
Hello, I'm here with Stephen Staley just mere minutes before the premiere of The Haunting at Jack the Ripper's house. We obviously had a lovely interview together. There's your let's go. So how are you feeling just before the premiere? Are you excited? Natasha? How are we feeling? Natasha Tosini is here as well.
Guess who's back?
So how are we feeling we saw the premiere?
Can I say
Yeah.
I'm sick of this. Normally when you're at the cinema, it's fine. If you film shit, like, if the film shit is just
I'm a little bit apprehensive. I think it'll be okay.
It's a good film.
It's you know what? It's shoot at Haunted. It's really, really cool. It's actually really good. I'm not even right.
Considering it's up.
No, it's there. Like, even if this is like 50th, so this is really good.
Yeah.
I do, if anything.
You're both in for a second, but I just say when we go out the screen just now, I was like, oh, the glam brigade's arrived. And I said to just now, Bradley Liverpool Shorts is on about absolutely out of place. So it looks great. The rest of the cast here of the they've said on man.
There are members of the cast kind of jotting around. This is Will.
We get Willen as well. We get Willen as well.
I can do a wider shot. Get him in.
Hello, Joe. Hello, how are you?
No, there's all of the cast somewhere. I don't.
I think they've all sort of wandered off for a lot of them already.
It's nearly time. Are you excited to see yourself on the big screen?
I mean, okay, so I'm very okay. Yeah, I'm excited, but also I realise I invited like 50 of my closest friends and family, stuff I've never seen, which is quite nerve-wracking. I've never seen it, so I'm excited, but also a little bit nervous. But I'm sure they'll enjoy it.
And you did really well.
You did. Everyone did.
How was the process of being directed? Like, we've already spoken to you about your directing. About your directing process, but now I want to know more. I guess from someone from the other.
So obviously they were, first time directing. Honestly, it was great fun. But you guys made us feel comfortable. Yeah. You made us feel that's not really to do what we want to do. You weren't ever kind of like feel with us, so you better. Yeah. No, I feel you guys were.
Yeah, we
do like good bad pop routine. That sometimes work.
No.
To cure.
No.
It was more like
good pop, good cop.
It was more like a comedy novella.
Yeah, was it?
I think it was. Yeah, it was, and I think it was because we did bit of props to us. We did cast really well for the film, so Joe was really good, but everyone was really good in the film. We didn't feel like we need to know. So here's Will. Sorry, Will. Joe in the movie. Yeah. Everyone performed really well. Do you know what I mean? So we did feel like we needed to give many notes.
Yeah. We gave like direction notes to what we wanted or you saw in the scene. We were more than open to anybody changing it because at the end of the day, their character zone, they know better than you do because it's their character zone, it's in their head, they can see it in their character zone. We wanted to give a lot of freedom.
And you gave us the platform to sort of people do that. And you all felt very comfortable, so expression. There is Liz.
Are you used to the new title? Is it still called Fire?
I call it Horn every day of the week. Only here I've been calling it the Haunted of the Town.
Do you still call Starburst Little Bruce and the Snickers Marathon? Or you
You're definitely too young for that. I'm not. I remember them days, fortunately. Yeah, it'll be free. So I'm out of it.
I don't know.
No.
I know you enjoyed
that. Wait, no, you're the second year born in 90. A private chat mid-interview. That's never happened on this show. But anyway, enjoy yourselves. Yeah. Congratulations again on
Thank you so much.
And enjoy it. Happy visit.
Yeah, well, good to see you again.
Hello, back from the war ground. Not a bad one, a fun one. That is the FrightFest screeners. I'm here right now with director of Human, Matt Stuertz. Matt, hello.
Hey, what's up?
I'm well, thank you. How are you? Thank you very much for styling your hair to match our microphones today.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't have it any other way.
So you had your screening of Human already. Was it what regional premiere was this? Was it international, national?
This was the region of the world.
The whole world. And how did that feel with an audience?
It felt awesome. It was the first time any of us had seen it on a screen with other people too, so it's pretty sweet. The most other humans that have been in the room with me previously was one, so it's nice seeing it with the crowd.
So nerve-wracking going into there and hearing the reactions. And what reaction did you get? Did you enjoy it?
It was a little bit, but I feel like once I got up there and just saw like a nice crowd of people and like got up and did the Q&A, that it was pretty great. I was like in a bit of like an out of body experience as I was watching it still, but it was a ton of fun. And yeah, I feel like I got a bunch of people coming up to me afterwards and saying they loved it, so it was nice.
That's exactly what we want for a session like this. And then folks around the world, when are they hoping to be able to see it? Have you got more festivals lined up?
Nothing that I can say yet, unfortunately, but yeah, planning to do a whole festival circuit, and then, you know, hopefully sooner than later for like a home video release as well.
Well, you have me at a bit of a disadvantage. We haven't managed to see it ourselves just yet, schedules as they have been, so we are committed. We'll say this recorded as well as in front of him, that we are going to get around to seeing it very soon.
I promise I will send you the screener.
Well, that's okay. We shall get around to seeing it as fast as we can. But for now, can you tell us a little bit about the film? What can people go and expect? And let's whet their appetite, shall we?
Yeah, so Human is a very personal film for me, and it's kind of like based on my life, but also various antics of friends of mine who are all a part of the movie, and like Jackie, our lead, who's amazing in the movie. It's just like, if you want to see some amazing acting by her and just a sort of night that starts from a casual, little sexy of a night and then devolves into much blood, violence, and other terrible things being sprayed all over her. This is the film for you.
And we're loving to see it, actually, Matt. Now you've mentioned it. I feel like maybe the last few years, the sexiness maybe got stripped away from horror in favor of just the horrific side of things. But if this FrightFest is anything to go by, sexy's back, right?
I think it's a good time for sexy to be back. 2025 is the year.
It's official, everybody. If things have not got sexy at your house yet, you got a few months till the year is out. Get started, everybody. Get started. So, this film under your belt, Matt. What's next for you? Anything on the drawing board?
There's definitely a whole bunch of movies that I've written that I love that are all very, very different from Human. I don't know. I'll say some things I would like to do. One of them is involves Sean Bean. So, you know, everyone loves Sean Bean, so I would love to have him in a movie. And also, I don't know, I'd love to do a DC movie with James Gunn. I'm thinking big here.
Oh, if you're gonna pitch,
if I'm gonna throw out ideas, like, might as well throw out something huge.
And to be fair,
also Superman was my favorite movie of the year so far.
It's up there for me as well.
Yeah.
And you know, what a name to conjure, a director and writer that got his start in horror, in trauma films.
Well, and also from Missouri originally, which is like about half of our cast and crew, including me originally. So we got that good connection going on.
Well, if this happens, you know, and James Gunn listens to this, and this is how it all gets the catalyst,
yes,
invite us to the premiere, right?
You'll absolutely be invited. You'll get a special thanks, and you know, you'll get much love.
Now you've started it. You've mentioned DC project. Any particular character or team you would love to pick up in an ideal world?
Well, here's the thing. I've heard of James Gunn's love for Batmite, which is a great character, and also Jackie Kelly. Now, this is going a little bit different with the casting, but Jackie Kelly from our film Human is there's many times in the movie where she basically goes full goblin mode, which is like, you know, turn that into Batmite. It's very similar. So Jackie Kelly, female Batmite, this is the way.
I'm intrigued by this. I don't know how much I can spoil Superman in this discussion, so we might have to discuss this off camera. But you've given me a lot to think about. Thank you so much. Well, thanks for spending a few minutes with us. Enjoy the rest of your FrightFest, and we will catch you at the LA premiere of your Batmite movie in a couple of years.
Yes. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm here with the star and the writer-director of Blockhead, which has just had its world. It was a world premiere, wasn't it?
World premiere, yeah.
It's Joe Sims and it's Matt Harlock. That's right. And here to get immediate reactions to what that screening was like, watching it on that huge screen with the crowd down here in the depths of hell. We call this screen. How was it?
I was absolutely delighted. The idea, I remember I met my girlfriend, my life partner and love of my life at FrightFest probably about 12 years ago. And so we met here, and never in my wildest dreams I think I would have a show on here that was going to play at Leicester Square. When you're an actor, all you want to do, you see the premieres here, the world premieres here, you see James Bond wandering out here, and you're like, one day, do you reckon I'll get to walk the red carpet at Leicester Square? Thank you so much, FrightFest, and thank you very much to you as well, because it is an absolute delight. It's a delight to be like in your film. It was brilliant to see it on a big screen again, and yeah, I got to say, I was utterly delighted. Really pleased how it went.
Yeah, we had some amazing reactions in there, and I think the thing that's really key about the FrightFest audiences is that they're a really emotionally committed community. They love genre. They are vocal, they are passionate, and they're also really, really well educated. So, like, you can't like kind of get anything by them. And I think that what that means is that you have to come here with a project which hopefully is like honest and is true to the spirit of whatever the genre that you're working in is. And hopefully, what we did was. I've spoken about this a couple of times. Like, a lot of the people here are storytellers, they're writers, they're other filmmakers, and I think that this audience understands narrative and genre, and our film is kind of a little bit about that. It's about a storyteller trying to find the form of his story and having a problem with that. And so hopefully one of the things that drew the people who made the film together was the writers, but also the set designers and the cinematographer. They're all storytellers, and they all came together around this script because they wanted to be part of a story about that idea, where inspiration comes from and how hard it can be. And I think your FrightFest audience hopefully has understood that. We had such a great reaction. It was lovely in there.
Am I allowed to use bad language on the horror hangout?
We insist.
I just think that it's a ringing endorsement. People have got bollocks to try, you know, and I think that that's what the horror community's got in spades. But like, it's a bunch of disparate souls that have come together, you know, both sides of the camera, because they care about something, and that's the reason you make films. It isn't for the acquisition of material wealth. You make it because you want people to see it. You want people to be engaged.
£5 million,
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I got my £3 million, but I mean, everybody else that was working on it for next to nothing was running through the and I'm eternally grateful for that. And when I sit in my conservatory, aka West Wing, I'll be eternally grateful. But very genuinely, like, I feel like anybody that wants to make something, like, you know, we will sit there and just go, I got an idea in my head. Like, you know, but if you can find a bunch of people, a bunch of comrades to be able to, like, you know, to believe in, to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with and galvanize with, things can be made and things can get done. And I've got to say, thank you to you as well, because of your vision, and to be able to create a safe space where people feel that they are creatively listened to and they can swing big, because that's the only way that good things happen. It doesn't matter what your budget is. Like, if everyone feels listened to, if it feels truly collaborative, and you can swing back big and do your best work and not be afraid to fail. I mean, I've got to say, like, you know, fair play to our editors, and, like, you know, because that is where, like, you know, I would say editors in everything I've ever done. You know, if you were to look at the rough cuts of the things that we've done, I would stank out every single.
And I should point out that we're working with an amazing editor. So Chris Blaine is a director who directed Nina Forever with his brother Ben. So the Blaine brothers, and he is not only an amazing director, but he's also a great writer. He did a lot of the visual effects, and he also was editing with me over about 6 months. And we did a lot of, you know how they say that, like, you shoot the film 3 times, once on the script, once on the set, and in the edit. And in this case, it was really true. We ended up doing a lot of, like, reworking of where different voices come from. For example, there's that tape voice throughout the film, which is basically giving writing advice. So you can change a lot of that to make things more impactful afterwards. And me and Chris worked a lot on that. And also we had to redub all of Joe's lines because he was just laughing and corpsing the whole time. It's embarrassing, really. We had to get in someone else to do it in the end. No, you didn't mind. Yeah.
No, is that why I got my £3 million? I couldn't care less. But I mean, honestly, it's painstaking. It's the fastidious nature of the people that genuinely care and will run through walls for you. And that's what bears out in brilliant work, I think. And it doesn't matter whether you've got billions of pounds, because we've all seen billions of pounds projects go, like, you know, flop. And you've also seen things that, you know, that didn't have the same amount of budget. But yeah, something incredible happens. And something incredible happens because people who genuinely care about things run through walls to make it even better, even better, even better. And I've watched this man slave over this film for 1.5 years. And, like, I have to say, it's an absolute delight to be able to share it finally with
a year and a half. Did I get it done in 1.5 years?
I feel older.
I thought it was 2.5. Yeah, wow.
You had long shoulder-length hair when we started.
Yeah, exactly, and I looked a lot younger, I think, as well. Yeah, Blair after the privilege.
I feel like I've spoken to Joe about this film loads. Obviously, you came on the podcast for an interview, which was great.
I was delighted as well. Another West Country voice.
Absolutely beautiful.
Another
skinhead. I love another skinhead. And you invited me onto your radio show, so we spoke about it then as well, which was a pleasure. Thank you again for that. That was amazing.
It was my pleasure. You're ace. or to do it. You're not going to take over my radio show, are you?
Well, I don't know. I might do.
I will just mention something funny that someone on another podcast said to me. He said, like, is the secret theme of the film that all of the power in the film lies with bald-headed men?
Well, I feel like we're all very. How would you describe bald-headed men? Virile.
A triumvirate of virile boldness.
I never noticed it before, but he's like going, yeah, but obviously, and I think there's some sort of like underlying narrative which I haven't noticed to do with baldness, and I haven't worked out what it is yet, but maybe we can work it out.
It's not the meek, it's the bold that will inherit the earth.
We spoke about like some roles that perhaps Joe would have looked at before, and we talked about Fight Club, but he said that you didn't really have Fight Club in mind. And Fight Club and Tyler Durden. Were there any particular films or roles that kind of inspired this film at all?
Yeah, I mean, different for you of different films. So, for example, Videodrome has this idea of somebody who wants something. He's not really a storyteller, but he is somebody who has a very clear purpose. So Max Mann in Videodrome is trying to find like the new thing in like hardcore, kind of transmissions, and he kind of unravels. And the idea of that unraveling, there's a plot that you can follow until about halfway through, and then suddenly it becomes a first-person immersive journey. The narrative kind of goes out of the window, and the plot doesn't make as much sense anymore, but it doesn't matter because you're immersed in the emotional journey of this guy. So that was something I had in mind in terms of what journey Will was going through. But then there are other examples like writing movies, for example, Adaptation or Wonder Boys or The Big Daddy, Barton Fink, maybe even The Shining. But I wasn't really thinking about writing films. What I was really thinking about was films like All That Jazz, which is about a choreographer on a Broadway show. And I was thinking about Amadeus, which obviously is music related. So really it wasn't specific to writing and novels and creative process of only writing. It was really about where do ideas come from and what does inspiration mean? And if you were offered a deal where you could have the inspiration that you wanted, what would you be prepared to pay for it? And I think that's kind of, you alluded to that as well. It feels like that's what the film is kind of about if you had to sum it up.
At what point in the development process of this story did you start to have Joe in mind?
Well, I mean, as soon as we started going out to scripts, we didn't go out to our casting agent first. I was very fortunate to know a friend of yours, Paul Holbrook, who's right over there, and he's a filmmaker. And I'd seen a film called Hungry Joe that Joe's in. And I was trying to think of somebody that could embody this character who has these quite polar opposites. And they're two extremes of behavior, which not all actors, maybe even many actors could do, only a few. And it's the idea that you can be convincingly someone's best friend and turn on them in a second and become their worst nightmare with real malice and violence, implied or otherwise. And I thought of you.
Thank you very much. I mean, as somebody who's
very frightening and very funny, and I went, okay, you can hope the pass.
It was a dream. Like, I was, as I said to you before, I was on holiday in Scotland, and I didn't ordinarily bother. When I'm on holiday, I try and shut everything down. I don't try and read anything because I want to spend time with present with my family. I got this script. Holbrook said it was great. I was like, I go on, I'll have a little look. And then when you start opening something, you're like, it's an absolute gift of a part of an actor. It's an absolute gift of a script. I want the world to see it. I want to be in it. And then that was it for me. I was 100% in from the outset.
But obviously, without wishing to blow smoke towards Joe, he has. The thing about Joe that's amazing is that he's so versatile, but he also has a bit of a name in British TV. Broadchurch was huge. People know that part. They know Nigel Carter, and they also know Uncle. They know Carnival, and they know the other shows that you've been in more recently, where you've actually been part of the writing process and your work with Paul Holbrook in Bristol AF. So there is a real kind of understanding of not only who you are, but also people seem to think you're really nice.
I mean, people have been labouring on that mass apprehension since 90.
But he does this amazing. He does a lot of good work for charity. He doesn't like to talk about it, but he does do some amazing things. And I think that when the casting director said, "Oh, if we hang on a couple of weeks and we can attach Joe's name to the casting notice, we'll see a much better and more interesting response." And I think that's how we found Danny Horn and Michelle Moran and Jake Mavis, who's amazing. All of these
cast, by the way, they were absolutely incredible. I mean, Danny Horn specifically, they're all absolutely brilliant. But Danny Horn for me is epitomizes everything this good and brilliant about this film. It's such an honest and brave performance as well. And in the wrong hands, I've got to say, testament to your directing and your writing as well, because in the wrong hands, that could have been an absolute disaster. He was great.
Yeah, no, he was. I think we're finished with that answer.
So obviously, sometimes with directors and stars, it can be the start of a beautiful relationship, and you guys might work together again. Do you think there's another project in the pipeline for the two of you?
No.
Do you know what?
No, just get out clean, one and done. That's right. That's good.
One and done. I gotta say, I would absolutely love to work with this man again. I think he's absolutely fantastic. Like I say, he creates a fucking brilliant atmosphere in the room, and it would be brilliant because that's why I buy the ticket. It's not about the money, is it? It's about making absolutely brilliant things that people are engaged by. That's why I buy the ticket. That's why I want to do it. That's why I want to collaborate with the most brilliant people in the world, of which you are absolutely one. So thank you very much. And if you don't want to work with me again, it's been a pleasure.
I would love to have you. But the thing that you have to remember about Joe is that not only is he a very big and kind of lovable person who takes up a lot of space in the room, like people know when you're there, but you really, really were part of that energy on set. And you were very much like, we're all here to do this. And there wasn't anyone who wasn't there like that anyway. But it's really nice when you have a voice which doesn't have to be mine particularly, and other people are taking that on for you. And so the beautiful thing I think about this film was a community of filmmakers came together to make something inspired by that idea, which was we're going to tell a story about what storytelling means and how hard that is and how it comes about. And you were very much a part of it, mate. You're fantastic.
I want to say as well, thank you so much for Horror Hangout. You've absolutely backed us from the start. I really appreciate it, Tom and Ben.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. Thanks for taking the time to speak to us. Enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of the festival. Hello, we're here with Joe Begos, the director, writer, and star.
Producer and production designer.
Oh, yeah, don't forget that.
Stunt coordinator.
He's literally everything. Yeah. The behind the scenes, of Jimmy and Stiggs, of course. Yeah. The behind the scenes at the end was insane to see all the work that went into it.
I know, it's important apartment. To have that, I feel like it's important to have that at the end because then you can get context for all the crazy shit we did. But yeah, my apartment still looks like that. So when you guys watch this movie, I don't know if you'll have that BTS behind it, but that was my real apartment, and that's what it still looks like. So
it still looks like that now because the BTS was April 2024.
Yeah, well, it's sort of cleaned up, but it's still there, kind of, I had to make it livable, but I also want to keep it how it looks.
Do you want? I suppose you don't want to clean it up, do you?
What was that?
You don't want to clean it up, really?
No.
Deep down.
I mean, it looks cool. I mean, it looked like that before, but now we're just adding blood. We're adding neon blood. So
yeah. Oh my god! So the visuals. I mean, I was amazed by the stuff about the title sequence and stuff that you did all that as well. The visuals. I mean, how much of this bright orange neon orange blood did you go through?
Over 100 gallons.
Wow.
Yeah, over 25-gallon pails. So.
And how much whiskey? Or were you drink? Were you?
I don't even fucking know. I wasn't drinking whiskey on camera, but we were drinking whiskey behind the scenes. So
yeah. And what was it like working in such close quarters with Matt Mercer as well? I know he's been in your films before.
Well, he's a greasy little motherfucker. That's why he got the beat and he deserved that motherfucking goddamn douchebag.
And
I love Matt.
How many of these dummies had their heads caved in?
12.
12.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's so easy to bust them up. You see look at this asshole. He's got to fucking kill the motherfucker.
Did you have a favorite line in the film? Because there's a lot of cursing, which is obviously great, but I feel like it was very creative cursing as well.
I like when I call the alien the Tonka toy motherfucker.
Yeah.
And I like the sardine anchovy motherfucker.
I like the anchovy sardine line as well. That was good, man. I love it.
Yeah. So any of those things that I kind of just blurted out as improv, I thought were really good. So.
Well, we loved it. We had a great time. What was it like watching it with the FrightFest audience?
It was awesome. 800 fucking people. There were some nice walkouts, when I would scream a little too loud and do a little bit too much blow, I'd see people waddling towards the exit, but fuck them.
Did you see that?
I didn't for them, man. I was out at the bottom and I saw rushed it out.
Is that almost like a bit of a twisted thing for you that you kind of enjoy?
Because it's not for everybody, so it's funny to see how much it pushes some people's buttons and makes them fucking want to walk out.
Yeah. Well, we enjoyed it. We loved it. Thank you so much for taking a few minutes, man. It's been a pleasure. Enjoy the rest. Let's get a drink, man.
We're gonna go drink.
I'm outside the cinema again with Matt, Butch, and Paul in that order. Got it right first time. After we've just come out of seeing Jimmy and Stiggs, they're all from the Draw One Last Breath podcast, I should say. Not rivals, we're all friends over here. You've got them downloads are all free. That's fine. You can rate us both 5 stars if you wish. Lads, what do you reckon to that? I'll start over here with Butch.
Yeah, for me, I'm into fucking crazy punk rock DIY fucking movies, and it was the top notch, 5-star. I just love the blood, the gore, aliens. I need a million alien rape in there. There you go. Can enjoy that. Cutting that out.
We never get anything out.
Okay. Can enjoy it. Just a maybe include a little protrusion, and then we lifted it a little bit more. But I loved it. Loved it.
Yourself?
I mean, after that, I had little control lawyers. Not yet. I these two are massive Joe Begos fans. I really love Bliss. Not so much sure about the rest of it, but yeah, I enjoyed it. It was mental, absolutely mental, and I kind of appreciate that guerrilla filmmaking and the craft that went into it was unbelievable. Since it all shot in his actual apartment is mental. So yeah, good.
Measure, unbelievable. I like Joe Begos. Like, it hits out of the park with me all the time because I just love his style. I love the colors he uses. They just pop, and he just knows what he's doing. And I just think that it's just like to do something how he's done with all the DIY shit. It's unbelievable. It took him fucking ages. So, fair play to the bloke, and we just love him. I just think he's brilliant. So yeah, brilliant. 5 stars.
I'll add my 2 penneth worth there, Ben. For me, not only the passion of the filmmaker, but to share a program with a trauma movie, and I would say to out-trauma it at almost every set with the glorious, unapologetic excess we saw in there. Like, I think he's the first to say, as the director, that he knows it's not a film for everyone. It's definitely my kind of shit, though. They've said it's a word-of-mouth movie, so we'll follow the instructions, shall we? If you like your over-the-top gore, if you like a film that pulls no punches, if you want something which is made as a passion project, which wants to tell the story it wants to tell, maybe doesn't hold itself back by what is a product that it wants to be able to be sold as, you want to check out this movie. It's running in cinemas in the US right now. I do not have details in front of me. We'll ask future Ben to maybe put some of that in the show notes, and we'll talk about it when we're back in the studio. But yeah, go see this if you get a chance. I think you'll have a grand old time.
Can I just say, you guys are doing a fucking brilliant job.
Oh, thank you.
Love your podcast, and hats off to you. You've done many journeys for me. Go quick.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, it's Sunday morning. It's day 4 of FrightFest. How you feeling, Andy?
All right,
You're looking fresh. I looked straight at your hair then for some reason. I can always judge.
Eyes are down here.
My eyes are down here. Keep your eyes down here, mate. Don't be looking at my hairline. Is there a point of contention? No, I didn't think so. Well, yeah, we had a little fun night out last night, didn't we? It was some fun times.
I had a nice time. Went to the Phoenix Arts Club. Had a lovely song and dance. Had a nice drink. Saw some lovely people.
Lots of people who've guested on the show, so it was nice to catch up in a non-Zoom environment, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
real faces.
Real nice to see people. Be near them in person.
Yeah,
an insane mashup, I must say, which was the DJ pulled out some absolute belter. I think it was a cross between Hey Mickey, Hot to Go.
Yeah, I remember that.
Shake It Off.
Oh yeah, it was going crazy. It was going off.
And
it was
one
going
other
off.
song as well. It was happening all at the same time.
Yeah.
That was in Jacob's Ladder.
I didn't know if I was coming or going. I was going.
You're going hard.
I was going hard. He was going ham.
He didn't know which to sing along with, which to dance along to.
No.
And the combination of what it was probably something that put the Royal Ballet to shame. What a...
Yeah, exactly. We saw some great shapes framed by the likes of Rady Nikolov.
He's a party animal.
He's a party animal.
The dynamo of energy.
I've never seen a man...
The whole community going, I'd say.
He was jumping. He was really jumping. He had the vino on tap. He was going crazy, going ham. So we need to catch up with a few of the films that we saw prior to the festival via Discovery screeners. Let's talk very briefly about last night's film, Jimmy and Stiggs. I know you've already seen me talk to Joe, and also you talk to the Draw One Last Breath podcast.
Yeah, so
guys,
this is
talking
all,
about
this is all on you.
Is this all on me?
I mean,
You gave your thoughts as well.
I gave my thoughts and said I liked it very much, but I want to hear you now.
Yeah, I mean, so I agree with. So I spoke with Emma Cownley afterwards, and I agree with her in a way where I was locked in for this for probably like the first 40 minutes, and then, and I've said this a few times on pod, there was a bit of a lull, and I feel like this again. There was a bit of a lull. Now look, it's a one location thing where Joe has done like absolutely everything himself. 2 actors for the most part in this role. In this film, and lots of practical effects, some point of view stuff at the start, point of view stuff at the end, some crazy nights. It's one crazy night. Whiskey swilling, cocaine sniffing. I mean, they got never-ending supply of booze in this film. It was insane. But yeah, there was a particular point in the film where I was a bit like, I don't know. It felt like it was maybe going around in circles a little bit, but then I feel like it redeems itself towards the end. where you've almost got like I was getting too close.
No, I was leaning. I was worried. I was constraining you.
Constraining me. Where we get like pretty much the interior of a spaceship. In Joe's apartment where he filmed it, and that is where I feel like it regained. It found its feet again. The inside of his apartment in the spaceship, I was like, this looks like it would be a great laser quest.
It would be an excellent laser
Lasers
quest.
on the floor, fog machines going off. It was crazy. But look, you can't take away the absolute achievement that Joe has got from this film. And I've seen his other films, and I feel like, for me, every film I see of his, I enjoy that little bit more. I think the last one I saw was Christmas. Is it Christmas?
Bloody Christmas.
Bloody Christmas. Sunday bloody
It really
Sunday.
encapsulates the frustration of a Christmas.
It does. And I feel like I've liked them. Every film I've seen of his, I've liked more than the last one. And I feel like that's what's happening. So I'm really interested to see what he does next. But yeah, this is great. This is a great like alien invasion film set in the back. And again, it's in his apartment, but it felt very 80s in LA, like with the sunsets through the window and all the neon colors and you know, we talked with Joe about some of the curse words he says. I mean, it's like, you motherfucking cocksucker. I hate to do it. I'm obviously I'm channeling New York gangster through the body of Joe for some reason. Is he calling them all these different things, and I like it was funny. It was funny, wasn't it? Like it was ridiculous to a point. It was funny,
hugely over the top, like a really fun film. I think I didn't say this on camera, so I'll say it now. Tell you what, big Hollywood IP owners, give this man some money and a Doom movie to make for you. He won't see you wrong.
Yeah. What movie? Doom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like the first person thing that he was doing. Yeah.
Not even just the first person, just the excess, those glorious kills that you put in there. Like, could he give him some money for all the practical stuff he wants to do and not have to do it in his own house?
There's a behind the scenes sort of like mini featurette at the end of the film with Eli Roth as well, which I think was really a really great insight into everything he puts into it. Because you watch the film and like in a way you're kind of thinking, I wonder how much of this he did on his own. Like I wonder how big the crew was and stuff like that. I couldn't believe like when we saw that he'd made the titles himself and shot the titles himself.
Yeah, even like animation cells and stuff.
Animation cells. I was like, holy shit, that's awesome. Because I did think, great font. That's what I was thinking at the start. He's drawn that. He's bloody drawn it. And I think, you know what, that goes a long way. Me and Aaron Truss were having a conversation about title cards and fonts and stuff. I genuinely think it's so important, way more important than you'd ever realize, because, and it's not, you know, graphic designers like me who like fonts, it's not always gonna just be people like me who it impacts. But for example, a film like What She Doesn't Know, this very generic kind of like scrawled font that was very small, that was kind of like, at one point it was in like dark red over the footage, and it was like, it didn't look great. It really didn't look great, but I just feel like that these modern title sequences with the really bold text, the like off-white, the sort of like pale yellow, and the little the date numbers underneath, like it just looks so classic, and I feel like it's timeless, and it really just adds something to your film that elevates it above, like. It just elevates it above other films. Like seeing these title sequences, like we've seen Evil Dead Rise, the big text coming up from behind in the lake shot, like that's obviously great. But big letters are in, and I feel like films really need to just lean into that a lot more as well. Like it goes a long way, even though it's only like the first few seconds of a film, and then obviously the end credits. But
love to see you passionate about your craft, Ben. That's very good.
Yeah, I love that stuff, man. I love it. Well, the amount of times like I watch something, and I go, you know what I mean? Like, I for me, as a graphic designer, sometimes when I see a title card, I go, in my head, I think, this is what I would have done. That's what I think. And I love it when I see a title card where I go, oh my God, that's like way better than I could have even imagined. Like the Jimmy and Stiggs thing, I'm like, oh, that is awesome. It's really suitable. So yeah.
Yeah, it was super creative. Love to see what he's going to do next.
Yep. Yeah, so should we catch up with some...
Right, so let's have a look. I've got Discovery Screen 1 up right now. We spoke about Bambi the Reckoning and the Arbiter already.
Yeah.
Have you seen Parasomnia?
No, did you see that?
I have seen Parasomnia. I enjoyed Parasomnia a great deal. It goes super hard. Speaking of hard, Dario Argento will be very hard if he sees all the eye trauma in this one.
Oh, there's loads of eye traumas.
Lots of eye trauma in this one. It's about a young woman who basically she reveals in a very early scene that she does have the ability to make herself fall asleep instantly, but she can only go to sleep like her own personal choice, after everyone else in the house is already asleep.
Oh.
And there's a sinister and mystical reason for this about I won't spoil it, but about an evil entity, shall we say, which can happen if other people are awake while she is sleeping.
Bloody hell.
And a sort of psychic ability that she maybe has. And you see some friends and some not such friendly people get involved in that, trying to exploit the mystery behind it. Lots of really cool practical effects in there. As I say, lots of eye trauma. A good split narrative. I don't want to say anything more than that, but we've seen some good examples of it this time. Where you get to see certain things recontextualized from the point of view of another character after a reveal has been made a little bit later.
Yeah, love that stuff.
Yeah, I think this is a good movie. I think people are going to gravitate towards this.
Lovely.
After that, Human, where we've spoken to Stuertz, the director, we haven't had a chance to see it yet.
No.
We shall.
We'll see. Hopefully, we'll see that after the fest, and we can cover that on a future episode. Don't Let the Cat Out was next.
Cat Out. We've both seen this.
We've both seen this. I said it had some vibes of that Norwegian film we saw called Good Boy, where there was like a guy dressed as a dog. I mean, for obvious reasons. I think this is a spoiler. I think it's very clear from the poster and the trailer. There's a person dressed as a cat.
Yeah. But in a different way. There is some mysticism involved here as well.
Yeah.
The comedy land for you in this?
Yeah, it was all right. I think it was fine. It didn't make me. I wasn't cringing. I think I had a couple of laughs. There were some interesting characters involved as well. Yeah. So
if you found yourself in a situation, Ben, where you had to be good boyed or not let the cat outed, what would you prefer your fate to be?
Jesus Christ! I think good boy feels maybe slightly more less sinister. Is it less sinister? I can't remember. I feel like it is. Is it a sex thing or is it a murder thing? I can't remember.
I think in Good Boy, it's a bit of a sex thing.
Yeah. Yeah, because I feel like, if it is a bit of a sex thing, you can just opt out.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. Whereas I think when it's a murder thing,
I think he's a bad bloke, though.
He's a bad bloke, yeah. When it's a murder thing, opting out often isn't possible, is it?
Yeah. You the spirit of a cat put in you.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so you'd be good boyed. Good to know.
Yeah. Do you agree?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Good boyed. What's next? Foreigner.
I really liked Foreigner.
Yeah, Foreigner.
Foreigner was brilliant, actually.
Foreigner was good. I would like to get the director on to chat about the film, because I think that would be...
So in this one, it's the noughties, the new millennial age of low-rise jeans. Yasemin Karimi, but that's a small font. Desperate to, she's moved to Canada from Iran, I believe.
Iran, yeah. So she's Iranian. She's trying to obviously integrate herself in school life, and she's trying to get in with the mean girls, essentially, isn't she?
Yeah. Some body horror. There's lots of really effortlessly sinister stuff, like the sort of backup friends who've got a permanent, almost smile-esque Richter's grin on their faces the whole time.
Yeah. It was unnerving, definitely. Yeah.
Especially, do you feel like, Ben, now we're up there in the years. You've got a daughter yourself. You're like, oh, Dad's just nice. He's just trying his best.
Dad's just nice. Just trying his best. That's all you need to do as a dad, really, isn't it? Just try your best.
Give her a lift to school. Put your music on.
Give her a lift to school. Put your music on, and just be there for her. Don't try and imprint yourself on her too much, because she's going to make her own choices. So allow her to live her life, and be there as a advising, as a guiding hand.
Yeah. One thing about this is not a minor detail. Maybe I like for the purposes of royalties, legally distinct from Natasha Bedingfield making an appearance.
Yeah, I mean there's so much of that at FrightFest, isn't there? There's so many songs where you're like, oh, this is, and then you go, oh wait, no,
that would have cost thousands of pounds.
Or obviously the royalty-free songs, or sort of the songs that obviously are public domain. I think that's probably a better choice most of the time, because, I mean this isn't the case, because I'm sure Toxic Avenger would have had the rights to use this piece of music. But what is that piece of music that's like the sort of transformation scene music when he falls into the toxic waste? It's almost like that hellscape music that's in Earthworm Jim.
Oh yeah, it is I think that is a piece of classical music.
Whatever that piece of music is, I loved that during the transformation
I think
scene.
It's
of Toxic Avenger.
Mars, maybe from the Planet Suite.
Okay, it's so good because it pops up a little bit later in the film as well. I just think it's so over the top, and it just suits that as well. That transformation scene, by the way, was great. I loved the sort of like the green, the pink, the flashing colors. I love the fact that he was like, even though you'd thrown into toxic waste, he was just bone dry, like spinning around.
In like a psychedelic vortex.
Yeah, like in a tutu. And I like the fact that how they got him in a tutu as well in that film, because obviously in the original Toxic Avenger, he gets put in the tutu like by bullies.
Bullies, yeah. So dress in this tutu, so I, a sexy woman, will.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And then you get pushed into some toxic waste.
I don't know. I went on back to Toxic Avenger. I guess I just forgot some things that I wanted to mention.
I'm glad it's still on your mind.
Yeah.
Really liked Foreigner. Highly would very much recommend it. Do we have news on when that's getting a wider release yet? I think we'll have to build up some show notes for that. I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What was next on the Discovery screen?
In a Cold Vein.
In a Cold Vein.
Have you seen
this?
In a Cold Vein?
I haven't seen it. You've seen it?
Right, it's all on me then. Yeah, this is like the horror is implied by the violence here, but this is a crime thriller. It's about an assassin, and the first half of the film, in fact, is basically him trapped in the back of a van, two sort of bungling hitmen trying to get rid of him.
Yeah.
And spoilers. This isn't not a spoiler. It's in the synopsis. He escapes and then is trying to find his revenge. Who is behind?
Who's bloody kidnapped me?
Who's kidnapped me and trying to put him
touch
down?
the old boys about it.
Yeah, touch the old boys about
Who's
it.
bloody kidnapped me? I'll tell you what. I'm still angry all these years later. I'm gonna fuck out with a hammer.
Oh, he does it the same night.
Same night, yeah.
Doesn't waste any time. A revenge thriller. Like if you're looking for a pure horror movie, maybe this is a little out of genre. You can see why it makes the selection choice. There's a lot of twists and turns. There is some extremely blood-soaked violence in there while he takes his revenge. But it's one of those where he's not always. Maybe he's not the best guy, but you're on his side. You're
on his side. Yeah.
You're amongst it as we go. And I think real focus on like sharp, sort of amusing dialogue and the interaction, showing these characters have richer lives. Like the two hitmen talking about like going to get like a necklace for his girlfriend at one point, saying, "Oh, don't buy that shit online. You've got to go and see it and touch it." And there's lots of incidental conversations to build those characters up a little bit. I enjoyed it. It was good.
Cool. I'll check it out. Portal to Hell. Did we see that?
I've not seen Portal
No, I
to
don't
Hell
think
yet.
either of us have seen that. So I guess short film showcase. You're going to save that to talk about it with Raddy. I know you spoke about it briefly with Emma on camera yesterday.
Yeah,
but
we'll get around
more
to
about
thoughts
Raddy.
as well.
Pig Hill. This was a film that was shown at when was that? Yesterday. So yesterday in Discovery Screen 1. Pig Hill. How would we describe this? It's got the guy from Dead Girl in it, isn't it? Shiloh Fernandez. I think that's
right.
who it was. Yeah.
Yes. So Pig Hill, I would say, at its on the surface level, and per the synopsis, is about a young investigative reporter kind of looking to research the sort of cryptid-like monsters that live on the titular Pig Hill, and there's kind of mysteries into these pig people that are
pig blokes.
Yeah, they're kind of they're from the same variety of Rongan as the Hills of Eyes lads.
Yeah, the Hills of Eyes lads.
They're slurping people off. They're impregnating them. It's all very grim and gross and grotty.
Yeah. There's a lot of that. But there's like a central reveal which I probably didn't see coming, and it's kind of interesting. Again, we won't spoil it, but it makes it feel a little bit less, like it's a little bit less obvious.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, or do you feel like that reveal ruined it? For
No, I think the reveal was interesting. I can't really say more without giving away what it is, and by omission, by saying what it isn't. You know what I mean? Would I have maybe preferred it another way for a personal taste? Maybe.
Yeah.
And I think worth going in with trigger warnings on this one. I know this is a topic that's come up with this one. Like, the FrightFest program hasn't released individual trigger warnings about things that people may find upsetting, because effectively it's a horror film festival, and they've given a blanket statement saying all of these things.
Yeah,
I won't go to detail, but anything that could be upsetting
to be fair, there has been a bit of a backlash to that, and I think that's fair, because I feel like it's a very varied audience, and I think trigger warnings aren't. It's not like you see a trigger warning and you go, "Oh, come on." You just think, "Oh, there's a trigger warning," because there might be people in the audience who go, "Actually, you know what? This isn't for me. I haven't had time to read up about the film and see what the themes are." And if there's a trigger warning that pops up and it is like one of my big triggers, it's helpful for me to know, or maybe to be able to anticipate it. Sometimes you can be sat there and you do see something. I mean, I'm lucky enough to not really have many sort of like triggers in terms of things that appear in films, and you can be a horror fan and also be easily triggered by different things. Like,
well, we can even mention this on a personal level. We needed a break yesterday anyway. I will watch it at my own pace, but I personally took a step out and took a break when we might have watched Crushed on the main screen yesterday.
Yeah.
One, because you can only do so much and it's tiring. You need to stop and eat sometimes anyway, so I needed a break.
Yeah.
But I chose that because of the opening when I was reading through the synopses, saying that this was for two reasons. One, it begins with some scenes of animal cruelty, which, fake or otherwise, like it's not something I necessarily enjoy.
Yeah.
And then secondarily, it's a faith-based movie and things like that, and that maybe grabs my attention at least. I will watch the film, and I'm sure it's going to have lots to recommend it for. But that's coming back onto the point about trigger warnings. That kind of things can help you understand what your taste is as much as anything else. And I do think you're right. Coming back to Pig Hill, I would say if you're listening to us for recommendations for what you want to look out for on streaming, I will say this one is fairly heavy on the sexual assault against women.
Yeah.
So, well, against lots of people actually, but primarily women.
That's the thing, though. Like unfortunately, I think the statement by FrightFest was almost like, "Come on, guys, you're adults. You should be able to do these things." It's like it's not always as easy as that for people who enjoy horror and people who don't enjoy horror. So it's an unfortunate standpoint to make. I understand the backlash coming from that. I will say, like, maybe it's just something that needs to be revisited for future. And talk to the fans, talk to us, find out what the general sort of opinion of it would be, rather than just sort of like hitting the red button on a statement you're going to make, and a standpoint you're going to be on.
Yeah, and I can see it both ways. I've had, typically as a guy, people don't come at you for your opinions on the internet too much, but in one of the few times I've interacted on threads recently, the only negative experience I've had is when I joked to someone, said that, a bit triggered by the fact there are trigger warnings before you film. Someone, how dare you say that to me? And then I didn't engage them further because I wasn't that interested in their stupid opinion. But there's a thing about it. For whatever reason, if people are worried that it feels like the nanny state that people are telling them what's in a film, you don't have to engage with those.
No, you don't.
I probably do think there is
allow yourself to just
it is a valuable work effort, I would say, to at least make those things available. Now, whether that is a note section in the program or on the screen saying, hey, if you're trying to make a decision, do you want to click on this and view those things? Like, making those things available.
The trigger warnings don't necessarily even have to be on screen, They can easily be just there in the program or like in the notes when it talks about the plot or the stars or something. The trigger warnings could just be there.
Yeah.
Or in the program, for example. Obviously, you go to all the effort printing the program, then...
Yeah. And I know that some people are, well, what if that gives me a spoiler of what happens, but then that's why you don't have to engage with them.
That's true.
If you don't want to. I think having these things available for people to be able to understand them just makes it accessible to a lot of people, and more so than accessible in a program where you have most of the time here, beyond maybe the first half day on the Thursday, there are at least 2, if not 3 films running at any given time, sometimes 4. So it's sometimes less even about what is going to be personally upsetting for you. It's helping you make a decision on what your taste is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So after Pig Hill, which, just to close out on Pig Hill, I ran into not any of the filmmakers. I ran into the director's wife outside the cinema.
Oh yeah,
she was very nice. I don't know her name, but she pointed out that her husband's film was about to screen.
Sure. Hello, my husband was about to screen Pig Hill, and I said,
I've seen it.
I've seen it. It's very piggy.
Yeah, there are the monster attacks and pig noises are the scariest. Right up there with deer noises, horrible. You do a pig noise, there you go.
Well, that was quite a quiet one. I'm not in the mood to
do too loud. The people of London will be ever so worried.
They will.
Next up, The Caretaker. Did you see The Caretaker?
No, I didn't see The Caretaker.
Right,
sorry, everyone. The Caretaker.
Monologue time. I really like this. It's really good.
Monologue time.
We haven't got to catch anyone from this yet. I did run into the star of the caretaker. If I could just click on the right link.
Yeah, you were chatting to the star of the cards. I think we kind of wanted to maybe get him on camera, but it was around about the time that our microphones died.
Yeah, our microphones died.
We were
And he
recharging.
got slept off to go onto the press wall, I think, at that point. But
Slurps.
Ben
Probert.
yeah. Very strange to talk to him because in the film he barely talks at all. He is a
he's a quiet type.
He's a mute man who
A mute man.
doesn't speak. A mute man who, following the death of his mother, takes on. He's out of luck, out of options, and he gets given a job as a caretaker in a posh private school. The relationship stuff in this is really nice. Not only the antagonistic ones and the mystery that's unfolded, but there's a really lovely relationship that our caretaker hero forms with the cleaner that also is a live-in member of staff at this school. And the emotional range which comes across from this guy who, and for clarity, who physically cannot speak. No, sorry, physically can speak, but mentally doesn't. So there is nothing wrong with it, and there's a lot of trauma in his life that has led him to this state. It's got supernatural elements to it. It's got a great mystery. It's really tense, and I think the performances in this, both the horror ones, but also the sweet moments in this film as well, really character driven, really sweet. This is probably, if I can set the scene for you, Ben, this is, you're sitting at home. It's like maybe a Wednesday evening. This rocks up on film 4. You're gonna sit down
on a Wednesday. If it turns up on a Thursday, I'm not interested.
Have a nice glass of red wine and watch this. You'll have a good time. Caliber for you. I don't know what caliber red wine is, but yeah, you could sit down, and I think there's some real emotional depth to this, and I think the performances really do sell it.
Yeah,
and in really good location finding as well. It is literally in a big grand old school.
Yeah.
Really, really liked this. Really, really liked it. Very haunting movie. Speaking of,
yeah. So let's talk about the haunting at Jack the Ripper's house. Obviously, we had an interview in a previous episode, and we also managed to speak to the co-directors and the stars outside the cinema yesterday. So obviously they had their premiere yesterday. I will say, lovely people. They've been really nice to us and really.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed meeting them. I didn't meet them beforehand. I just met them yesterday.
So Stephen Staley, we spoke to him yesterday. He was telling us about he was on Games Master when he was 13.
He's become an absolute hero. When I was
Super Mario 3, and he's really good at Street Fighter 2. We love that. We love chatting to him. He was just lovely. Everyone was so sharp. I feel like it was glam season for everybody.
We walked
wasn't
out
it?
of a previous screening, and their team had rocked up to their premiere.
Felt ever so underdressed.
I felt ever so underdressed.
Well, I don't know why I would be dressed up like that anyway. I'm not in a film.
Well, it's not their value, but all beautiful outfits, all looking
beautiful outfits. Yeah, definitely.
All looking absolutely on point, like they were at a film premiere, and good on them.
Yeah, exactly. So this film's obviously a bit of fan footage, talking about sort of like YouTubers. Most of the characters are kind of like not necessarily problematic, but like I don't know if anyone's particularly likable. I don't know if that's a choice they've made.
That's YouTubers.
It's
for
not
you.
like that's but YouTubers for you, isn't it? Yeah. Everyone's kind of like out for themselves and stuff like that, and that kind of it understands. I'm glad that we had like a bit of we start off in a different place and then we go to the Jack the Ripper's house. But yeah, what did you think of this one?
Like, I think they're the first team to admit that this is their first movie and one made on a
shoestring budget.
On a shoestring budget, and I think there are also, with the investments they've got, there are some changes. You've heard Natasha and Stephen talk about this, changes and choices that they might not have made themselves.
Yeah, because it was originally called Viral Haunt, wasn't it? And I do feel that's I was chatting to them and I said it's a good title because it sort of sequels are much easier to make. You can't really make a sequel to The Haunting of Jack the Ripper's house without going back to Jack the Ripper's house.
Yeah.
So Viral Haunt 2 just makes more sense because it's like
not to talk out anyway. Get yourselves in trouble with the money men, but I think they've maybe been forced down an alley that they would have preferred.
It definitely feels like that, doesn't it? Yeah.
Sorry, big wigs, coming for you, not the guys making the film. I think what you said about the characters is exactly right, but especially having had the benefit of chatting with the team a little bit, seeing their passion behind it, and actually hearing a bit, which we won't go into here, about the direction they would have liked to have taken this as a series and so on as well, and maybe they still will. I I think there's some promise to be had here, and they're the first team to admit they poured a lot into this, and they want to do more. I think this being their first horror movie, and when you spoke to the two of them, maybe this is their first foray not only into feature filmmaking but also into horror.
Yeah,
I think they'll get some good feedback from this, and they can get it sharpened.
Natasha's obviously appeared in horror films. She appeared in Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. I think she's the first victim in that film as well. I feel like there's definitely some promise. I feel like a film like this kind of makes a lot of mistakes that some found footage films do, which is kind of like write yourself into a corner, because it's like people constantly saying we should just leave, and like there isn't really anything stopping anybody leave. I guess like the ticking over the view counter on YouTube, you're kind of about that. That can take you out of it a little bit sometimes, because you are a bit like, well, if genuinely people were getting killed or getting slurped off, as we like to,
you'd be straight down
you'd
the police station.
You'd be off, you'd be out of there. So yeah, sometimes these films write themselves into a corner, and I get that, but yeah, a lot of promise there, I think, definitely.
Yeah, I remember hearing your interview with the team, and I'm going to be I want to be encouraging here as well. And they said like maybe they hadn't watched so many horror films yet, and that's not a problem. Not to gatekeep on these things.
Yeah,
I think now you had your first foray into that, and you've done something that was purely you. I think Natasha particularly pointed out that she struggles to watch horror films because she gets scared by them.
Yeah,
I think now is the time to really embrace watching some of those horror films and seeing what scares you, and then using that. Like, I had to pause at that point, or I had to look away at that point because I found it really scary. Remembering those feelings that you have there, and then seeing how you can recreate that in your hopefully the first of many follow-ups we see from this team, because what we need more of there's infinite space for lovely people who care about what they're doing to be doing more of this. So I hope it's the first of many we see from these teams, and I look forward to, in 1 or 2 sequels times, these guys saying, "I'll hang out. Sorry, I've got no time for you. I'm off to talk to the."
You look forward to that.
Off to talk to these big important folks.
Yeah. Okay, so after that, He Kills at Night. Did you see that?
I did see He Kills at Night. It's a Christmas film, Ben.
Is it? It should be called He Slays at Night.
He Kills at Night Silently.
He kills.
A disturbing one. It is about again, like, I mean, it's the trope as well. It's more prevalent today than ever. Young women driving on their own, and a man jumps into their car at the dead of night, holds them at knife point. The menace in our lead killer here is prevalent throughout, and just like really expecting these, in particular one woman who is the main focus of the film, to go through steps that he's holding hostage under threat of violence to help him escape the country, as if she has the ability to say, "Oh, you'll just help me steal a car then," or you're going to get me to a small boat and then find someone who's going to take me. Okay,
yeah,
man-child,
bloody hell, man.
It needs someone to do everything for him.
Bloody hell. Could you make my tea as well?
Yeah, but a very, very menacing man. He reminds me a little bit of someone we know, not in a murderous way. I won't say the name on camera because it's not a nice comparison to make, and I not really like him. But high tension that comes from this one. A satisfying conclusion that I don't want to spoil here. Like a good, like, again, something that maybe more so than the previous example, with In a Cold Vein. It is more horror than perhaps that one, but not purely horror in a supernatural or another genre, heavily into the thriller camp, I would say there. But yeah, enjoyable again.
Healing Andy. Did you see?
Which I have not seen. This is all you.
This is all me. I've seen Healing Andy. How can you explain it? It's a found footage film about a man who's like gone for a breakup, and his mates are going, "Let's go take you on holiday and make you feel better." I don't know, kind of like it struck me as almost like sitcom vibes. A bit like In-Betweeners, but maybe like obviously older than the In-Betweeners, but not as crude in terms of the humor, and not even really that funny, to be fair. But you know what? Yeah, I think the vibe I'm going for is that. Yeah, I kind of struggle with this again because it's kind of horror adjacent. There is some stuff I guess you could consider horror, but I didn't think it went in all that many interesting directions, and I just found it just a little bit. Just the acting for me was just didn't quite hit the nail on the head. I found it just struggled with it a little bit, and with these films you kind of want it to go maybe a little bit more over the top, or perhaps have sort of like these bigger set pieces. I know with found footage you're kind of limited, but it kind of just like those films where it just kind of you watch it and you think it's gone in so many different directions. It feels almost like just like made up as it goes. Obviously it isn't because it's a film and it's been shot, but it's got like what's the word when you make things up in comedy? Just as you go, improvisation.
There you go.
It's
Nailed
got
it.
like improvisation like things because just things are happening and this is happening and that's happening. This character comes in, and this happens. There wasn't like anything to really bolt you down in the story. And even the Andy character, you're kind of like, okay, he's gone for a breakup. Let's try and. But he literally goes from sobbing uncontrollably to like falling in love with people like after mere seconds to being like super depressed, but without any of it really like having an emotional impact, because that's quite interesting, isn't it? Like seeing somebody spiral and go through all these different things.
I say, but it sounds like a Tuesday.
It sounds like a bloody Tuesday, yeah. That could have been really interesting, but I just found it really just like almost confusing to the story, because like you didn't know if you were coming or going, because 1 minute he was fine, 1 minute he wasn't, and like every time, no matter what emotion he was in, it affected all the other characters as well. So they were immediately like going, "Oh, he'll be all right, we'll do this," or if he was fine, you're like, "Yeah." So it was just like it was all over the place. I think that's the point I'm making. So that's Discovery Screen 1 for yesterday, Saturday, and Friday. Obviously we've covered a lot. So what we'll do is we'll return to talk about Discovery Screens 2 and 3
from a different location,
from a different location,
give you some more visual interest.
Give you some more visual interest and give us a little break. We've got to get ourselves into Leicester Square, haven't we?
Let's get ourselves down there, shall we?
I look forward to it.
Back to you in the field.
Bye now.
We're here yet again in a very sunny Leicester Square on a Sunday morning with, you know his face, but you haven't heard his voice yet if you're listening to it. It's our friend, Reddy Nikolov. Reddy, how are you?
Hello. Very good. Extremely warm. Extremely warm.
Late night last night as well, but you don't. It doesn't show in your face. You're a younger man than I. That's why I got these sunglasses on.
My broke. Literally, they broke. I need them. Today. Yeah, late night last night, but.
You ready for another one today?
Oh, 100%. 100%. I didn't get a ticket, so I'm looking for a ticket.
Might know someone. We'll hook you up. But you, unlike us, we took a bit of a late morning to catch up on some Discovery screening recording. Not that we were tired or anything. But you were out nice and early. You came and saw 213 Bones this morning, so you're going to act as our correspondent to share your thoughts, if you don't mind.
Absolutely, yes.
Please, what was it?
Well, so I missed the very opening of the film, which apparently set up the killer and everything, and I sort of like got into it. Was 1994 slasher set in a college with a bunch of kids, very stereotypical stuff from the 90s, the giant phones, pagers, the drug dealer with the black car.
What a time.
I know, right? And that is where that's when I got into the film. And then it is your straight slasher. A bunch of people start dying one by one, and it's like, who's done it? Who could it be?
Oh, nice mystery screams.
Yeah, and the whole setup is around these kids that are basically trying to be anthropologists, and they're all trying to solve this like fake murder in their school on the backdrop of the actual murders that are happening on campus.
Oh, nice. And what is it? I've seen a couple of cinema staff dressed up as the killer today. What is the aesthetic of our killer? I've seen some long hair, sort of an old man-y type face.
Yeah, so I didn't get the reference, but there was a reference in there that I'm not getting. But the mask was this wooden mask with a giant nose and this like pink emo hair that's kind of falling on top of it. A very, very specific aesthetic.
Okay, but there's some more research that I'm going to require there. But an aficionado of horror, of course. What's your overall review? Is it something you recommend, or is there a type of person that you would recommend this for?
Do you know, this is the type of film that if you like weird tone and a bit of comedy, that's exactly for you. But it was one of those films that I'm like, I'm not sure how straight are we playing this movie. Is the comedy just an accidental because it's just ridiculous, or we haven't just gotten deep enough into the jokes, into the funny? Because all of the characters are very sort of stereotypical, sort of 1994 sort of slasher. You got the nerd and the drug dealer, and like
All the
you
classics.
see all of the stereotypes. I'm like, okay, and I see some references to like other 90s pop culture stuff. I was like, okay, but like I needed more jokes. I needed more jokes, less explaining.
Okay, well, we'll take it there. But we saw something else together yesterday, right?
Yeah, we did.
We were down in the depths of hell at the very lower echelons, down a couple of escalators, watching another short film showcase. I know you're a big fan of this. You curate such films for your own work at Screams by the Sea as well.
We do.
So how did you take the short film showcase that we saw together?
I really enjoyed the shorts. It was a massive block. It was very long. It was like nearly 2 hours long. Oh, that's a lot of short films. There was hit and miss, very good ones and very fine. It's okay. But I noticed every movie had a good 3 minutes too long.
Okay,
like
too long
just
for you.
ended quicker. But there was a good bag of different things. They're very good bag of things. There was a good folk one with werewolves. There was a culty satanic one, possession one. There was a good body horror stuff and a couple of creatures. I really enjoyed those. And very good concepts.
Yeah. I think some of my favorites to take away from, and may have said this on camera before, so you'll hear it again. Watching Needle Teeth, the opening film.
I love Needle Teeth. That was good.
In Needle Teeth.
Yeah.
As well. And
see, that was one of those movies that was like, I would just end it like a minute earlier.
Yeah.
It's because
the last scene, like
literally when the kid says the final line and the dad does what the dad does, it's like it's a like right there. Stop there.
That transformation, though, for an independent film, I think very well.
I know. But the thing of it is, like, it's once when you've done this type of once when you've seen this type of transformation, it's always the same angles.
Yeah.
You can't do it better than what they've done.
Yeah,
already.
That's true. They've kind of mastered that
a little bit.
But the sound work,
oh my god,
Finding of the teeth, I can feel that I was cringing in my little.
Well, there's a story about this kid that was like dealing with this. I don't know. Do we spoil it? There was a transformation. The kid wasn't happy about it. I was filing down his teeth. I was like, this is not okay.
Yeah. And then, always a pleasure to see busiest man in indie horror.
I know, Johnny Vivas.
He was up there again.
Only 2 films this year.
Yeah, fighting a mosquito-based conspiracy.
I really enjoyed the concept of that one. That was really good.
Super fun. And unfortunately, I don't recall the lead of that's name now. We'll have to drag it and put it in the notes in there. But she was also excellent.
Yes.
I thought. She was really, really good.
Yeah, I enjoyed that one. Enjoyed the concept. Wasn't 100% sure what the world and the setup of the world was, but the concept of the film was great. And the creature, I love a good creature. The creature's great. I enjoyed the creature. Yeah.
And then the last film, how did you feel about that one? This was the You're So Beautiful one with the runners and that man living on his canal.
Oh my god, this one annoyed me for a different reason. It annoyed me because it literally started and it finished, like exactly where the movie. Because
you wanted more.
I wanted that middle part to just disappear and start right where the film finished, and kind of sort of have like a 3-minute film. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't need to be 11 minutes. It was great. The beginning was amazing, and the ending and the hard cut at the end. Love that because it kind of sort of did like the objectifying the male body through a female gaze and like serial killer sort of like who has the control. I was like, oh, you're raising amazing questions and you've done it really, really well. It's just like it took you 7 minutes to get there.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But yeah, but
I enjoyed it. It was really good.
I
really
love
good.
a short film showcase, and like the wonders of a short film showcase as well is that if you're not into the theme of a particular one, if you're not vibing with the particular one, don't worry, there'll be another one along any minute.
Precisely. Absolutely. Exactly.
It's such a nice way for so much to absorb and take in an event like this. We sat down in one session and we saw 10 movies.
Yes, exactly. And there were so many. I think this year they had like a whole another section of short films.
Yeah,
I think there was like 4 this year. Yeah.
And really popular because I was only able to get tickets for one.
Yeah, they were all sold out. Short films are top notch.
Yeah.
Really good storytelling there.
Yeah, and it's so good to see, like, how many of the huge movies, how many of the features we're seeing here started their life as a short film,
Exactly.
proof of concept to get students
That's
going.
what film festivals are. That's what this community is. You know what I mean? Like you come with a short film one year, and all of a sudden you're in one of the biggest screens in London next year with the next film.
Before I let you go, Reddy, and we're going to have you on another true episode soon so we can
Yes,
really
please.
dive into this, but you have been very busy.
I have.
You're working on films, books, everything. Don't go anything that you're under NDA for, but what can you share? Tell us about the progress, everything you're working on, because it's so exciting.
Yeah, thank you so much for saying that. I've been working on a lot of different things. I've been working on my debut feature film. It is a dark comedy about a group of serial killers that run an escape room together until the landlord decides to kick them out. And of course, they all come together to kill the whole landlord family. But the actual story is the friendship between the two main killers and the fact that one of the guys hasn't killed and the other one knows it. And he's just like, come on, man, find your own way. I believe in you. It's this like friendship in the core of this story with the backdrop of a lot of blood. So we are in the process of, the script is kind of locked. We're casting at the moment. We're going to do a crowdfunding campaign. I've written a book that's in the setting of the same film, and I may or may not be sketching out a comic book that is their relationship from way back when of these two serial killers.
And you're in the right place for it, where you live, surrounded by great comic talent in the UK.
Yes.
So you're in the right place for finding artists, getting all those right connections, getting these to work. We can't wait to see it, my friends.
Thank you.
But now, I guess you have another film to go to.
I do.
Or a glass of water to get.
I need to get it. Hydration, guys. Very warm.
Very important, everybody. Get out there, get yourself some water, wear a hat, SPF up, all right? Catch you later, everyone.
Thanks for having me.
Hello, I'm here with Stang, the producer of Tomb Watcher, which you've just seen on the main screen. How was that, watching it with that audience?
I mean, it's surreal right now. I'm still processing it because I never thought that our film would be here at FrightFest today, and just to see all the audience reaction, how supportive everyone is, and how much they love horror movie and the craft of filmmaking. It's just been an incredible journey. Yeah.
Amazing. Can you tell us some more about the original story that inspired this film as well?
So Thailand, we're kind of known for horror movies, right? But this story was actually inspired by my grandmother. She wrote the original story about 4 decades ago. And she actually is an avid writer. She's 97 and retired now.
Wow.
So she, with her support, I asked her if I could use the story to, adapt into a film. And here we are today at FrightFest, I guess. Yeah.
Has she seen the film?
She's seen it. She's still very active with a lot of comments, a lot of input. She's always been a woman way before her time, and always been an inspiration to our team.
And is she happy with the adaptation? Does she think it represents her story well?
I hope so.
You hope so?
I hope so. No, I think that she seemed pretty happy with it. Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, it is a supernatural story, but the tangle of human lives are very much at the center of it. It's quite a complex story. How was working with the cast? How was finding those cast members for the roles in particular?
Well, the role of the ghost, the wife, Lanholm, I think that was the most challenging role as well, because we needed someone that has a lot of acting experience for this role, and her name is Nun, and she's one of the top A-listers in Thailand.
Wow.
And
Okay.
she knew about this IP before, so when we approached her, it was almost like a no-brainer for her to be a part of this project. So that was really exciting. So we started with that cast first, and then from there we started to cast the husband and the mistress, which they're all basic actors. They're all A-listers, and most importantly, you have to be able to hold the film, just the three of you.
Yeah,
the
of
entire
course.
film. So you really
A lot of
have to
pressure.
have what it takes, and they really, really put everything they had into it. So we're very
An amazing location as well. And you said before about having all the crew go out there, and it sounded like quite a big crew as well. Is that true?
Yes, so we had a crew at least 300 people.
Wow, that's a lot, isn't it?
It's
Yeah.
a lot to make a film, right?
Yeah, of
And,
course.
So we shot away from Bangkok as well in that cabin, so that's about 4 hours from Bangkok. So, logistically moving everyone to set was already interesting, and we had a lot of good bonding times. That's for sure.
Yeah, of course. I mean, great to see a Thai film on the main screen as well. here at Fright Fest. Would you like to see more sort of like Thai films at festivals like this?
Absolutely. And we're just, festivals like FrightFest, they really give us a platform to really showcase our work to the world. And it only makes us want to go back and work a little harder now because, all we want to do is champion Thai stories and just hope it resonates across borders.
Absolutely. Well, Tomb Watcher is great for fans, I guess, of not just supernatural ghost stories, but also fans of sort of love stories and complicated love stories, love triangles in a way. I love the non-linear narrative nature of it as well. The way it kind of pans out, you kind of go back and you get a lot more of the story filled out for various characters. That was really good as well. It was a really great script, wasn't it?
Thank you. We really tried to make it different because it used to be an original story that was made into a TV series. So when you adapt it into film, it's just...
So a TV series exists as well?
It was.
It was?
Yeah,
okay.
it was. So we wanted to do something different, and we had to cut out a lot of original characters and focus on the ones that we wanted to really tell the story.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to me about the film. But yeah, check it out, Tomb Watcher, when you can. Thank you so much.
Hello, back to Fright Fest on the ground. War correspondents here yet again. I am very, very lucky to be joined here by Gabriel Carrere and Matthew Ninabar, two of the folks, director, and then, of course, one of the stars of Death Cycle. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us over here.
Thank you.
How's your Fright Fest going so far?
Oh man, it's
amazing.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. It's everything you would want at a genre fest or a film festival.
And then any favorites that have really grabbed you so far while you've been here?
Appofeniacs,
yeah.
It was really, really good.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
Crowd went pretty wild.
Yeah,
I went on Instagram and I made like 3 story posts about it, and I was like tagging him in it. And before I met him, I'm like, man, he's gonna think I'm like some kind of nutty fan or something.
It didn't help that we started following him around either.
No, I never started following him around.
Yeah, we're kind of like restraining order now. We
Excitement
can't. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
So enough about that. Death Cycle, you are what? Ooh, within a hair's breadth of doing your premiere here at Fright Fest now. What stage of premiere is this? Is this global? Is this European? Is this British? Where are we premiere wise?
It's everything.
The world.
This is it.
Premiere.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, I cannot do it justice. Certainly not without notes in front of me. Give me the pitch. Tell me the premise of Death Cycle.
Death Cycle is a kind of like a giallo homage slasher film. I love slasher films, but coming up with trying to think of an original slasher idea is so hard these days. So I just started looking at other films I liked, and I love the giallo genre. I grew up in the giallo genre. I'm Italian. My dad showed me giallo films growing up. So I was like, you know what? I wonder if there's something I can do while I'm waiting for other films in development hell, basically, because I don't want to waste any time to do something. So I talked to Dave McLeod, and I gave him kind of parameters of what we have access to. So he wrote a script, and it had to do with motorcycles because we love motorcycles. I'm a motorcycle license. I know Matt rides motorcycles. Our DOP rides motorcycles. My cousin rides motorcycles. So we had this little thing going on. I was like, I wonder if we can make a giallo slasher involving some kind of motorcycle, and then kind of sprung from that.
And when you think of the aesthetic of a killer, the classic look of I know there are different types of motorcyclists, but your leather jacketed, face obscured in a helmet, and then maybe I'm calling Ghost Rider vibes here, but with the chains and everything, you work here as well.
Yeah.
A great theme, a great silhouette for a terrifying killer, right?
Yeah, I was wondering actually, I'm not sure if I was kind of where I'm this is so easy. The killers, I'm I had to do some Google to make sure. Maybe I know there's Nightmare Beach, but I wasn't. I don't know if there's any other films out there that had a motorcycle slasher killer. And I was like, okay, I don't really see it out there. I don't know if there is. So we kind of just went with it, crossing our fingers that even the title Death Cycle wasn't taken. And I'm like, that's so weird. It's not taken.
Grindhouse have been resting on their laurels, not jumping on that all these years.
Yeah.
And of course, those pure giallo themes, lovely leather gloves as well, so you can do lots of shots of the hands.
There's a few shots in that. In fact, I know when we were editing the film, we had almost too many. We had to cut some out because it was okay, we can't do like all these leather shots all the time. So they're definitely in there, and people won't miss them. If you blink and you miss one, you'll find one later.
There'll be one coming up for you.
Yeah.
So when we talk about, like, you've put together a slasher, you put together some wonderful kills, none of which I will spoil here, but what was like the drawing board process like? How are you building out all those wonderful kills that you wanted to deliver on stage?
Honestly, that was a big tribute was to the FX company we got on board, Locked in the Cellar. They're incredible, and kudos to them. Hopefully they're watching this. I love them. So like with the script, because we were working on a tight budget and like the amount of screen time in the script, we kind of just left the kills like, and this person gets killed, and that was it. So then we had discussions with Locked in the Cellar and kind of like gave them like what we have access to and what we had, and they kind of designed the kills, and then we worked with them. Like they had the original thought process on it, so it was a very collaborative experience with them to kind of like work out these kills, like what we can actually get away with.
Not only that, you asked them what excited them. You gave them the opportunity. Hey, what would you guys like to do? What would you guys like to like see on screen?
Yeah, stuff that they maybe haven't done yet or that they were wanting to do. I know Brian was really and Desiree. She was. They were both really excited to kind of explore some stuff. I know Brian had like this animatronic like puppet arms on the street. I don't know if you probably don't notice in the movie, but the arm does move at one point after the kill. So that was all Brian.
Really bringing those corpses in this case to life for a moment on screen. So Matthew, if I can turn to you, no stranger to action roles and glorious gory kills from your previous roles, including one of my all-time favorites, Psycho Gorman.
Psycho Gorman, yeah.
Fanboying out a tiny bit here, like huge fan. So what brought you onto this project? Did you know the guys already, or did they approach you?
So Gabe and I live 20 minutes away from each other, and we've made movies and then didn't know about each other, and then we got introduced, and then from then it was just like, we'd call each other probably 5 times a week. I don't know. So Gabe came out and helped me with my movie, A Knight's War, and he AD'd it and was just a huge help. And then I'm like, I'm in debt to you. Whatever you need help with, I'm there. And then I thought I was signing up for like production or something like that. He's like, no, I want you to act in this movie. I'm like, I do monster work though, right? Like it's usually like all covered up because it's been PG, it's been Death Valley, it's been Deathstalker. You know what I mean? Like I wear a lot of monster suits. So this was fun. It's fun jumping into something completely different and wild.
Yeah. Matt's extremely talented. It's always like the man behind the mask. He's behind all these monsters and creatures, but like, he directs movies too, and he's directed some awesome movies, especially A Knight's War. It's phenomenal. If people get the chance to go see it, they can see, and he acts in it too. But it's a huge it's like a fantasy horror film. So like people who love that like gritty horror, but within fantasy, you'll love it.
I mean, this is once again the blessing and the curse of events like this. We come out, we see some movies, we meet some great people, and no matter how many movies we watch while we're here, I always come back. That watch list never gets any shorter. It continues to grow.
We actually went to FOP. Is it FOP? The music, am I saying it right? There's a music.
I have to turn to Ben. That's the right. Yeah.
Yeah, we went to FOP, and they had like tons of copies of A Knight's War, his film there on DVD and Blu-ray. So he picked up a copy because he doesn't.
I don't even have a copy back at home, so it got released here before anywhere else.
Wow, so you're coming home with more things to watch. The shelves are getting thicker while we're here as well. So you're about to sit down and watch this with an audience for the first time.
It's my first time ever.
Ideal world. What are they going to what reactions are you going to see from them in that?
I have no idea. Like we've had some early people like review the film and screen it, and the census has been good, and I hope they're not blowing smoke up our butts. But I think we played it safe relatively. Like we're not like portraying this film as some crazy slasher with like crazy gags. It is a thriller, evolving film with giallo sensibilities, with some decent kills. It's nothing crazy, It's not going to be like arms are popping out, the blood going in the air. It's nothing like that. It's more of like just a melodic slasher film. That's kind of the best way I can phrase it.
It's a nice way of putting it. And you also, again, we won't spoil anything here, but I think one of the other big tenements of giallo movies that I think you've captured very well in this one is the mystery element, the investigating element, because obviously in some of the most iconic giallo movies, there is the varying degrees of effectiveness. The detective going through, trying to understand who is doing this, why is this happening? And, I love to see those themes come in there. Like, giallo is a genre that I think people who love it really, really love it. But then sometimes you can it can have completely passed you by as a horror fan until
totally.
you've been zeroed in. And we've been very lucky through the guests we've had on the podcast to be drawn into it, and it's a really cool world.
Yeah,
you can get into.
Yeah.
So people will see it tonight.
Yeah.
Hopefully the crowd will go wild. Everyone's going to enjoy it. Ben's going to be there. He'll be cheering extra loud.
Amazing.
What's next for the film? Where are we going?
We go to Stitches in October with it, and then after that, I'm not sure. We have like a bunch of submissions. We're on Film Freeway, and it's just like undetermined. What is it like? Undetermined yet? So we're hopefully after the world premiere, some good reviews come out and gets into some more festivals. That'd be nice. So right now we have FrightFest world premiere in Stitches, and then it did get bought. I think that's news. We can say that.
I think you
yeah, because it was on deadline. Yeah, by Uncorked in the States with Black Fawn Distribution. Black Fawn Distribution is representing the film for world sales, and they'll be distributing it in Canada. So it's kind of well on its way. So I can't imagine the film like having like a long. I feel like it's going to just get put out there pretty quick.
We'll be watching. We'll make sure we let everyone know.
Yeah.
If they don't want to rely on us, where is the best place to follow you both, or collectively, individually, to keep up with the news?
Just like on Instagram. Like there's Late Fox Pictures. Matt Niederber's on Instagram. I'm on Instagram. Gabe Carrere, Matt Niederber. So it's pretty easy to find us. And I think our profiles are public. Yeah. We're
not hiding.
Matt posts videos of us like snoring. Like the three of us are sharing a hotel room, and it's very like if you want personal entertainment on us, you can.
Yeah, if you want to see behind the curtain,
look at Matt's Instagram.
Well, we shall all get you and follow you there. Now, we've talked about a Giallo movie. How would you feel if you were able to get a screening of this in its home in Italy? How would that go down for you two? Make the trip?
I would find a way to make it. My dad was born in Italy, so I'm sure I could convince him to come with us.
Make this a family trip.
Yeah, that would be amazing. That would be awesome. That would be a dream.
Incredible. Well, thank you very much for spending a few minutes with us today. We will let you go and pace up and down in the cinema and make sure you're adequately ready. And then we'll see you in the bar later. It's karaoke tonight.
Yeah, that's true. If we could get in. It's only like waiting list.
Oh, you're waiting list.
We're on the waiting list.
Yeah. Oh, okay. We see what we can do.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you
Awesome.
both
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank
Back
you.
to you, Ben.
Hello, we're outside the cinema. We're with Mal Jutley, a FrightFest regular. You told me earlier this is your 15th year. That's right.
I think so. 2010, so whatever maths that works out to be.
Yeah,
15 years.
That's about right.
About right, yeah.
Yours is a face that I've seen loads at the festival, and I've seen you loads online. I've always kind of wanted to say hey and get you on the show, so I'm glad to have done it. Thanks very much for joining us.
No worries.
Are you having a good festival so far this year?
Yeah, the main thing is like the films are what they are. You enjoy them as well, but you see the people you ain't seen for a year, catch up with them. So it's a social as well as you get to see movies all day, and then you get to see your mates go for drinks. You know,
the socializing's just broken up by films, pretty much, isn't it? That's what happens.
Yeah, even like now earlier, I need some food, so we're gonna got a chicky roast. Sat with my mates in the pub, caught up with them, spoken to them for a while. Tonight will be the same. Phoenix until 3, 4, and whatever in the morning.
Well, it's karaoke tonight, isn't it?
Tonight, yeah.
You're on it.
I'll be on it somewhere. Yeah, got to work out what to do. Something cheesy, I think. Something cheesy.
Something cheesy.
Yeah.
I look forward to whatever you choose.
Yeah,
man.
cheese.
Whatever you choose. Have you had any highlights of the festival so far? Is there anything you've seen? That
Yeah, so my mind's a mush because of the late nights drinking and, of course,
understandable.
The million films you've got to watch in one go. But I think, so working backwards, I saw, what was the thingy one this morning? Tomb Watcher.
Oh, Tomb Watcher,
I like
yeah.
that. I like that. That was good. I wanted to see where it's going because I thought, is it going to be sort of some melodramatic stuff? But it was a ghost story event, essentially. I really liked it. So that was good. Heading back from that, I think it was Marshmallow was good. Kids in a camp. I like that. Again, it wasn't too meta, and it went places.
Yeah,
so I like that. That was pretty good. Flash was really, really funny.
Yeah, Flash was funny.
Yeah,
We've been doing our French accents ever since.
There you go.
As best as we can.
So I sat down and thought, hang on, what are they going to do with a bloke stuck in the head of his toilet?
Yeah.
But they've done well with it, and it's quite creative.
Difficult with those single location films sometimes, like
exactly.
where to take it, especially when it's like over an hour or something.
Exactly, yeah. I enjoyed the Serbian documentary, so I do, in quoted commas, like the film. So I've seen it a couple of times. But I like what they had to say in the documentary, the why it was made, the prejudices in his face and the sort of all that sort of stuff. That's pretty cool. And then I think
you were saying you saw Dog of God,
as well.
So animated. Animated, is it? What country is that?
It's kind of Latvia.
Latvia. Okay, you got it.
It was it has like a comic book retrograde kind of animation feel. It was mental.
It was mental.
I don't know where do I start with it. You know, there's loads of dicks in it.
Loads of dicks.
Orgies.
Someone licks a cat's arsehole.
Yeah. Cat's arsehole.
Have you ever seen that at FrightFest before in your 15 years?
Not a cat's arsehole being licked. No. Yes, there's a first. But it was mental. And the thing with the film was though, you didn't know what was going to happen next.
Yeah.
But also amongst all the chaos, it had a point to it as well, right? It wasn't just like, here you go, here's some craziness for you. So there's basically a witch trial and there's got religious sort of stuff going on as well.
Yeah.
But I really enjoyed it. And again, it's really, really creative. So
and the animation styles is great because it's got sort of like that cell shaded slash.
That's
what,
it.
What do they call it when it's got the 80s outline sort of style of artwork?
Yeah.
You remember?
Rotoscope. Yeah.
That's it. It's a combination of those two things.
Yeah. It was good. And I think the film generally, like I said, the film generally for me have always been like all right. Like the few that stood out. I missed Appofeniacs because I saw Dog of God, but I heard that played really, really well.
Appofeniacs was great. Yeah. We did actually speak to the director and one of the stars, and yes, it's crazy. Like when you go into a film, you know absolutely nothing about it, and you come out of it, you're thinking about it.
So I talked to someone else. They said it was like Low Life that played it a few years ago.
Okay.
Similar sort of vibe. So I thought, okay, I know it's going to be good. So then basically I split with my mates. I go like, you guys see that? I'll see Dog of God and we compare notes.
Yeah.
And that's half the thing of FrightFest is like
definitely, yeah.
Discovery screens, you mostly the stuff on the main screen generally get to release. So usually what I'm trying to do is you see the main screen stuff, I'll see the Discovery stuff, and then between us we compare notes and catch it later.
Yeah.
So that's
and then you go, well, mine was good, mine wasn't so good, and then you're just a bit annoyed.
Exactly. Yeah.
But then you can go and check that one out at a later date, can't
Exactly,
you?
yeah. So and the whole festival vibe is there's so much A, choice, but B, you can just hang. Like earlier, I was chatting to someone. They were like, "Yeah, just grab a drink, chill."
There's no pressure to make sure you watch everything. Sometimes you feel like you want to get your money's worth, so you want to watch everything.
So when I first started coming, I was like, I've got to see every film. So I saw every film, and in between I was like rushing around. I thought, nah, man, I need to breathe.
Yeah.
And now I do try and eat well, try and just to get a break.
That is the biggest challenge I feel.
Eating well is hard.
It's
the
hard
biggest
work. Challenge.
It is.
Yeah.
Because
you're just like, let's go over there.
And there's a Greg's McDonald's, and try and avoid it where possible. But no, it's been a great festival, and the vibe is the best thing, right? Like everyone's just on a high. Like you see him every day, and everyone's just like, oh, how's it going? And the vibe is good. Everyone's just like to be here.
It's the perfect length for festival. I feel like 5 days is good, and I feel like once you get to the end of 5 days, you need to catch up on sleep and everything else.
So my motto is always, it's a Tuesday problem. Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Go through the festival, do what you got to do. Don't worry about it. Figure it out on Tuesday.
Your Tuesday self won't thank you.
Exactly.
What for the rest of the festival? What we got? Like a day and a half left.
Yeah, day and a half. So
what that's left are you looking forward to?
So the next two films, the next two that are showing is Bone Lake and Redux. Looking forward to both of them. And then main screen, I've heard good things about The Rose.
Okay. Oh, The Rose.
Yeah. Good things about that. And Influences looks pretty decent.
Influences. We liked the first one, didn't we?
Yeah, and I'm doing a bit of crazy stuff. So there's a film called Weed Eaters.
Yes.
Which looks mental.
Yeah.
So I want to check that out.
Discovery screen, maybe?
Yeah, Discovery, yeah. And I've got Sick Puppy.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, a girlfriend trying to help out a serial killer boyfriend and does a killing for him, I think it is.
That's a bit lazy, isn't it?
A bit lazy, yeah. And then
Get off your ass. Go.
The Other People, which I just like the look of. I thought, yeah, give it a go.
The Other People's great.
Yeah?
I've seen The Other People. I really enjoyed The Other
There you
People.
go, yeah.
Some really good performances and just a little bit unexpected to what it's going to be, and genuinely quite creepy. So
yeah. So
I think I like that.
Got that first up Monday. So I think I'm looking forward. The next 4 or 5 films look pretty decent.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to all them. So it should be a laugh. And then obviously tonight karaoke night. So
yeah, man.
Yeah,
looking forward to it. Well, thanks for joining us. Thanks for taking a few minutes to chat about everything.
No worries.
And great. Enjoy the rest of your festival.
You too, guys.
Take it
Yeah.
easy.
Cheers. Thanks.
So directly from that, where you've just heard Ben do an interview with someone who's been attending FrightFest for years and years, someone's first FrightFest now. I'm joined here by Tabitha. Tabitha, how are you?
I'm good. We've just watched The Descent, and that was my first time watching it as well. So
the first time of the Descent, what did you think?
Oh, it was amazing. We love films that are packed full of blood, gore, guts. Fast paced. It was great. Yeah, and it's such a treat to have the director and the lead actress say a few words as well. Yeah.
And they're very, very nice folks as well. So
yeah.
What attracted you to come to FrightFest for the first time? You've been looking at it for a while in the past?
I've had my eye on it all year, and me and my friends volunteer for a film club down in Truro because we're from Cornwall. And we love horror movies, and we were like, yo, there's a whole thing in London about horror movies. Why not go for it? And, might get to meet some fellow fans. Well, we met some directors, like actors. Yeah, it's been a great experience so far.
Oh, I'm so glad you've had a nice time. And then, so how many films have you seen so far? Have you lost count?
It's a good maybe like dozen or so. Like, I saw one of the film showcases, Transcending Dimensions, Blockhead pretty late last night. That was really good. Marshmallow, and then we've got a few more today. And yeah. So you can see like a whole bunch of different styles. Like Transcending Dimensions, I think, was the international choice for the thing at the festival rather.
Yeah.
So it's not just like one kind of horror movie. You're getting like slashers, grindhouse, thrillers, there's like sorcery and such, so yeah, and I think there's some animation as well. So
There has been a little bit of animation. I'm not getting to see Gil, which I was hoping to see, but it was sold out, sadly.
Is it sold out?
I think it's sold out. I might see if I can try and sneak in. I think it's the screen on Monday, so see if we can get to it.
Yeah, fabulous.
Anything that's emerged as a favourite so far?
Oh, it's hard pick,
I won't pin you down to one.
Like favorite movie or favorite like experience so far?
I'll go both if you've got one of each.
Yeah, sure. I think experience-wise, it's so cool to like have a face-to-face with like so many independent and small kind of filmmakers and such, and and the Q&As are always really interesting. We quite like go what's behind the scenes. How do we get an idea and turn it into like a fan favorite film? And then favorite film so far, I mean, The Descent was really good, but that's already been out.
That's
so
a classic.
That is a classic.
You're allowed that in a bonus category.
I mean, oh god, I think Blockhead was probably one of my favorites, and Transcending Dimensions. I just wish it's a really dark room, all right? So you have a little nod off from time to time.
We call it a long blink here in the business.
A long blink. That's it. Yeah, several blinks.
But yeah, I'm glad you've been enjoying it. And I guess the big question, we see you next year?
Definitely. Yeah. Maybe.
Amazing.
Thank
Amazing.
you so much.
Well, you're very good with that microphone. We'll see you with your own ear before long, I imagine.
We'll have our podcast, I mean, we do graphic design, like hit us up, like, we're around, guys. So we love movies, we love getting involved, and we'll do it for free.
Well, we look forward to seeing you for years to come. Thank you so much for spending a few minutes with us. Bye for now. Back to you, Ben. Hello, we are here yet again with Wasp getting Ben. He's all right. He's survived. With this wonderfully dressed gentleman and another horror fan. Why don't you tell everyone a little bit about yourself, who you are, and what you're doing here?
Hello. I thought you were going to just say with this, which would have done the trick. My name's Sam Thomas. I'm here with Ramon Fears Terror Tapes, which is a full cast audio horror. I've been hawking cards around and badges all weekend. And I have the sort of glazed look of somebody who's been doing that. But I have managed to catch a few films. It's been marvelous. And I've come here since 2003, we worked out. So it's weird to be doing something even remotely work-related here, but I'm loving it.
Well, we're big fans of a horror podcast here, whether it's what we do on Horror Hangout, what we do on the other stories. So it's very welcome to see another folks. Tell us a little about Tell us a little bit about the narrative podcast that you do.
Well, I mean, we put it together just after lockdown. Myself and a chap called Alex Lynch, and we got on board an audio wizard by the name of Odeon Leicester, and the three of us make every episode. We're up to the end of series 1, which has been 6 episodes and a few specials, and everything is fully scored, fully written. Obviously, I mean that's my job, and we get a full cast of professional actors in to do the whole shebang, and we base it on the sort of the tentpoles of horror: giallo, gothic, 70s quasi porn, whatever we can think of, and we barrel it into sort of everyday British life and make it a little bit stupid. So. Which fits me perfectly.
On board already, absolutely. I understand that your first season is available wherever you find your good podcasts now.
Yes. I mean, I would name names, but if it rhymed with Hotify or Bappel, you can get it. I mean, pretty much anywhere, even Acast. Not even. That's a wonderful platform too. Yes.
But right now you're crowdfunding your second season.
We are. I'm glad you reminded me. Yes, we are. we've just launched an Indiegogo. So if you go to ramonfear.com, there's a lovely little link there, and you can donate what you can manage. All of it will be gratefully received, and hopefully it will pay for basically paying our actors, getting in the studio space, and seeing if we can pay any of us. But yeah, that should do it.
Wonderful. So turning back to FrightFest then, any big picks for you right now for so far in your festival?
I've been a bit retro. I mean, I've just come out The Descent, which was wonderful. It's a 20-year anniversary, which is not allowed because that means I'm old. I mean, the hairline was a clue.
1990 was only 5 years ago, right?
Yes, I hear that. I'm looking forward to the millennium. And
I hope they fix that bug.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. It's all going to go. But yeah, The Descent was brilliant as always, just as brilliant as first time around. And we saw Daughters of Darkness yesterday, I think. And the director turning up was almost as much fun as the film itself because he was wonderfully Belgian. Yeah.
See, I've never seen Daughters of Darkness.
Euro horror madness.
Worth checking
Wonderful.
out.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a genuinely brilliantly made film. It's beautiful. It's and innovative and great. But yeah, it's very, very Euro, which I love. Yeah.
Well, wonderful. Thank you for spending a few minutes with it. And I tell you what, I hope you get every penny you need for the campaign. But if not, a wonderfully voiced man. You could voice a few of these stories yourself, my friend.
That'd be an idea. I mean, of course, I'm in no way involved with voicing any of the characters in the podcast. That was a hideous accusation, and I refute it entirely. But yeah, we'll do that. It'd be good if we raise some money. I don't want to resort to theft.
But you will.
I will, easily. It's inevitable. Eventually. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you so much for spending some time with us. Cheers.
Cheers.
Hello, I'm here with the director of Super Happy Fun Clown, Patrick Rea.
Hello.
And also the producer of Super Happy Fun Clown.
And writer.
Don't want to miss that out. Eric Winkler. Hello, welcome, both of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ben.
How was the premiere? Did you enjoy yourselves? Was it great seeing it on the big screen with a crowd?
It's always it's the reward of all the work, the hard work of making a movie, to see it with a big crowd and having the crowd react to it, and it seemed like that most everybody had a good time with it. So
yeah, 100%. And I mean, obviously it's been seen on the big screen only once before in the United States, but to see it on such a big screen, it's really fantastic. And to be here in London and honestly, so just to be here with you guys is really awesome. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Well, thanks for taking the time to speak to us. Obviously, Patrick, you spoke to Andy previously about the film on an interview episode. Tell us. You were telling me some fascinating stuff about the music and different things like that. The stories of bringing that to the big screen as well. Can you just give us a bit of information about that, Eric?
Yeah, sure. So obviously, it started as a short, which I wrote without any dialogue because I liked the idea of having something with no language barrier to it. So shortly thereafter, we expanded it into the full length. And I mean, there's so many little nuggets. One of the ones I was just showing you is I saw a live performance of Night of the Living Dead in Kansas City, Missouri in 2007. The musical accompaniment was provided by a shuffling zombie. Playing what I call dirty guitar, and 18 years later, here he is. He did the score for our movie. So,
how did that sound on the sound system on the big screen?
It sounded absolutely fantastic. Yes, wonderful.
And sound is one of those things that as a filmmaker you're constantly worried about. So it was good that it sounded really good in the theater because you're always. I mean, we'll be tweaking the sound till we release the movie on streaming. So for me, hearing that it got a good reaction sound wise. Was a lot of weight was off my shoulder when I heard.
Does that how it feels now? Do you feel like it's been such a build up to this premiere? It was the world premiere, right?
It was the UK premiere.
Okay, or as I'm calling it, the international premiere.
International premiere.
I mean, so it's more than no offense to the UK, it's more than that even. It's the first time outside of the United States. Really, first time outside of Panic Fest,
we had our
which
premiere,
is like 10 minutes from our
world
house.
Premiere in Panic Fest, and of course, we weren't 100% done with the audio at that point. So we were like,
it was almost like a test screening in that regard.
Our audio guy actually drove in. He teaches in Indiana, which was like a 7-hour drive. He drove in just so he could see it on the big screen and make sure the audio was okay. Yeah.
I mean, that just goes to show the passion that is involved from
Absolutely.
everybody, which is great to see, of course. Congratulations. What you mentioned streaming then is that is that forthcoming?
We have signed with a distributor, the Horror Collective, for the film, and so I think, and don't quote me on this, that the release is in December some point.
Yeah, Shaked just told me possibly more like early next year, like
Okay.
January.
Yeah.
So yeah, late this year, early next year, or something like that. But honestly, it can't come fast enough for us because everybody's asking us and everything, and so it's.
We have a couple more film festivals coming up. We have Wreck Havoc, which is in North Carolina. And
Wreak Havoc?
Is it
Or
Wreak
Re-
Havoc or Wreck
yeah.
Havoc?
I don't know.
And
Sorry
then
if we
we
messed it
just
up.
found out we're going to be screening at Horror Hound at the next Horror Hound convention in Cincinnati, Ohio, in September. So
I think there will probably be more because, like I said, the short is screened all over the world, and so I'm hopeful that some of those festivals that screen the short will do the full length movie as well. So fingers crossed.
Here's a question. This is something I've been thinking about since I've seen the short and the feature. The short, of course, is silent. Yeah, it's a silent movie. Were you ever tempted to do that as the feature?
Never.
I mean,
no. I mean, I felt like, I don't know. I felt like it needed dialogue. I mean, but honestly, it's not a dialogue heavy movie, especially from Jenno the Clown, which I don't know if you call her the protagonist or the antagonist. I guess maybe she's both. Yeah. So, but that was on purpose. I mean, we mentioned the movie Starry Eyes, which is for me such an inspirational movie. And the lead character in that movie, it's like, should I be rooting for her? She's got some shallow friends that she's killed, but they didn't really do anything wrong. And
I feel like sometimes those are the best protagonists, where you're not sure. Like, they're morally grey, and it makes you feel morally grey as well. I think that's probably like the best. I enjoy that more so than
and so much of that is in Jen's performance. She comes off, like I said, sympathetic, slightly sympathetic, despite what she's doing in the movie. And a lot of that is just in her expressions. We've been asked several times if she had, went to clown school or was a professional clown at some
you
point.
guys may have even mentioned that.
And several times we've been asked that, and I think it was good that we did the short because the short was kind of like the warm up. And then
she loved it. She loved doing the short and getting in the
and then
character.
immediately when we did the feature, she jumped right into it and was able to really
but no previous
her
professional experience.
yeah.
So, and I mean, especially you really got to bring it when you're not, don't have any dialogue. So 100%.
Absolutely. Well, be sure to check it out. Andy coined the phrase, which was "falling clown," to describe this film.
I brought that up during the Q&A today. I said that was maybe that's the alternate title for overseas, Falling Clown.
For me, that's one of the greatest thing about this art form is people who, when they see things in the movie that I didn't even necessarily see, like I wasn't thinking of falling down when I wrote the movie or while we were making it, but I watched it a dozen times when I was a child on the VHS tape.
It seeps into your subconscious.
Ingrained.
Absolutely.
Exactly. That and Joaquin Phoenix's Joker from 2019, like regendered. People have kind of mentioned that as well. And I was like, oh, yeah, and that's a good movie. I mean, for me personally, the two biggest influences on my writing of the movie were Starry Eyes, of course, which is mentioned in it, and Pearl, which I, adored. Yeah. So all of the Maxine.
Female rage.
Well, I mean, and the films that Eric and I have made have been primarily female protagonist led, and I think that's going to be a continuing thread that we do in our future movies. So.
Yes, I mean every movie I have written has had a female lead and had strong female characters, whether evil or good, and and I mean it just. You'll like this as an interviewer, I think, but it may not be very PC. But I mean, I'm just not interested in my own demographic, really. So I mean, and I like writing movies where honestly, it doesn't matter. It could be Super Happy Fun Clown could have been a guy, but I mean, there's so many male clown movies, and how many female clown movies?
And that's what appealed to me as a director was, all right, if we're going to do a clown movie, we have to do it from a different vantage point because at this point, everything in some capacity has been done. And so we wanted to do something that was a little different. a little bit more psychological, and the fact that it was a female lead was very interesting to me as a director. So
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Well, thank you both for joining us to talk about
you
your
for having
film.
us.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the festival. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And again, congratulations on Super Happy Fun Clown.
Ben and Andy, thank you guys so
Thank you,
much.
guys.
Thank you. And all of our fans, thank you so much.
Hello, everybody, from our final day at FrightFest. It is Monday. Like Elton John, I don't know what he's doing right now, but according to his song, still standing. We've made it. We're here, and we're here with old friends.
Yeah, I
old
guess.
Lads, so with Stuart Spark, Lindsay Crane. How are you both?
Great, thank you.
Yes, good, thank you.
How's your festival going so far? You've been sporadic visitors this year. You've had birthdays to celebrate.
Yeah, we did 2 films yesterday. We did Self Help and we did Red Mask.
Yeah,
love both of them. Fantastic. No, that was Friday. That was Saturday. Sunday we did Super Happy Fun Clown, and then we did Bone Lake. And Bone Lake was solid.
It's great, isn't it?
So
Really good.
As always, like every film at FrightFest, we have just a great time with it. It's, from the indie ones to the big ones. So yeah.
It's a wonderful weekend. It's always nice to see your faces here.
Thank you.
A little bit of a different one for you this year, because now How to Kill Monsters Blu-ray is getting out there.
Yeah. We How to Kill Monsters screened here in 2023. So we self-distributed the Blu-ray essentially. So that is out now. Collector's edition with me and Lindsay did a great commentary track. Talk about the commentary track.
Talk about the commentary track. Oh,
Yeah, the commentary track's great.
Yeah, it was hilarious. It was just us two filming. We ended up filming it in our house. We had to pause it halfway through because there was a magpie outside. It was really noisy. So it was an experience, but it was good fun to it was like, been so long since we filmed it. It was nice to sort of revisit the film as well. So it was nice to do the commentary track.
Yeah, and a gag reel and all sorts of stuff. So
And they are handsome-looking Blu-rays. We have our copies at home. So
Good,
Ben has this
good.
in his bag. But very nice.
You better
to see.
watch it, Ben.
I expect to see a video of you watching it.
I want an unboxing video. I want a review. Everything.
So, a little diversion for your next project. I know you'll be back in the film world very soon, of course, but a video game.
Yeah.
Dead Reset. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so we did. We worked with Wales Interactive, which is a games publisher based in Wales, surprisingly enough, who we've been a fan of for a long time because they make fantastic FMV games. So they did some. We played The Bunker way back when, The Complex. They just did one. Altai Hotel as well, Me and the Dragon Princess. We essentially, as fans, and they came to us and they'd seen previous work of ours and they went, hey, have you thought about making an interactive choose your own adventure style movie? And we were like, yes, hell yes, because I'm a massive gamer. I've loved FMV games and like FMV in games like Command and Conquer, where you used to get the briefings from a video of a guy like really pixelated. And yeah, we kind of came up with this sci-fi horror story, shot that last summer. And it's coming out on 11th September this year. So we had a trailer in FrightFest this year.
Yeah, we see it before a couple of the films. It was before Bone Lake, right?
Yes, yeah. So it's been really fun, yeah. Really exciting projects. I can't wait to see what people think of that.
Not long to wait either. 11th of September will be here before we know. And Lindsay, you star in the game as well?
Yes, it was so much fun to film and to make. It's probably the best project I've worked on because it was such a challenge compared to the things that we filmed previously with being an interactive movie. And yeah, I'm excited for people to kind of get stuck into it and see what happens. I don't want to say too much, but it was so much fun to do.
It must be strange, right? Because obviously filming for a game, there are bits that you'll film that someone won't necessarily see as they play through it. So
yeah,
and I'm a big sucker, similar to you, for an FMV game. Those Command and Conquer videos that like that. We should bring that back. Like
100%. Because remember Tim Curry.
Yeah,
in Red Alert 3, it's like a classic. So I love that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. And speaking just about the festival again, like such a wonderful place to like get new audiences for this type of stuff, right? Not only independent films, to meet new people, to meet new audiences that'll get to watch it. I met you guys at FrightFest. Not even before the film, we were
doing a last clap competition.
Yeah, the last clap competition. Yes. Everyone, if you don't play this game at home, this is my gift to you. Any event, you don't have to go to a film festival. It's perfect for weddings. I'll leave it to your judgment if you do it at a funeral. You need an arrangement with people around the room at your event. Last person to clap. Test your nerves.
It was excellent.
Yeah, that's the true horror. Depends. It's even better if the speaker is even more serious.
Yeah.
Amazing. So, 11th of September for this.
Yes.
What's next in the film world? You don't have to break any NDAs, but is it on the drawing board?
We might have some sort of science fiction horror movie next year that may be at film festivals. I guess we'll see.
We'll see.
'Cause genuinely, I don't know. We've got to submit it first. And then, we're always cooking up stuff. We just want to make fun, silly movies like we have been doing for years together with our family of people that we always work with. And hopefully people like them. The main thing is, as long as we have fun doing it, we'll keep making them.
That's the way to be.
Yeah.
That is the way to be. And people, from our experience and what we hear people say around here, people do like them very much. So you're doing great work.
Thanks. I hope so. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for spending some time with us.
Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. See you again soon. Back to you, Ben.
Hello, it's the final day. We've made it. We've made it all the way to the final day, day 5 of FrightFest, Monday. I'm going to turn to Andy because I know he consumed some alcohol last night. I'm going to ask him how he feels. How do you feel, Andy?
All right.
If this is flashing, by the way, we're sat right in front of a screen, and I thought it was just going to be on for the duration, but it's...
Oh, so it's a trailer for a new film. No
got
cable
silly
connected
flashes.
HDMI 1.
I can't wait to see that. So yeah. Anyway, sorry, I asked you a question and I cut you off.
Yeah, I feel all right. Not bad at all, actually.
Top of the world?
I mean, I'd never say that on my best day, but yeah, I feel all right.
Top of the world looking down on creation. We had a good fun night. We went to the karaoke night. We didn't sing.
No.
The list was never ending. So
a very, very long list. Some people, a little bit naughty, put themselves up multiple times. You're raging, weren't you?
Some people put them up like 3 times. Spitting feathers I was. Now, not because I wanted to go. It wasn't because of that. Because I was like,
you love variety, don't you?
I love variety. It's the spice of life. It's the spice of life. So I love variety. And when the same people keep getting up and it's like a song that maybe I'm not that into or don't care about, I get a bit frustrated. And I know it's not all about me.
Could see it on his little face. I could see his heart breaking like Ralph Wiggum.
If someone stands up at the karaoke and starts singing the Grease Mega Mix, I'm almost on the verge of leaving. And I hate to be that guy.
He was lying on the floor. I had to really pep him up.
Spitting feathers, I was.
He was.
As I said.
Absolutely outraged.
But then after that, I had a cheer up, had a good time. We ended up walking a little way, didn't we? Which was funny.
I know that was a good laugh. Got my steps in, didn't I?
Got your bloody steps in. He does it on purpose. I feel he goes, "Oh no, we're gonna have to walk to the next bus stop." All the while looking at his step.
I didn't close the tube.
Are you sure?
Called in a threat.
Called in a threat. Yeah. Oh my god.
Right. So what we're going to talk now, though, we're here to wrap up our main screen. Well, I guess our Sunday, I suppose.
The actual films we saw on Sunday, and then we do still need to take a step back and talk about some discovery screens that we saw previous to the festival. We're still in the process of catching up. It's a long time. I will like to count how many films we've done between us at the end.
Yeah.
Just to see if our coverage is
what our percentage is. We're going to post it. We completed this percent of FrightFest 2025.
We've done more this year than ever before.
Yeah.
You feel like that?
I agree.
Yeah. I feel like we did a lot more interviews prior to the fest, watched a lot more screeners, and this time we've been averaging like a decent amount per day. So YMCA is playing in the background, if anybody can hear it even slightly.
Hopefully the bots that look for DMCA strikes don't hear it.
I like it.
Filter it down.
I feel like it's a good theme for us to be sat here. Just 2 young men.
Keeping ourselves off the shelf.
Keeping ourselves off the shelf, exactly.
So we've already talked about 213 Bones with some friends who were able to see it because we were catching up on some recording.
Yes.
But you've interviewed the Tomb Watcher producer, but have you given your hot takes on it yet?
I think Tomb Watcher was pretty good, you know. I would say the problem I had with Tomb Watcher was it was like a love triangle story, and the guy at the center of it was just a bit of a douche, and I couldn't really understand why either woman in the particular love story would be all that interested in him. He was just a bit of a dickhead. Like he was just a bit mean-tempered, but
he could paint a portrait like a dot matrix printer, couldn't he?
He could paint a portrait like a dot matrix printer.
If you were on the Titanic with him and said paint him like one of your French girls, you'd have been on the first lifeboat. Yeah. So he'd have been done.
He would have had it done. I reckon he'd do a 3D print of you.
Yeah,
3D print of Kate Winslet's Norks
to keep. And that would have kept what's his name, bad fiance bloke.
Bad fiance. I put the necklace in the coat. I put the coat on her. That guy.
Yeah, him.
We love that guy, Billy Zane.
Billy Zane, that's him.
Yeah. So I wasn't entirely convinced by that. It felt like really this ghost was terrorizing the mistress of her husband,
She's not a girl's girl. She doesn't support
Not a
women.
girl's girl. She doesn't support women. It was one of those things where you're like, well, really, just fuck him up, innit? He's the one who's done you wrong. Do him in. It was quite good. It was like a combination of like supernatural scares and also like a bit of a human drama. The tangle of their lives. I think I mentioned it. I always like to quote Dr. Manhattan.
I was really interested that the producer shared with us that it was a story that her grandmother wrote 40 years ago for a soap opera.
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
can
that
see the context of that when it comes out.
Oh, very soap opera vibes. Like obviously the cinematography and everything lends itself to a spooky horror film, but
I also love, for me, this is a Thai movie. If we haven't already shared that, like I love like a haunting or a possession movie from a non-Western perspective, because that removal from the things you're familiar with, you know. Not saying that, you know, I respect or disrespect any other religions more or less, but I think we get our fair fill of Jesus and the Lord and things like that. I think it naturally has that greater degree of mystery to it when it's something that is completely outside of your own native culture.
Yeah.
And it just gives a little bit more visual interest and like mystery for me.
I think you're right, yeah. And overall, I think it was good. You know, there was genuinely like a couple of actual jump scares, and I think for me at this festival they've been few and far between. Maybe a little bit telegraphed, but there was a couple of genuine scares.
Yeah,
I think like the biggest scares for me were in The Descent, because that's just like a big old amazing popcorn movie. I think I grabbed you a few times when things were happening.
Yeah, when those bats came out, you were shaking like the lady in the cast.
I was shaking like a leaf. Or
I said they're gone, Ben, and also
or
they're just on the screen.
Or someone once said to me, I was shaking like a brick. They got shaking like a leaf and shit on a brick mixed up.
Shaking like a brick. Not very much.
Yeah, so Tomb Watcher. And
that is The Descent. We might as well segue
straight into The Descent. So The Descent 4K restoration. Neil Marshall was here. Our good friend Janine Pipe was here. They were signing copies of The Making of The Descent. We didn't get a chance to speak to them.
We didn't interrupt them. They were signing the little hands off.
Yeah, so there was a queue of people getting their book signed, and then they whizzed off afterwards. So obviously it was great to see Janine, albeit briefly. It's amazing to see like the progression of her career, I guess, through FrightFests, because we stay in touch. She joins us on the podcast throughout the year, but we see each other at FrightFest, and that's like a good time to like take stock of her achievements for the year. So that's always good fun. But yeah, The Descent, the 4K restoration we saw on the main screen. A few people probably were seeing it for the first time, which
saw a couple of hands go up in the auditorium when Neil asked. Yeah.
20 years old, that film, and you know what? It hasn't aged a day, hasn't skipped a beat, as it really is. Still, there's something about the way Neil shoots. Like, I know it's America, that's where the film's set, but it clearly isn't, is it? Like, it's Scotland, I think he said a lot of the places that they shot in. I feel like the way he shoots like Britain in Dog Soldiers and The Descent, it just looks so. It looks like those places. You know, sometimes where you're like, well, this could be anywhere. This could be forest and woods. No one knows where it is. The way he shoots the UK, you can like spot it. It's like, it's not like grey, but there's something about it, like the greys and the blues, and yeah, I really love it. It really settles me in. And this, like the all-female cast, there was one fella at the start in there, but the all-female cast is just so good. You've got such a variety of characters. You've got the final girl who's gone for a major tragedy. You've got Juno, who's essentially like Lara Croft. You've got sisters.
You've got all the roles, really. You've got
like the sort of like tomboy
medical expert, the like really adventurous climber, the like really capable and responsible friend who's there as that emotional crutch, and then you've got, you know, our main character, and then the home wrecker.
The home wrecker, yeah. The home wrecker. But I mean, she does kick ass, though, regardless of being a home wrecker. I think she's in The Descent, too, right? She's still alive down there, I believe.
Oh, maybe I've not seen The Descent.
That might be a spoiler. I don't think it's obvious that she's alive down there straight away.
I'm not sure if I'm.
But yeah, so
go and see The
this
Descent
obviously
too.
got the original ending with the you know, the slightly more
the bleaker
ending, which is good. I can understand why people would. Like, I know the American ending's got its haters for good reason. People say they don't like it. I think Neil said he didn't like it as well, or doesn't want that to be the ending, the canon ending. But I can understand why it exists as well. I think it's because I also feel like it's a representation of our main character that end scene where she's climbing up the bones and out towards daylight. That's like a representation of her overcoming her grief. That's her climbing out of her grief 12 months later after losing her husband and her child. Right, probably actually that grief will probably never leave her, but officially crawling out of that first heavy set grief period. It's just such a great representation. And of course, the Cave Lads.
They've never looked better, the Cave Lads.
Cave Lads never look better. They look ever so shiny. I forgot there was a lady one and a baby one.
I'd forgotten that scene as well, but now a recontextualized film for me. Technically, it is a group of 6 mostly white women going into the home of an indigenous people.
We did say that.
And killing everybody, like killing off a load of people that are just living their lives.
So really, like the Cave Lads are the victims in this situation.
That's their house.
That's their house. Yeah.
They didn't come knocking on the cabin door, did they?
They didn't. So but it is great. It looks great. It's such a good film, and I'll recommend it to anyone who hasn't seen it. It's definitely a classic film from that era. It's so claustrophobic, and I've seen it loads of times, but it's one of those films that keeps on giving. When you watch it again, you're like, oh my god, yeah, I remember this bit, or like, oh god, I've forgotten about this bit. It's just so good. Like everything just comes together. It's great.
We move on then to a film we've both seen and enjoyed.
Yes.
It's Bone Lake O'Clock.
Bone Lake O'Clock, yeah. So I had the pleasure of interviewing the director, Mercedes, on a previous episode. So please go and check that out if you want to find out more about the film. This is a sexy, erotic thriller with horror elements about a double-booked Airbnb, our favorite.
Yeah. It would play, I think, well with Together This, because it also delves into those elements of people who are having their relationships fine. They're not having fiery fallouts. There isn't a baddie or a goodie in the relationship, but they're not in a great place because of an imbalance in responsibility and maybe investment to a degree in the relationship.
Yeah.
And it's metering out in how they are with their sexual compatibility at the time.
Yeah.
And the characters they're introduced to are just, they're like accelerant onto that fire.
Yeah, they're manipulative, and they start off obviously as just fine, but eventually they're manipulative. There's clearly like these kind of sex games that they play, or like they're trying to to break up the relationship, or like set the relationship, put people against each other. It feels like a role play situation in a way. I was kind of surprised, or not surprised, sorry, but I kind of half expected everybody to turn around and go, "Well, that was fun. That was a
high-fiving on the way.
High-fiving on the way out. Well, that was fun. That was a lovely bit."
I really like this.
Yeah,
I thought
it was great.
I'm really having to have if I look uncomfortable, it's not because I was drinking yesterday. It's not because we've only eaten brown food for the last 5 days. It's because I've got a lot of soul searching to do to decide what my favorite film has been.
A lot of soul searching. A long weekend staring into the mirror.
Yeah.
Soul searching, was it, Andy? Cocaine. That's a Peep Show quote. That's not. That's talking about our drug habits, of which we don't have any.
Do you think I earn that much? No. Doing this kind of work. Yeah. Bone Lake, I think, highly recommend. I think it's going to be huge when it gets a full release. Worth seeing at a cinema, I would say. If it shows near you.
I said to Mercedes as well, like the nuance of the relationship, how she's written those characters, like feels real. Like the amount of times you watch a film and you're like, people don't speak to each other like this, or people don't. It doesn't flow as well as it potentially could. These are like really well written characters, really interesting relationship dynamics,
and it's funny. It's really funny.
Yeah, it is funny.
Yeah,
I didn't know what to expect from this, but yeah, that was that.
Yeah. Should we talk about your little diversions? Then I'll finish with the last film of the night.
Yeah. So
a little
diversion,
not diminishing them. They're just
diversions. So I went to see the Graham Humphreys documentary, which is called, can you get the full title up for me? I think it's called Captured Souls in Conversation with Graham Humphreys.
I don't need to look at it. We just got it absolutely right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, look at that. There we go. And you know what? This was an absolute delight. I loved it. So as a man who I'm a graphic artist. I like movie posters. I like creating my own movie posters, but I've always loved movie posters and been fascinated by movie posters. I've got tons of coffee table books about VHS tape covers, paperback covers, loads of stuff like that. So it's all stuff that I am absolutely entrenched in. I guess with Graham Humphreys, I'm familiar with his work. Of course, I've been a fan of his work for many, many years. But
you told him last year that he was Graham Humphreys, didn't you?
I told him last year he's Graham Humphreys. I said, "You're Graham Humphreys." He said, "Yes, I am." Last time I checked. But maybe I wasn't fully aware of his actual body of work. Now I'm absolutely aware of the fact he did the quad poster for The Evil Dead in the UK, and that got turned into a VHS cover, which was like his big break essentially. That was like the big one he did, and then he did A Nightmare on Elm Street for a quad poster in the UK. And other things, but then he's done like album covers, paperback covers, He's done so much work for FrightFest. He's worked from FrightFest since day one. He created the logo, the main logo for the first ever FrightFest, and I think he put together the whole brochure as well. And he paints, and that's his main medium. But also, I think he's done some sort of like digital work a little bit later on. Some great insight from friends and people that he knows, and he was very entrenched in the punk scene in I guess it was the 80s, the punk scene. And so there's a lot of people from that sort of era talking about things. Reece Shearsmith, Andy Nyman, on screen talking about their love of his work. He did loads of posters for Inside Number 9. And yeah, he's just got a great passion for what he does. And it's just one of those things where his style is so recognizable now that you spot one of his pieces and oh, it's got a Graham Humphreys poster. I'm invested in the actual film it's for, or whatever it's for, because I feel like people understand that the illustrated film poster is kind of not as popular as it once was. It's kind of, I wouldn't say it's dead, but it's not as popular as it once was. It used to be everything, didn't it? Everything was illustrated. And I feel like Andy Nyman said something along the lines of like it's the best trailer for the film. It's better than an actual trailer because it kind of gives you a window into the world of the film. And you build and you sort of create a vision of what that film could potentially be in your head before you see the film. And most of the time, it's not exactly what you expect, but it's great for kind of that creative process of being like, oh God, I wonder if this is going to happen. I can't wait to see this bit of the poster on the film. I wonder what's that? What the hell is that? And Graham Humphreys, he was born near Bristol as well. I always thought his accent was a bit
one of your lads,
Southwest. He's one of my lads. But you know what? He was mobbed yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to get him. I have been chatting to him and asked him if he'd come on the show, so maybe I can do an interview with him following up after this. But yeah, it was a lovely change of pace, and you didn't really get too much of an insight into his life. It was mainly about the work. I felt like that was a choice that was made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After that, Ben, and I saw you after this, I've not seen you so fired up in years. A film that really poured gas in your tank.
Oh, God. Yeah.
You came out, you went to see Death Cycle, which I've already seen. I'll give my review, but you can give your review.
You've seen it live. Cycle. So I saw Death Cycle, and it was great to catch up with the guys. It was great to catch up with the director, great to catch up with the star of Death Cycle. From the moment that, the moment the title sequence popped up with like a yellow death metal style logo and like some really intense, I guess it was like deathcore music was playing, like metal music. Something like that kind of genre. The moment that happened, I was locked in. So obviously they said about Giallo and Grindhouse films inspiring it. I just feel like, and you know what, it was great to meet the guys and I love their passion and everything. I feel like it was maybe a bit of a missed opportunity. I was kind of expecting something uber violent, over the top, completely tongue-in-cheek, insane, insanity. And I feel like it was, and it's disappointing because I really did have high hopes. So I don't want to be too negative because that feels unfair. Because again, making a film, huge process, a huge plaudits to anyone who does it. It felt a bit neutered for me. I wanted more gratuitous violence. I wanted this character, the Death Cycle character, a killer in the motorcycle outfit, to be this brutal hulking force. And I don't know. I just feel it's disappointment. I feel because it does feel like a missed opportunity. So you may feel slightly different, and that's of course fine.
Yeah, that's also fine. Yeah, I enjoyed this one. I like you had to talk about it. I won't repeat myself from when we spoke to the team too much, but I like those Giallo flavors that they brought into it. I enjoyed the mystery of it and the unpicking of it. I understand that to a degree, I'm sure, with all the money in the world to do even more extreme stunts and even more of those kills, they could have maybe taken some of those a bit further. And I don't know, maybe it's just the mindset we went into it. I don't think I was disappointed with the style of the kills. I don't want to spoil any of them. I like some guts hanging out. I like a little bit of the brutality that we get by some of those roadside bits. I also liked quite a lot.
I don't even know if it was the brutality of the kills that didn't quite sit with me right. I think it was just the overall story. I just felt like it needed something a little bit more, especially from the main character. I think maybe we needed this character to be his family's involved in like organized crime. Maybe this character has gone away separated himself from that life, and now he's been pulled back in because there's a murder, and then there's a slasher on the loose, and maybe he has to lean into his former life of violence in order to even the playing field with that particular character. That is kind of almost like what I was hoping for. Yeah, I felt like it was a bit meandering. Sorry, I've said my piece, but
you're a younger man than me, Ben. You still have hopes for the world, but but no. I enjoyed the film, and I enjoyed what the team brought to the table, and it with the mystery, with some of the kills. I understand more money, you can always do anything, but said on the walk to the pub afterwards, what I've enjoyed most from this experience is, I feel now you have a burning passion for motorcycle-based murder films.
Yeah, it gave me some ideas, but of course I don't want to rip off anyone's work.
Ben's going to be champing at the bit, saying, "Come on, let me in there. Let me help you with the sequel."
Let me in there. I will say, like everything they did alongside, like they're obviously doing the Choose Your Own Adventure booklet that they gave out as well. I think the title sequence, the music, the posters that they've done, so great, and I feel like yes, that is so important, and it really adds to the experience of a film overall. So for that stuff, I say absolutely fantastic work.
Amazing. Well,
yeah.
One more on it, but yeah, let me tell you on it. I think maybe this is why maybe you came in there, because we all came out absolutely blown away by the last film on the main screen. Redux by the McManus brothers, featuring the McManus sister, like the Warners. In the titular role. No, not that one.
Not that one.
I have another contender for possibly the strongest film of the festival. Incredible. Like, it's not a time travel movie. It is a multi-dimensional movie, which is all over the zeitgeist at the moment, but not done in an overblown or a comic booky way. Not that a comic booky way is necessarily bad, but it has Terminator DNA about it. It is a woman who, following the murder of her daughter, is traveling between realities and has killed the man responsible for her daughter's death hundreds, if not thousands of times, time after after time, and is losing a bit of herself in this process because she just cannot stop. It's all that really drives her life forward. Always looking for a dimension where her daughter hasn't been killed. And there's your opening premise, and then she meets some other characters along the way, a character in particular that will change the course of her life in the shape of a potential victim who she's able to arrive in time to save in one world. And it's the combination of these characters, this relentless focus on this revenge for a movie with sci-fi elements, for some really extreme horror moments, some real ratcheted up tension, because this serial killer is not like, a meek and mild guy that if you catch him unawares and get him, he is a dangerous predatory killer.
Wow, okay.
Very, very capable, paranoid and prepared, so it's not like, you just knock on his door one day and Sarah Connor shoot him. This is, a guy who, if you spook him, will go to a bolt hole that has traps and everything set up.
Wow, okay.
He is a very, very capable and prolific serial killer. And this relentless focus of our lead character is incredible. Performances, there were people coming out of the screening, like having brought to tears by the emotional weight of the movie.
Wow.
Great effects work, great stunt work. All the actors, the directors came and spoke beforehand and shared that basically, we had the advantage of it being our sister doing it, so we got to do some things like that were incredibly dangerous that we'd never ask an actor to do.
Yeah.
And she was a really good honestly, a brutal and exciting movie. I do not have the details in front of me when it is going to be available. We will share that in the notes, and we'll keep you up to date with the news that we post. But an absolute essential. Get yourself to the cinema to watch this, everyone. I think Redux is one of the films I'm going to be going on about for a while. When I take my train home in a few hours, there's a couple of other podcasts that I correspond with. And when we come to festivals like this, I will share those notes with them. This is one of the big ones I'm going to be talking about.
I think we've moved along.
So we're going to move along to our next bit so we can give the guys the media wall to do some filming.
Yes.
But that concludes our main screen views for the day. Let's go and find a change of scenery and record our Discovery Screen thoughts.
Let's do it. Hell yeah.
we're up here by Oscar's Bar in the upper circle, not of hell, but of the FrightFest cinema here
Yeah.
in Leicester Square.
We were moved on from the media wall, and we were also called the anti-media wall guys.
In good humour. They
In
weren't
good
cross.
humour, I agree with that. They said, "Oh, they do bloody interviews everywhere. They do them on the ceiling." It's true. Not unfortunately, but luckily, we've got media wall passes. But I feel like it's such chaos on the media wall. I feel like the way we try and conduct our interviews, which is kind of like in a more relaxed environment where we can ask the cutting questions and not feel like we need to wrap up quickly. The interview we did on the media wall where we were the stars of Your Host, I felt a little bit flustered, I'll admit, from way in my peripheral, someone telling me to hurry up, which freaked me out. So I'm glad that we continue to do it the way we do. But yeah, we got to talk about some Discovery screen films that we've seen.
a lot to catch up on.
Yeah, so let's talk about...
We got the first one in your mind.
Let's just talk about some films from the Discovery screens that we haven't spoken about yet, that we saw prior to the festival. So one of which is Sane Inside Insanity, the phenomenon of Rocky Horror. I feel like there have been two... No, I don't feel like. I have been two Rocky Horror documentaries this year. One of which I don't think is out yet, but this one, this was great. This was like a history of the film from fans, from filmmakers, talking about the you're right, talking about the cultural impact of that particular film. And Rocky Horror is not my favorite thing in the world. I've always been aware of it. My dad was a big fan of it. He went to like a screening of it when in the 90s, dressed up, and I remember I didn't know anything about it, so I was like, "What the hell's going on here?"
Been to a Rocky Horror performance?
Interesting life chat. Yeah. You're right. You have.
A little wander through town. Little man in Tamworth Town Centre said, "Got some balls dressed like that, mate." I said, "Yeah." And move my legs, we see him.
You got some balls dressed like that, mate. It looks like you've sat on a...
It wasn't Australia.
It was Australia. And you know what? I love a documentary, and this is one of those particular documentaries that really does show the passion and for the craft, how much everybody loves that film, and the stage show, of course, and stuff from Tim Curry and everybody else who played that particular role of Frankenfurter. That's right, isn't it? And Richard, I was going to say Richard Osborne, but Richard O'Brien. Yeah, and good times all around for that. Like a change of pace with a documentary. So
you love a documentary. I feel I've been very uncultured, but I haven't taken in a single documentary this year.
Yeah. And after that, on the Discovery screens, what's next?
Super Happy Fun
Clown. We obviously had a great time talking to the director of Super Happy Fun Clown, Patrick, and also the producer, Eric.
Yep.
So that was a pleasure to catch up with those two, and they've come across the pond to watch the world premiere of their film, UK premiere of their film. So that's great. That's super, super exciting. As I said to them, were you tempted to make this whole film a silent film? And they said, absolutely not. As a feature, we wanted to include the dialogue. I still think, as a silent film, it would have also worked.
Yeah, I think there's some fun. And I enjoyed Super Happy Fun Clown. I was deeply honoured, in fact, that they said during the Q&A and the introduction, they used the phrase "falling clown."
They used the phrase "falling clown." Copyright Andy Conduit-Turner. How'd you feel about that?
Aghast, but deeply honoured.
Deeply honoured. The lead role is good as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, you heard me speaking to Patrick if you listened to the bonus episode. I think her clowning is absolutely superb.
Top class clowning.
And there's some good comedy beats in this one. I love the over the top race to the finish towards the end in the haunted house is really cool.
Yeah. I love her in her casual clown get up as well towards the end. Beanie hat.
Grunge chic.
Yeah, that's right.
Easy for me to say.
Easy for you to say. But yeah, we had a good time with Super Happy Fun Clown. We liked it, I think.
And now the team are here. Patrick's here with his
son,
with his folks.
Oh no, sorry, Eric's here with his son, who had a cameo in the film, and we had a good chat.
Patrick's here with his wife and parents.
Yeah,
a lovely time.
Yeah. It's great. It's great to see. It's great to see, and also it's nice to have interviewed someone prior to the fest and then see them at the festival and kind of get the reaction after the screening. I think that
gets you right there, doesn't it?
Yeah. Anything else in that Discovery screen for that
particular
day?
Let me take a look, see if we can wrap up this one, because the only things left that we didn't just talk about in our rundown from yesterday are things that are on today, which we sadly
haven't had a
I
chance to
did
see.
meet some of the Weed Eater team yesterday, and it does sound like so much fun.
Yeah, so that is being shown today. We couldn't get tickets. Well, actually, we couldn't get tickets. I think they had some spare tickets, but obviously we're committed now. So it is the last day, but I think we're only really going to be able to see one more film, mainly just because of the fact that we're wrapping up these interviews, but also like we have to leave to head home a little bit earlier. 5 days is a long time, and we obviously don't live in London. So
Long way home.
It's a long way home, yeah.
Right,
So-
let's hit Discovery Screen 2 and see what we need to get through here. I think the next one we need to discuss is Dog of God, which we've spoken to. That's the thing, I now lose my memory as to whether I spoke to someone in person about it or on camera.
We spoke to Mal Jutley about Dog of God. He gave us a little bit of a review of that, about the animation style. Yeah, so we kind of already spoke about it, but I guess I will say that I like this.
Yeah.
It's a nice animation. The animation style is great. It's a really weird, quirky, bizarre fantasy story.
Trigger warning for loads of people having big wanks.
Trigger warning for loads of people having big wanks. Someone licking a cat's asshole.
Madness.
Stuff like that.
But the best kind of madness. Your host is what
your
you want to
host,
next,
yes.
mate?
So your host, obviously, we managed to get a photo of Jack Haley, which is great. Didn't get to interview him. We did get to speak to Joelle and
There's a man
Jamie.
looming ominously behind you in your photo, Ben. I don't know if you're able to crop him.
I looked around then. There's a man looming ominously in my photo. Kind of ruined it, but you know, it's one of those things. Someone's going in the door. We're stood in the way. That's all right.
Get out of the way of your lift, mate.
Sorry for always taking up space, me and you, aren't we?
The most space, actually.
The most space. Yeah, there's two of us. That's why we're two men wide. So
I really liked your host. Like comparisons with Saw are inevitable.
Comparisons with Saw are inevitable. Obviously, it's framed as like a game show situation as well. But it is definitely one of those game shows where you're like, well, I'm never going to win. You know, there's not a speedboat.
Saying the game's rigged.
Well, yeah. Bullseye was rigged, wasn't it? No, did anyone ever go in with that speedboat to Tamworth?
Famously, yes. The place literally furthest from the ocean.
Yeah. Oh my God. But yeah, Jackie O'Haley's having a great time. He's really chewing the scenery. And you know, his character isn't just like a killer for the sake of being a killer. He's got some reasoning behind it, and we get a little bit of his backstory. And yeah, it would have been great to catch up with him, but of course
we did get to catch up with the director D.W. Medoff, though.
Oh
that
my
will
God,
be
of course we did.
somewhere
Sorry
back
about
in
that.
this almost 4-hour episode at the point of recording.
Yeah.
And I really like what DW had to say about it when he mentioned that, like, he wanted to deliver the complexity to say, hey, not every bad person is entirely evil. Not every, in inverted commas, good person is absolutely without fault or without, without something questionable or negative.
That's
in
true.
them.
There have been some films where like I've been very keen for the so-called protagonist to just get got by whatever the antagonist is, because you're like, come on, you're doing nothing for yourselves.
And then it's a true reflection of life, you know. Not everybody's perfect.
Yeah,
I snore. It's bad.
Yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't say it's morally a bad thing, but you know.
No, I mean I snore a little bit. You've experienced it. I heard you through the wall actually snoring.
That's pretty horrible. That's rancid.
It didn't bother me.
Withered.
That's fine. I was so tired. I just went to sleep. What have we got next?
Let me get up what's next. Yeah, so to round out, your host, another one I would deeply recommend. I think a lot of people like that, and it's always nice to see Jackie up on screen as well, and also a young cast of other folks bringing some good scares and some
a great cast,
tortury moments.
A great cast.
Let's talk about.
Did you see The Confession?
I did see The Confession. Almost.
I got another confession to make.
What's that? You haven't seen this film?
I haven't seen this film.
It's okay. I have. So, The Confession. We saw a Pied Piper film come up a couple of years ago now. Weapons.
Well, Weapons had some Pied Piper
elements.
Energy.
This is
to it,
more overt. I'm thinking of the Liz Hurley number. I think it was called The Piper.
Oh,
a couple
okay.
of years ago,
well,
FrightFest.
that kind of rings a bell. Now you've said it. I think maybe you saw this and told me about it. I don't think I saw it.
Yeah, that was the supernatural.
Billy Piper?
There's literally a Piper. No, not that Piper. The Pied one.
Pied
This
off.
one has a Pied Piper. Once again, he is pied off, so taking a revenge. It begins with a mother and her son, like kind of they've moved to a new location and everything just doesn't feel quite right. It's following the death of her father, and she finds in a hidden compartment in the house a confession tape saying that you've killed someone. to stop something terrible happening.
Bloody hell.
And then we see this influence beginning to impact her son. There is a haunting. There are lots of like moments. A really, really cool bit of a haunting scene, which I won't spoil. Incredible tension. You know, a bit like The Conjuring at its best, where you're going through a house and there is something that looks to be one thing, and then the rug is pulled out from under you, and you're left with like that chill running down your spine. Really interesting exploration of the Pied Piper narrative. Some good
good
scares,
stuff.
Some good scares to be had in this one. I think if folklore and folk horror floats your boat, then
I do love a bit of folk horror.
horror.
Okay, so that was the confession. Have we got anything after that? So the next day, on the Discovery screen. Again, we weren't there in person for these screenings, but we're gonna talk about this.
Next, five
would make you get down.
It bloody would, because it's down in that basement at the Discovery screening. So, you've heard me talk with the director Danny Barker on this one. If you've been listening to the interviews, have you seen 5, Ben?
No, I haven't seen 5. Seen 4.
Which one?
Fantastic 4. And I've also seen 6.
The Henry VIII musical. Jukebox
yeah, that's right.
So,
and
let's
7.
Let's actually
I
talk
could keep
about.
going on forever.
You'll get me to react every time. Don't. We gotta get through these. So,
Danny Bedingfield.
I really liked what Danny Barker and the rest of the team did with 5. I think you heard mention it on the interview with them. The subtle visual language of, you know, when you're looking at, while it's the film, it's behind the scenes from the film that is being made. So to recap there, this is the story of an actress who has fallen on some hard times, little bit of the Lindsay Lohan story about it, who has spent some time in rehab and is trying to make a comeback after a few flopped movies. She's doing so in your classic Hallmark Channel romantic comedy.
Lovely.
And trying to get a career back on track. However, she is unfortunately suffering a bit of a demonic possession at the time.
Aww.
And the visual language that they use here between when they are filming this romantic comedy, when they are, so say, behind the scenes, when you have your horrific scenes in there as well. And I think a really smart move to engage actors who perform in that type of Hallmark romantic movie as their day jobs. Really, really, really interesting choices. And I won't repeat it if you've heard it in the interview, but the true story that it was built around, that this inspiration for this film came from, gave me so much more of an appreciation.
The true story of the demonic possession?
I'll have to tell you now. So in the story of the film that inspired Danny to make it is about a woman who is in one of these films, an independent budget. So, you know, it works with all the people we speak to about independent filmmaking. If something goes wrong, there isn't an option to come back and film it tomorrow. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And your film doesn't go ahead. It doesn't get completed. Now, the story that inspired her to make this film was about an actress who was in the film who just suffered a miscarriage. So an incredibly traumatic physical and mental strain on someone, but feeling that pressure to still go out and perform and to do their job because the weight of this film's success is riding on your shoulders, or the weight of what it means to your career and everything like that as well. So a hugely traumatic event. Now, what they've done there is taken that story and make it into, for a horror audience, the story of a demonic possession, but there's still a great degree of like physicality behind the performance that you see in there as well. I think hearing that story has given me an even greater appreciation for it. But if you want to go and appreciate this movie itself, I love the visual language that they use for it. I think it has some really good laughs in it. And the conversation, I'm not sure if we had it during the interview or afterwards, so at risk of being repetitive, I will say that they shared that there is a full script for the romantic movie that that they're mocking up there. And I've said, release it. I'll watch that.
Get it released. You love it, don't you?
I'll watch the whole thing. What a DVD extra. I pointed out that what you want to do is you should release that romantic film as the Blu-ray and then have your film 5 as the deleted scenes in the background, the behind the scenes footage.
Sounds great.
That is marketing at its best.
Sounds great. Okay. Anything else after 5? So something
After
called
5.
Okay, Bloodshine. Did you watch that?
I haven't seen Bloodshine. Tell me all about it.
Bloodshine is like got some culty vibes. There's a central performance, which is kind of quite fascinating, kind of quite ethereal. It was one of those films though that I felt a little bit like I couldn't quite connect to what was going on. I couldn't quite connect to any of the characters. I find it a little bit disjointed. And so for me, it didn't quite hit home. I know some people are fans of it though. We spoke to Alice, who was on the podcast recently, talking about I Know What You Did Last Summer, and she said, "Oh wow, have you seen Bloodshine? I absolutely loved it." So perhaps at some point we can ask her what her thoughts were on that particular film, because for me it just didn't quite land. And sometimes maybe you're just not in the frame of mind for a film like that. But still enjoyable to a degree, watchable.
I don't know why I'm looking. We know what's next. It's Blockhead.
Blockhead. There we go. Okay, so obviously we've covered Blockhead a lot. We've spoken to Joe on a bonus episode. I went on the bloody radio to speak to Joe, and we caught up with Joe and director Matt afterwards, after the premiere. And you know what? I do really enjoy this film. I think the performances are strong. The central story is about like the writer's block and sort of that creative process and being led astray, I guess, by somebody or promised riches. We all know someone who's like a bit of a charlatan in our lives, don't we? Who kind of promises us the bloody world. Did you just gesture to me?
Yeah.
You gestured to me being a charlatan.
I didn't mean it.
I'm always promising Andy the world. I always go, Andy, would you like a lovely slice of pizza? Closed the place you want to go to. A charlatan. So I think Joe really captured that in a way. And yeah, there are kind of like those Fight Club-esque vibes with, instead of Tyler Durden, it's a Bristolian painter-decorator guy who may or may not be committing acts of violence or leading this particular character astray as well. It's really interesting. It's a really interesting film that kind of like leads you on this path of uncertainty, and it's well shot as well.
Yeah. We've heard other people that we've met around the festival. I think it was Johnny Vivesh who we were chatting to off camera for a
Johnny
little bit.
Vivesh, yes,
talking about how he loves a film about the creative process, and I'm with him in the same sense.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. So obviously, Stephen King always writes about writers, and there are so many films out there that are about Stephen King's work, which are about writers. And I love that because I feel like me and you have dabbled in a bit of writing, so we kind of like understand that process ourselves. I've never been the kind of writer who like stares emptily out of the window, swigging a whiskey, type in the first two lines and deleting them, and having an old trash old bin full of screwed up notes and stuff like a la The Red Mask. I've never experienced that.
Whereas me, mate, I'm stuck at the bottom of Cauldron Lake right now.
He is.
I'm in the Alan Wake dimension.
He's in the bloody Alan Wake dimension.
In the real world,
this is merely
honestly, it's much nicer.
Hallucination.
This will turn out to be a page in a minute that I'm reading. We'll zoom out.
But regardless of that, I love stories that kind of do that. That go like, oh, the creative process, getting inside your own head, is a deep dark place, and like I get it because I feel like I experience stuff like that maybe away from the creative process, so I can kind of have a little bit of an idea of both sides of the coin, I guess, which is being in your own head, being your own worst enemy, but also enjoying some lovely creative stuff. And
what I liked about Blockhead was, like it has elements of like a classic literature, like a fable to it. With I think you heard Joe talk about like the Faustian kind of pact and the character that's there, but it also, for me, like reminded me of some like real hallmarks of particularly like gritty like British cinema. The loss of identity, the unraveling of a person's personality that you've seen in it's a deep cut, but films like ID about the undercover policeman infiltrating a gang of football hooligans. You'd love that film, mate. You would absolutely love it.
I do love football hooliganism. Not committing it, but
learning about it.
Yeah.
I think some really great moments, and it has introduced me. I've definitely seen him in other things, but maybe not been quite so aware of him as a personality. Joe Sims, I've seen The Lost Honor of Christopher Jeffries. It's a great ITV drama.
When he mentioned that, I was like, oh God, I can't believe that was you. Vincent Tabacchi played the character, didn't he?
But what a lovely man. Such energy and passion to every project he is involved in.
It was great to meet Matt, but also, like, Joe, you're such an endearing man. Our good friend of the show, Emma Cownley, who was there when we were sort of all chatting to you, said the same as you walked away. She was like, "What a lovely guy,"
and said you look a bit like The Rock.
Did she say that?
Yeah.
You look a bit like Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh right.
Not to
okay.
me. About.
And then before you know it, he rock bottomed one of us through a table.
Yeah.
And that was the end of that.
Yeah. Come on, producers. Like Joe does play an excellent, sinister villain. Give him some heroic roles because in life he is a true hero.
As a Bristolian as well, I think like I know so many people like that who are kind of like these friendly faces that you'd see like in the streets or in the pub or something like that. People that kind of like, that kind of just got such an infectious energy. And I said, and I'll say it again. I'll bloody say it again, Andy. I listened to him on the radio for years on the school run, and I've always, for a while, I didn't even know what he looked like. So I was like, I remember Googling what he looked like, and I was like, oh my god, yeah, I know that guy. How did I not know it was him? And now it just goes to show how many things you can make happen. Because now we've got him on the show. Slid in the DMs, went on the radio. I would officially say he's a friend of the show. Hello, we're here with Chris Mayo from Big Fat Cult. Great to see you.
You too.
How you doing? Have you enjoyed the festival so far? I know we're right here at the tail end.
I was going to say
we're on the final stretch.
It's the home stretch, and feeling it a little bit, but nonetheless, it's been a really fun festival. A smorgasbord of weird, wild, creepy.
That's a good way of describing it. Creepy shit. What percentage of all the films that have been screened do you think you've seen? Do you think you got some good numbers?
I think I saw about 30 films before the festival.
Yeah.
And I think I've probably seen about 15 here. I've been having some breaks because of some stuff I'd already seen. Some stuff I wanted to see again. So I've probably seen about 40, 45 films by the end of today.
Wow.
So that's
a
lot of films.
Hard going.
A lot of films.
We need to do our numbers afterwards to see if we're anywhere near that. And what are your particular highlights from this year's festival, would you say?
Appofeniacs has been my number one just because it's completely bonkers. A multi-genre film. Can't quite pin it down, but it's funny, very gory in places, intense, weird. Yeah, that's a really, really good one that I loved. I loved Duba Duba, which is a very
Duba Duba. We haven't spoken about that yet, but
quirky found footage film that's sort of horror, but also just like a weird, like, and a home invasion, home surveillance film, which I really liked. And Finding Andy, which was another completely bonkers film.
Healing Andy.
Healing
Andy.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes.
There you are, Andy.
Healing
You're over there.
Found Andy. I liked Finding Andy. That was good.
That was
There
good.
he is.
Discovered him. He's there.
And,
Handsome
sorry,
fella.
Healing Andy. Cut that bit up.
Yeah.
Healing Andy, I really, really liked. I thought that another found footage has been a really good thing at the festival.
Yeah. Found footage.
There's not been that much of it over the last few years, so I really like that.
I love what Duba Duba did there with the found footage, and that also that like weird kind of like Windows title sequence thing that they had going on, which is a thing that I'm like surprised we haven't seen more of, I guess. Which is like the kind of retro thing. And when I saw it, I was like, oh my god, that's a really good aesthetic.
And on like it's a good way to do it on a budget that looked purposeful.
Yeah, you're right.
And I thought it was done really well because it can, those kind of films can be really shoddy, but I thought the aesthetic of that was
yeah.
And just a great title. Just fun to go around saying Duba Duba.
It's just fun to say it, exactly. It is.
But yeah, it's been a good mix of stuff, and and then we were saying before I saw The Descent on the big screen yesterday, which is the first time that I've seen it, and in 4K as well was terrifying.
The first time you've seen the film ever, or the first time?
No,
oh God!
No, I'd be ostracized in the community.
There are a few people. There are a few people that haven't seen it.
Okay.
There are a few hands that went up when Neil said.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, one of my favorite horror films. So to see it on the big screen for the first time.
Yeah. And it's still just as
4K.
impactful, right?
Yeah.
The moments, the moments when the like caves are collapsed. Yeah.
I assume that was.
And that was just somebody behind you. That was just the fella behind. That was me. When the caves are collapsing. The sounds, it was like proper like rumble situation.
Pole kills.
Yeah, pole kills, great. Big scares with bats, and we call them the cave lads.
The cave lads.
The cave lads. But we also say justice for the cave lads because they were just 6 women just encroached upon their natural habitat.
Yeah.
And
they're just having a lovely little afternoon.
Yeah.
And then
really, if you flip the narrative, it's a horror film from their perspective, isn't it? But
yeah. You get credit for that one?
We could do. I was going to say, obviously, we've got The Descent 2, so maybe The Descent 3 or something next. Anything that you're going to see today that you're looking forward to?
What am I seeing today? Influencers, the closing film.
Oh, of course, Influencers, yes.
I really liked the first one. It was very sort of low key and a little bit under the radar.
Yeah.
But I was surprised but pleased that it's getting a sequel.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see what they're going to do with it.
You'll have to let us know how it is, because unfortunately we're missing that, because we're traveling. We're traveling back this afternoon. So please do let us know. But yeah, we liked the original as well, didn't we? Andy, I'm talking to Andy behind camera. Can't help it. He's just there always. I'm finding Andy. Well, thank you very much, Chris.
No, a pleasure as always. Thank you very much, and
we'll
well
see you
done for
soon.
still being standing and talking to everyone at the festival.
I know we're getting there. Well, I think we will collapse. Tomorrow will be, as Mal said to us, it's a Tuesday problem, right?
You can be a cave guy, poor cave guy.
We can be a cave lad
Cave lad,
tomorrow. We can mill about in our house in the dark, clicking our tongues and just covered in KY jelly.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Enjoy yourself.
That's just a normal Tuesday for us. Right, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Chris. Take care.
Cheers.
Right, we are back out here.
There's
We
a
are-
reflection of a police car in our background. I've just noticed. It's not because we're being accosted for we're getting lifted.
No, not getting lifted. We are just near a police car.
That's how it works, right? You're standing in the vicinity of the police car.
We're going to run through some because we are content as always. Ben is infinite. Time, however, is a harsh mistress.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
is cracking the bloody whip.
Cracking the bloody whip. We walked outside. We got plenty of time, and then we've been chatting to people and just
so
catching up. So
we got to knock some of these bad boys out. First thing I want to talk about is the arborist. So very, very swiftly, a woman and her teenage son contracted for a job. She is an arborist, and there is a haunting afoot. Her son is being affected by it. We see this quite often, like an older child, perhaps, and a parent, usually a mother, in the themes we're seeing recently, having to contend with this haunting about sins past. A slower paced one, maybe a bit laborious for me. That might have just been the mood I was in at the time I watched it, but there are some truly haunting scares in there, particularly our female lead, I think, puts a really good turn in here. But if you're a fan of the others, this might be one for you.
Yep.
Not exactly my speed. I think the day I watched it, I was maybe looking for something a bit faster, but still plenty to recommend it. Strong performances, a good haunting vibe. If that's your type of thing, you will enjoy it.
Yeah, okay.
Not the kind of pace you're after, Ben. Not the kind of pace you're after.
So
you're going to talk about Where is Juan?
Where is
Moctezuma?
Juan Moctezuma? This was a documentary, but they said in the press release, don't call it a mockumentary, but it clearly is. It clearly is, and like it's obvious from the get-go. A really kind of weird like amalgamation of things, like a sort of story about this like secretive and mysterious film director who's like vanished off the face of the earth and stuff, and someone who's trying to find him, and the history of that and this connection to the films he made, but also like luchador wrestling and stuff like that, all things I bloody love. But I don't know, it's just very obviously put together. Like the talking heads were like clearly actors, and again, I know it's a mockumentary, but you like it does take you out of it a little bit. Some of the footage that they had like wasn't great, and also like some of the stills were like little touched up photos. I don't know. It wasn't really, when you just said about it wasn't really what you were looking for. It wasn't what I was looking for. It wasn't really what I expected either. So I found it a bit like the central story needed to be more interesting, I feel like. Or, just lean into it heavily and make it incredibly realistic. So it seems like this is an actual documentary. And then there's a little thing at the end saying, actually, none of this is true. It's all fictional. Maybe do that. The fact
Still want to give it a go?
Yeah, still give it a go. Why not?
Right, tell me about the other people, man.
The other people, I loved the other people. The other people was really good. A genuinely like creepy sort of film. The cast were all really good. The central mystery was great. I guess you could kind of say it's like, what did it feel like? The Babadook, I guess, a little bit.
Okay.
But also that the central mystery as it unraveled was really interesting, and it was a slightly longer one. And I think we've kind of stuck with like 90-minute films for most of this festival. So this was a slightly longer one, but I didn't feel the running time at all. It kind of to coin a phrase from you, it bloody breezed by.
Yeah.
So yeah, there we go.
I recommend
Other
for you
people's
and the
good
other
fun.
people.
I recommend the other people. Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, Ben. You can join in as well. You've seen it. I'm going to tell you about The Blind Bargain.
A Blind Bargain. Yeah.
So fascinating to see this piece of lost media, all the negatives destroyed from the original 1920s version, brought back to life. Not brought back to life as in restored and painstakingly glued back together, shot anew.
Shot anew, yeah.
Shot anew with this thing, and similar to a very different vibe, very different aspect, but I feel the theming of it and its placement in time and with the aesthetics they pull in really drew me into films like The Love Witch, which
yeah.
Impossible to pick up. This isn't a 60s film. It's set in the 60s. It's set in maybe early 70s. I think it's post-Vietnam War. So set in that era, a guy suffering from chronic pain and addictions suddenly offered by a mysterious doctor of all he wants and all the money he needs more. All this doctor wants is a little bit of his mom's blood.
Just a little bit of your mum's blood, please. That would be lovely.
Yeah. $200 a pint. So he drops his mum off. It is a psychedelic nightmare from that point on. There is body horror. There is questions of sanity. It's kind of like watching the old classic series of The Prisoner for me in places as well.
Okay, yeah.
Crispin Glover does a great turn, I think, as like this mad doctor character. It was lovely to get the opportunity to chat with him on the run up to this as well.
Great episode, and I feel like Crispin it seems like a lovely guy, a fascinating guy. I would say one of the actors out there who's probably never turned in a bad performance, or at least one that I've seen. Whenever he's in something, I go, right, okay, I'm taking this seriously. Your interview with him made me go and rewatch Willard, the movie where he's got a whole bunch of rats with him, rat fellas, and love it, absolutely love it. Crispin Glover, mad respect.
Yeah, a strange one. Like maybe you can't necessarily recommend it to a standard audience, but for me, it really scratched a little itch there. And then we're going to talk, finally, we've seen the cast around here today, but haven't had a chance to go and grab them because time is against us. Above the Knee, from the makers of Good Boy.
From the makers of Good Boy, yeah. This is interesting, right? Because it's a story that I've mentioned on the podcast a couple of times about that surgeon, and I'm going to mention it again because I don't bloody stop going on about it. And you'll hear it again and again and again to the end of time. The surgeon who removed his own legs just because he wanted to. That was it. And I guess this is it. It's not phantom limb syndrome, because that's when you feel like you've got a limb. It's kind of the opposite, where you're like, I've got this limb, but I'm actually sick of it. It doesn't belong to me. And it's fascinating, because there's so many themes that it kind of draws in for that. And I think the central performance is great. The relationships this character has with somebody else who's got a similar syndrome, who is absolutely gasping to be blind.
Yeah.
That loves to be blind, would love to be blind, sorry. And his partner as well. It's a really fascinating, interesting film, and the sort of the way his life unfolds and the problems he gets into because of this thing with his job and with his relationships, and I guess it's like a film of discovery as well. He's trying to discover what it would take for him to actually remove his bloody leg.
Yeah, I really thought this was it's kind of like the reverse of Good Boy, whereas Good Boy is very much about someone else falling victim to the machinations of someone who is really into what they want to do with them in Good Boy. This is someone who wants to do something to themselves, and the rest of their loved ones either want to enable or stop that.
Yeah,
and having to kind of deal with that internal struggle within yourself. I think it was really interesting.
Yeah,
really great relationship stuff. There's one bit where his girlfriend comes to surprise him, and he's up to leg chopping antics. You think, oh no!
Are you chopping your bloody leg off
Everyone,
in there?
just be okay. Just get on with your.
Are you chopping your leg off in there? No, I'm masturbating. Far less. Three police officers, I think, heard me say that, and they just turned around. I'm not masturbating right now. My hands are full.
Yes, the camera's sticking one, everybody.
So
and it's not going to get lifted. Not on my watch. Don't watch it. Don't worry, everybody.
Next up, Mother of Flies. We need to talk about a couple more Discovery Screen films. Hold the Fort, which Emma Cownley has seen, so hopefully she's going to come on camera. And then
we're not an interview for Odyssey to film.
Oh, of course. So hopefully after that, you know what? After that, we're going to be saying our final goodbyes. This is the longest episode I think we've done on FrightFest. The longest episode we've probably done ever, right?
I'd say so.
Longest episode we've probably done ever. So, yeah. And I think this is the best year so far for us being kind of people approaching us and saying, we love the podcast, we listen to the podcast, which is very, very nice, right?
Yeah, if you've been to see us, and we would have replied to you directly when you said it, thank you so much for listening, everybody. You don't hear us sponsors very much on this. We do it because we enjoy it, and hearing that people listen and that they enjoy listening rather than we hate everything you do is wonderful to hear. So thank you
The
so
police
much.
car has just started its engine. So whether that means it's going to drive away or we are actually about to get lifted.
If he sits here idling, man, I'm going to drop him a ticket.
Public disorder. Exactly. Right.
It's only illegal in Scotland. Okay, fine. Right.
See you in a minute.
See you later, everyone. We had one more interview in us left. Don't let these bleary eyes fool you. I'm here now with Gerard Johnson and Holly Mabley, director and star.
What did he say?
Holly Mabley, sorry. Start again, shall we?
Yeah, let's forget that. That was a dummy.
Oh. Maybe I'm more tired than everyone thinks, everyone, but for the first time, I am now here with Gerard Johnson and Holly Mabley, director and star of Odyssey, which had its FrightFest screening this morning.
Yeah.
Firstly, congratulations on the movie, both of you. How was it in there with the crowd?
Oh, it's great. It's really good. They warmed up quick, lots of laughs, good gasps at the end, and a nice full crowd, wasn't it? It's lovely.
Yeah, and that Odeon, the Odeon Leicester Square is such an amazing cinema and so much history. You know what I mean? Just to have your film played there is beautiful. But yeah, it was a very, very... FrightFest is always a great crowd, right? I mean, it's always... They enjoy... It's a proper genre festival, so it's lovely having the film play at FrightFest.
And I understand you've been touring around Europe in Scotland just last week, right?
Edinburgh.
Yeah, Edinburgh Festival last week. And before that, but premiere in Texas Festival.
South
Yeah,
by,
it's amazing.
South by Southwest, which again, massive genre festival, great audiences. Yeah. Wild. Wild.
So let's talk about Odyssey a little bit. I've been lucky enough to see it. A wild ride, and I don't want to give any spoilers away as we talk here because people should absolutely go and see it. But we begin with what we might feel of as a crime drama to begin with, right? And then we get into the real horror as the events unfold.
Or more just like character study of an estate agent to begin with. Not not really necessarily the suggestions that she might be a tad bit in debt, maybe. And then as the story progresses, we see that she's in deeper and deeper with some pretty unpleasant characters, and her week just gets darker and more violent as we progress.
And so, Gerard, your relationship with estate agents in your past is that what brought you to this this climax?
Not really. I mean, it wasn't that. It was Polly did this job a number of years ago, and she used to she would talk to me just in passing sometimes of, oh, this happened there when I worked there, this person did this, and little snippets. Not enough. It wasn't like, oh my God, that would make an incredible film. But when I started to think of an idea of, I'm always interested in, Jesus, it's chopping up.
He can AI audit that. That's fine. He can, yeah.
When I started thinking about the initial idea of estate agents and then walking around London and seeing how many, because you don't notice them, right? You walk up and down a high street, you don't notice there's 27 estate agents. Every other shop is a new sort of estate agent, not just the big Foxtons one. There's so many. So it's only when you start noticing them, there's like a fascinating tribe, and you can spot them in the street, you can spot them getting their lunch. And it's like, I'm always interested in those tribes of people, and you can go in and observe and how they operate and how they talk to one another when people are not around. So that was the initial genesis of the idea. And then I wanted to put it into because I didn't think 2 hours of just estate agents showing people around houses is really going to sell a film. I mean, I would have probably enjoyed it, but no. So then we needed some sort of plot.
and you certainly delivered on Polly. I'll turn to you here on this one. You get your own turn. So, I mean, having worked adjacent to real estate for some time, you've definitely retained all the language. It comes across as so authentic, I hear, from those conversations. So you learn into your own experiences with some of
I
that.
went into own experiences, but I suppose as a jobbing actress, I've always worked if I'm not acting, and that's been many a time. So I worked in a little lettings agency in Islington, a little boutique lettings agency for about 3+ years on and off. And I found that at the beginning of the job, I was, I was swiftly moved through the ranks, basically, because I was on the rent straight away, having no knowledge of accountancy or any, my maths or anything else, or tech work wasn't brilliant. But it was a simple job, and I was just moving the rents across, adding it up, and they didn't always add up sufficiently. I learnt fairly early on, but there were some misdeeds happening within the environment. I was showing people, as an actress, I was pretty good at turning on potential tenants to the flats and, selling a place. But I was drawing up contracts, etc. I didn't have the ruthless element that Natasha has, but I definitely had a little peek into the world. And it was the sort of place which, if you wrote down the goings on, you'd think it was a bit far-fetched. I had a boss who was mostly AWOL. He would occasionally hear of a first floor beautiful flat that was about to be out for rent, and we'd been commissioned on, and he'd take keys and bring people in to stay over. I mean, it does happen. We were always fielding calls from various tenants and landlords alike who had problems with which we had to do maintenance on, that were always delayed because the landlords wouldn't want to pay. It was just, it was an eye-opening experience to it. So, it came loosely from that experience.
One thing I really loved was in one of your early scenes when you're looking at the psychology of some of the people that you're hoping will take one of the properties you're renting, and like those conversations you have with one of your colleagues and say, right, she is going to be the decision maker. It's just along for the ride. This is who you target. This is how you speak. And flashbacks, honestly.
Well, some of that language in those scenes actually was taken from a real life documentary that we saw. It's ever small, it's compact, built for you. All this kind of stuff they said. It's awful. Where was it from? The early 90s or something? Anyway, these estate agents in London. It was you can find it on YouTube. There are little bits drifting out from that documentary. And it tripped off the tongue easy. I mean, we've all been sold something, haven't we? Knowing that they're lying to your face.
And then so we go from your day to day to putting you through some quite extreme situations. So as an actress, how did he get you through it? How did you?
He didn't get me through. I mean,
what did he put you through then?
I forgive him that because I enjoyed myself no end. And we had a rehearsal process anyway in the first place. We had a lovely gift of 3-4 weeks rehearsal anyway. And so once we came to set and we were working through it, we were actually like ships passing in the night. We didn't really see. We lived together, but didn't really see much of each other. Wow. You didn't know we were together. No. Yeah. So we were sort of on very different time zones though, because I can't remember what the question is now, so I'm off in my own zone. But basically, I used to sort of wake up at 4 a.m. and just feel right in my body and know that my voice was working and everything else. So I just like that feeling. We'd got 2 kids who at first time had both of us sort of away, but we were only down the road.
Yeah.
We were full on, night shoots.
It's busy with the night shoots, right? It takes a lot out of you.
Yeah, but what it put me through it was fantastic. It was a roller coaster. It was one of those jobs it was so fast paced that I didn't have time to think about what I'd just done. There was no post-morteming scenes. It was just on to the next. I didn't have time to go, I shouldn't have done that or anything else. And I was sort of exhausted, but on a really good adrenaline ride throughout it. So, and I loved all the fighting. I mean, they gave me the biggest guy. I don't know how much, you can't do spoilers. But
we won't do spoilers, but what we can say is that adrenaline ratchets up as the film continues. And then I'm with you about about an hour or so in, thinking like when we started this journey and we had your day in the life of your working in real estate, I would have never guessed that we were going to come to some of those final scenes. Like the adrenaline ramps up throughout, and then you say the crowd reacted well today as well. So
Well,
that's great.
the only giveaway is that it's playing at FrightFest.
Yeah.
This can't be just.
That's the only clue you're getting, everybody.
Yeah.
So you've done FrightFest, you've toured around a little bit.
Got more festivals to come, and then November the 7th is the UK cinema release.
Is that broad, like a wide release, or certain chains or anything?
Yeah, I think it'll be sort of small, independent. Yeah. We don't know what cinemas yet, but yeah.
Well,
hopefully one near.
In that case, if more news approaches, we will do our best to keep people abreast of it. But is there anywhere where people should follow you if they want to keep up with this as well?
I'm on Instagram and on Twitter as well. Just my name. So yeah,
that's the place to be.
I put updates, anything to do with the film. I put updates up. Yeah.
So I think you described it was we're genre spanning here as well. So I think there's going to be something for you, whether you are a horror fanatic, whether you are into your thrillers, whether you're into like a crime drama or like whatever it is. I feel there's going to be something for you.
Paul,
if you like.
There's another website for that one. Sorry.
You won't need a VPN to watch this one, everybody.
I know, it's true.
We need this authentic flavor. This is why we do it here and not on the press wall.
Yeah.
And you're going to get a tell-in from Mike in a bit. Well, thank you so much for spending some time with us. I'm sure, having done the stressful part, you deserve a rest. They can mix you up some of these cocktails.
It's
back here. So, yeah, thank you for spending a few minutes with us. Enjoy the rest of your time.
Thank you.
You can catch Odyssey very soon, everybody. Enjoy for now.
Thank you, Horror Hangout. Cheers.
Thank you, guys. Hello for a final time, Ben. Not for always, just for today.
Yeah, I think this has to be the final time because I'm running on fumes.
He's fighting for his life, everybody.
I'm fighting for my life now. My eyes are becoming heavy.
You've been having a couple of long blinks this morning, mate. It's been...
Oh, yeah. I haven't had any coffee, to be fair, so maybe that is part of the problem. But yeah, we got a few more things to talk about before we wrap up. Now, what we have decided is that we usually do best, like sort of an awards of the festival, best of the festival, favorite performance. We're going to do that for the socials, so keep an eye on the socials.
Yeah,
at some point later in this week,
and we'll discuss it. We'll say it with our words next episode, right?
Yeah. Let's do that. That sounds good. But yeah, talking the next episode, we haven't put out the September lineup yet, so look out for that soon. And we're hopefully going to get some people.
Lots of people we've spoken to here.
Lots of people we've spoken to here in for September/October. So so I guess watch this space. So now let's talk about a film we just watched. It's our last film in the festival for us because we do have to travel home soon. Mother of Flies, Andy.
I liked Mother of Flies. I think it maybe had a little bit of a battle on its hands because it is on sort of mid-morning, early afternoon on a day when lots of the audience, ourselves included, are exceptionally tired. But I really liked some of the mythology behind it. I liked the way it was shot. I liked the lore of the witch we had. Like, just before, we didn't get them on camera, they're on the way to the media wall, but I just bumped into two of the star/directors.
Yeah.
And the lady who plays Solvig the witch herself.
The titular Mother of Flies.
Mother of Flies. I said to her, mate, and I'm not going to take this back. I'm going to say it now, recorded for all eternity. Trying to think of a better representation of a witch that I've seen on camera, and I said to them, sorry, Angelica Houston, you had a good run since 1990. I think...
Was there a Fist of Flies?
Solveig, there was a Fist of Flies, which is well documented on this one. I love.
He loves the Fist of Flies.
Not just flies, any kind of insect that can make into a fist or can be heavily involved. And you know what else I loved? Then another bit of acting. We're going to call out the human actors who I think did some great, particularly Solveig the witch.
Solveig the witch.
You know else I love?
Solveig sounds like a solvent. Like, I'll get a Solveig on there.
Yeah, a bit like getting your witch hazel out. Now,
yeah,
that's the thing. You know who else? Who else is acting I like?
Go on.
It's a little fawn in there, and he does this.
Oh yeah, little fawn does a little thing with his nose. Do you know what else I liked? Someone asked for coffee at some point. He said, "How about a lovely tea?" I bet you like that, didn't you?
I did like that. That's my life. But the opposite though, someone offers me a coffee, and I go, "No thanks, tea."
Yeah, no thanks to tea. Yeah, I mean, some interesting visuals, some good sound design, some good shots of maggots.
You're a soundtrack man. What did you think of the soundtrack?
Soundtrack was pretty good, I think. Yeah, there was a bit at the end where I thought, "Is this a cover of Safety Dance?"
Similar beat.
Similar beat, similar lyrics.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Mother of Lies. I like the mythology. I like the legend. I don't want to say more with fear of spoilers.
Yes.
I thought it had its US premiere ready. Just chatting to the guys, it hasn't. It's going to have its US premiere in Austin in a couple of weeks.
Wow.
They've already played in Canada, though. So this is our UK premiere we had today. Again, coming away with something else I quite enjoyed.
Nice. So a film called The Rose is playing in the main screen in a couple of films' time. We've had a chance to see that. This is like, I guess, like a home invasion thriller through the lens of like a child who's escaping these fellas with bags on their heads, chasing her through cornrows. Cornrows? Is that the word I say?
Cornrows?
Not the hairstyle.
I think before it was the hairstyle, it was the way of having a field.
Yeah. I will say, so I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty. It could have been a bit shorter, I think, because it's one of those films where, like, I feel like it feels like it runs around in circles after a while. But if it was a bit shorter, very tightly wound, the soundtrack, one of the most intense things I've ever heard. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, though. I can't decide. It was very signs coded. Gregson Halloran, Gregson Williams, Cuz Corn, exactly. No, but the soundtrack was very signs coded. That's sort of like the really intense music when there's like chase sequences and the spooky stuff. I mean, it almost took me out of it after a while because it was like people would do fairly normal things, and it was like gang, 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 like that. Yeah, and it was a bit intense. Like watching it on when I watched it on my TV at home, so maybe my sound system was too
mugging you off.
Was mugging me off. It was too high. What did you think of it?
I really like the tension where we have an early scene where there's some hiding. Someone does get outed for leaving a console on standby rather than shutting it down.
Oh, right.
Well, I suppose they didn't know they were going
to. Wait, you said that to me. I thought it was it because you can't pause the boss fights.
For the online, isn't it? Can't pause. Either way, they put their switch on standby and get a bit outed. But I like some of the brutality and some of the gore of the kills.
Yeah.
I didn't know where it was going to go. It was going to be a supernatural thing or a non-supernatural thing, and the answer is well, watch and find out.
Watch and find out, exactly, yeah.
I like we've had a little bit of non-linear storytelling, and there's a tiny bit here, but mostly this sort of chapter breakdowns that we get as we focus on a different character at a different time. But yeah, I quite enjoyed this.
Yeah. Okay, the final films that we've seen in the Discovery screen. And
let me wrap it
up. Dooba is one of them.
Dooba
Now,
is...
I spoke Dooba a little bit with Mr. Chris Mayo from Big Fat Cult, or as I said, Big Fat Mayo from Chris Cult.
You got it wrong, but it is the one you said first.
I kind of got it wrong on purpose there, just for a laugh. Dooba. We said some of the stuff I liked was kind of like that lo-fi 90s Windows 95 sensibility of like title sequences and little videos that broke it up. A school presentation. I like that because I was like, I don't know if I've seen anything like this in a film. It's pretty cool. And I would say like as a found footage / I guess it's like cameras around the house, Ring doorbell sort of stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's some moments of this of like some of the best bits you get in horror, you just leave. And then, like, some of those dawning realizations you get, like a real stomach plummeting moment, a few moments in this film. And you can also kind of see how the character has been drawn into it and how they're kept involved in it as well. I liked Dooba.
Yeah. Dooba was good fun. Very, very different, I guess.
I do want to mention Kombucha.
Yeah.
I know we haven't seen it yet, and we're going to try and get one of our friends and colleagues who have seen it to share some more notes with us. But we did meet the director a couple of times, and we were desperately hoping to get him on, but we've just never seen him at a time we weren't running.
No.
To someone else. So I saw him last night even.
Jake Myers.
So Jake Myers. So we saw Jake at the pub. Jake, if you are listening, we're sorry we didn't get to cover it in full.
Yeah, we would like to.
If we can find a way to watch it, we can hook us up with a screener, or we can work out where it's screening next. I would love to cover it because in theory, I think it's from the trailers and the write-up we've seen, I think I'm all about this one.
All about that life. Okay, another film called No Seums, which is what we watched, and this is what kind of film is this? So I guess it's very Get Out coded in the terms of like the race of someone is very prevalent in this particular film, and the history of it's a place, isn't it? A history of a place that maybe was belonged to.
Yeah, I don't know the history well enough to speak to it with any kind of authority. I know that director Raven Carter actually works in academia covering this subject,
Okay.
so I will not try and replicate her level of knowledge, certainly from the couple of bits I've read, but I think it
Fist of
really
Flies?
focuses on, there is a Fist of Flies, but I think it really does focus on, it's to do with, like black landowners in the history of the US, where their land that rightfully should have been inherited by their descendants was snatched up and then given to white people.
It's
And
like their
it's
history being erased,
Yeah.
essentially, isn't it? And
yeah, being evicted from land which they own.
Yeah, and it also talks about like the modern, I guess, like white people who maybe just like brush it under the rug or kind of like are really ignorant to it, or like accuse black people of being like always talking about this and that and the other. And when in truth, like obviously these things are very, very important, and this is the kind
Sort
of
of
story.
feeling that some of the characters like feel like, oh no, that's in the past. We have paid our time.
Yeah. Which
now
is
don't hate me for this privilege.
which
that
is
I have.
which is the attitude of a lot of people, and that felt very realistic. I'd say the Get Out coding for me, there was a moment which maybe tried to replicate a moment from Get Out, which didn't quite land for me, just because I felt like, okay, I get it, but we've seen it, and just because this is this particular story, do we need a shot that is very, very similar? So that in itself probably was the only bit of that film where I wasn't keen.
Yeah, my general, like, if I was going to offer any kind of criticism on this one, I would say that the horror elements do exist in this film. We do get some horror related action towards the back half of it. I feel almost that, I know this helps bring an audience to it, and it helps also as a metaphor for what's going on here as well, but actually just the story and just the things that are going on between the characters really flew enough for me. It almost felt like there were two films going on. The story that is horror related. We have the no-seums, which I believe refers to a type of bugs. It's for us up in Scotland, that's midges.
Midges. Yeah, I was going to say.
But yeah, like that element and the horror that is derived from that is almost secondary to the rest of the story happening. Maybe for me in my first watching of the film, I didn't necessarily mesh those two things fully together. That could be a lack of understanding on my part versus a fault in it, but just my individual experience going through. But a fascinating bit of history, and something, believe we've had some emails about Raven's availability in the future. I know Emma, I think, met with her and spoke to her for a little bit the other day as well.
Okay.
So I want to find out how those conversations went. I think Emma might be having some more discussions with Raven as well. So if we didn't get more of that, we'll point you in the direction of Emma doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the next, so we got a couple more to cover on the old.
Let me pull up the old list here.
I love it how that list.
My memory.
Every time we stop talking about one film, you put your phone, like you lock it and put it 100 miles away. So you're like, hang on a minute.
Yeah, let me just throw this to the
Let me
seven
just get
corners
this.
of the world. Right.
So El Instinto, you've seen that. Instinct.
Yeah, that was the first of the screen. I've locked my phone and put it far away. The Instinct was one of the first screeners I actually watched. It's a man with like a crippling agoraphobia for our overseas friends. Can't leave the house. It is making his personal and professional life suffer. And so he turns to an unorthodox method of a dog trainer who trains dogs to be better hunting companions and to work well with their human owners. And he goes for an unorthodox method to train this man like you would train a dog. So good boy vibes are
okay
abound.
Incredibly. When we say good boy, we don't mean the new
one. I mean the previous one about
a Norwegian
man who turns someone into sort of a dog servant. Yeah, it has elements of that. Like the thing that we're seeing, I think, thematically in horror now, which certainly always makes, I feel, in the very pit of my stomach, is it's the speak no evils. It's the how far does politeness carry you down a road where you're placed in incredible danger.
Yeah.
And the control that someone with a very forceful or powerful personality can exert over someone who is unsure of where they are in the world or has some kind of problem that prevents them from taking control of their life and their situation.
Sure.
It's dark, it's twisted, it is satisfying in a number of locations and a number of times when we really get that tension boiling over. I had a great lot of time for this one. It's deeply uncomfortable in places they may not be for everyone.
Okay.
For you, though, Ben, based on that?
Yeah, I don't mind uncomfortable. That's fine. I guess the last one that we need to cover. You didn't see a film called Cover, did you?
I did not see Cover.
Okay. So I guess the last one is The Haunted Forest. Did you watch this as well?
I have watched The Haunted Forest.
Yeah. So obviously, I interviewed director Keith Boynton. And I've seen him a couple of times, but unfortunately not been able to get him on camera. But so The Haunted Forest, set in a scare park, scare zone,
a real
one,
scare attraction. I think
a real scare attraction that exists. And I guess there's a central. It's hard to really discuss it without spoiling anything. There's a murder. There's a central sort of issue. So it's very like it almost feels Goosebumpsy, doesn't it?
Yeah,
like sort of I don't know if is it Missouri? Is that Midwest?
It is Midwest, but don't test me on my US geography
Yeah,
after
yeah.
5 days of little sleep.
Yeah, sorry. I think it's got like that Midwestern Halloween sensibility, where everything's just like the fall vibes are cool and the scare attraction vibes are good. And yeah, it feels like Goosebumpsy, where it's kind of like not overly gory or overly scary. The scares are quite mild, but at the same time, the atmosphere is good.
Yeah.
Agree?
Great atmosphere. Nice bit of comedy laced in there as well.
Yeah.
I love the
lead guy's good.
Yeah, really love the lead. I love the sort of dynamic and relationships the guys that he has as well. It's a real what's the Taylor Swift song where it's about, she wears high heels, I wear sneakers, she's cheer captain and I'm on the bleachers. It's that.
Like friends, people coming together are very different, cut from a different cloth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like this. Like, I like the high school vibes. I like the scare attraction. I love that it's a real scare attraction.
Yeah, that's cool. Because
now they've got the health and safety issues out that we'll have seen addressed in the film. I'd love to go.
A good advert for that place as well. I can't remember exactly what it's called. We'll have to find out. I'll put that in the show notes as well. Okay, but that's pretty much everything we covered. I would like to count how many films we've covered and maybe see what percentage. I feel like this is the most films we've covered at the festival, both before and during. So there we go.
I'm going to do that maths on my train ride home, Ben.
Dude, please do that.
I'll send you the stats, all the big numbers
for both of us as well.
Yeah, I'll do individually and both collectively.
What a hero! He's the stats man, John.
Statsman John. Yeah.
But yeah, we'll obviously choose our favorites and put out the on our next episode, wherever that may be. We'll talk about our favorites of the fest because we might get to draw one last breath guys on. And they might have some favourites.
We've got some members of the Ghouls that we haven't had on with us before. We met some filmmakers that you've probably seen in this episode that we're chatting about.
Yeah,
their timings as well. Really looking forward to it. We're going to have an absolutely belting September when we get there. Films-wise, it's really going to be down to what the guests pick. However, we can see on the horizon, the Warrens are back again, aren't they?
The old Warrens are back. The Conjuring, Last Rites, left the bloody bins out, screaming on the poster.
You could see him on the poster. Patrick has realised the bins have been left out yet again.
They just got to just go and retire, Warrens. And then they're both dead. That's right.
That's right.
Yeah. Go and retire because bloody hell, scary being you guys. And then I think after watching the first 20 minutes of the long walk here at FrightFest,
I think the long
when that comes out in September, we have to hit that on the episode list because. I was locked in for those 20 minutes, and I can't wait to see where it goes. And it's maybe it's a book. I don't know if is it a book or is it a short story. I guess a book.
They did say before it came up.
It's
the first
pseudonym.
thing he ever wrote, but not the first thing was ever published.
First thing. Oh, okay.
Under the
Richard Bachman. Yeah. So yeah, we're looking forward to that. But thank you everybody for tuning in.
Yeah, there are so many people. I don't think you unless you've been here, you wouldn't realize that we've had so many folks that have been on camera with us. Thank you for everyone that did that. Thank you to people who you will not have seen. People like Mike, people like Kelly, people who work in the promotion side of every single film that I've covered, who have been on email correspondence with us, making sure we have access to screeners. The work you do is phenomenal. Making sure we can schedule these interviews with folks. Thank you to the FrightFest organisers for putting up with us.
Big up the
being road
FrightFest
units.
organisers. Big up Greg on the media wall as well for getting us involved. And it's been good fun.
And our friends that we haven't had a chance to get on camera. You know, we've seen former guests, future guests. There are lots of members of groups like the Girls, like Becky from the other week has been.
We
here
saw
as
Rich.
well.
We saw Rich Rose from our Nightmare on Elm Street 4 episode.
Yeah, we
recently.
just saw him. He's gonna
before
he is seeing Bambi Revenge
Yeah.
on my behalf right now.
Yeah, he is absolutely. And of course, people who have approached us and said, "We listen to the podcast." I think that's great for us because the amount of times people say that to us and we already know them, which is nice.
Yeah.
But when it's people we don't know, I feel like that's kind of nicer because at least I think our reach is starting to broaden.
And thanks to anyone who said that and then didn't immediately spit on the floor or punch us in the face or something like that.
Yeah, of
afterwards as well.
course.
Not a single person physically attacked us.
No,
this year.
exactly. And on that note, Andy, that doesn't mean I'm going to punch you. A fistful of flies might come from the wall and get you already.
Yeah,
if anything,
could happen.
Yeah, and then you'll have a long blink forever.
Yeah, the longest blink,
the longest,
the
blink.
big sleep,
the big sleep.
You know what I haven't thanked, Ben?
Go on. Me.
You. Being a right horror dude.
And guess what? I'd also like to thank someone else. No, you, Andy. You, Andy, for being a right horror dude, and for also being the chattiest chatty man since the world began. Well, I feel like you've kept me going.
Yeah.
Because
in your face, Alan Carr.
If it was all on me, I would have been flat on my back by now. And by that, I don't mean in a sexual way. I mean the sleep.
Deed.
All right. I said the sleep. You said deed. Thanks for listening. If you're
thanks for listening,
if you're a fan,
everybody.
become a Patreon. Patreon.com/horror hangout. Give us a rating or review. Give us 5 stars for this episode. This is going to be the most work we've ever put into an episode ever. So please, please, please give us 5 stars if you like it, of
Ben,
course.
for all of the editing and because this
future Ben.
This is future Ben. But you now, because you're already committed to this, the labor of love you put into this, like our normal episodes, if it doesn't show from watching it, don't edit it that much. Like if someone says fuck a bugger at the wrong time or their dog needs letting out, we give them a pause. But this one requires snipping and trimming and editing, and you put everyone's names in there and you tag so many people on the socials. This is a huge administrative
we want to make
undertaking
sure everyone
for
sees
you.
it. We want to make sure that everybody who's had a film play here hears about our thoughts and sees what we've got to say or their interviews. So yeah, thank you. Next week, I guess it might be The Conjuring. It might be something else. We'll work out schedules.
One thing you can rely on is that we'll be here.
We'll definitely be here. We're going nowhere.
We're going nowhere.
We're going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes.
1,000 episodes.
I've got you for 1,000 episodes. 1,000 episodes of playtime, in the words of Randy Savage in Spider-Man 1.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. But yeah, thank you for listening, and we'll see you next time. All the best now.
Good night, everybody.